Preface. No one acquainted with the history of historical writing can have failed to observe how transitory are its achievements. Mark Pattison's aphorism that history is one of the most ephemeral forms of literature has much of truth in it. The reasons of this are not far to seek. In the first place, the most laborious historian is doomed to be superseded in course of time by the accumulation of new material. In the second place, the point of view and the interpretation of one generation varies from that which preceded it, so that each generation requires a rewriting of history in terms of its own interest. These reasons must be my excuse for venturing to write a new book upon an old subject. It is now nearly 30 years since the appearance of the late Professor Henry M. Baird's excellent work, The Rise of the Huguenots, New York, 1879, and little that is comprehensive has since been written upon the subject in English, with the exception of Mr. A. W. Whitehead's admirable Gaspard de Coligny, Admiral of France, London, 1904. But the limitations imposed by biographical history compel an author inevitably to ignore movements or events not germane to his immediate subject, which, nevertheless, may be of great importance for general history. Moreover, a biography is limited by the term of life of the hero, and his death may not by any means terminate the issue in which he was a factor, as indeed was the case with Coligny. An enumeration of the notable works, sources, and authorities which have been published since the appearance of Professor Baird's work may serve to justify the present volume. First and foremost must be mentioned the notable Letters to Catherine de Medicis, the lack of which rank deplored, edited by the late Count Hector de la Ferrière and M. Baganault de la Puches, 9 vols. The initial volume of which appeared in 1880. Of diplomatic correspondence we have the Ambassade and Espagny de Jean Ebrard, Seigneur de Saint-Sulpice de 1562, a 1565, Paris, 1902, edited by M. Edmond Cabier and Thay Desperches de M. Fourquevaux, Ambassadeur du Roi Charles Roman 9 and Espagny, 1565-72 in 3 volumes, edited by the Abbé Douais, Paris, 1896. Other sources which have seen the light within the last 3 decades are M. de Labord's Vie de Coligny, 3 vols. 1877, the title of which is somewhat misleading, for it is really a collection of Coligny's letters strung upon the thread of his career. The Baron Alphonse de Roubles Antin de Bourbon et Jean d'Albret, 4 vols. 1881, M. Ludovic Lalland's new annotated edition of d'Aubigné, 1886, and the new edition of Beza's Histoire ecclésiastique, ed. of Baum, 1883. Finally, among sources should be included many volumes in the Calendar of State Papers. Professor Baird has rightly said that too much weight can scarcely be given to this source of information and illustration. His praise would probably have been even greater if he could have used the correspondence of Dale and Smith as freely as he did that of Throckmorton and Norris. When we pass from sources to authorities, the list of notable works is even longer. La Ferrière's Le Roman 16 Cycle et les Valois, the fruit of researches in the Record Office in London, appeared in 1879 M. Fornerin's Histoire de Philippe Roman II, 4 vols. Was published in 1887 and is even more valuable than his earlier Histoire des Ducs de Guise, 1877. Besides these, in the decade of the 80s are Durier's Les Huguenots and Bigorre, 1884, Communes les Huguenots dans le Béarn et la Navarre, 1886, Lettenhove's Les Huguenots et les Gueux, 1885, the Baron de Roubles Le Traité de Cateau-Cambrésis, 1889, and the Abbé Marchand's Charles de Cassé, Comte de Brissac, 1889. M. de Crew's notable Anne, Duc de Montmorency appeared in the same year, and his no less scholarly Le Parti des Politiques au lendemain de Saint-Barthélemy 3 years later. M. Marlot's Le Comte de Montgomery was published in 1890. M. Georges Wiles Les Théories sur le pouvoir royal and France Pendant les guerres de religion in 1891. M. Henry Hosser's François de Lannoy in 1892. M. Bernard de Lacombe's Catherine de Médicis in Tréguise et Condé in 1899, and most recently of all, M. Curdelt's Blaise de Montluc, 1908. Many contributions in the Revue Historique, the Revue des Questions Historiques, the English Historical Review, the Revue de Histoire Diplomatique, the Revue des Deux Mondes, and one article in the American Historical Review, January, 1903, by M. Hauser. The Reformation and the popular classes in the 16th century are equally valuable, as the notes will show. I have also consulted many articles in the proceedings of various local or provincial historical societies, as the Société de Paris et de l'Île de France, the Société de l'Histoire de Normandie, the Société de Histoire et d'Archéologie de Genève, etc., and the admirable series known as the Bulletin de la Société du Protestantisme Francais, which is a mine of historical lore. While the present work falls in the epoch of the French Reformation, no attempt has been made to treat that subject in so far as the Reformation is assumed primarily to have been a religious manifestation. Doctrine, save when it involved polity, has been ignored. But into the political, diplomatic, and economic activities of the period I have tried to go at some length. As to the last feature, it is not too much to say that our interpretation of the 16th century has been profoundly changed within the last 20 years by the progress made in economic history. Such works as Weiss's La Chambre Ardente and Hauser, S. Ouvriers du Temps Passé have revolutionized the treatment of this subject. Such an interpretation is merely a reflection of our own present-day interest in economic and social problems. In this particular, it is the writer's belief that he is the first to present some of the results of recent research into the economic history of 16th century France to English readers. My indebtedness to M. Hauser is especially great for the help and suggestion he has given me in the matter of industrial history. But I have tried to widen the subject and attempted to show the bearing of changes in the agricultural regime, the influence of the failure of crops owing to adverse weather conditions, and the disintegration of society as the result of incessant war and the plague, upon the progress of the Huguenot movement. In an agricultural country like France in the 16th century, the distress of the provinces through the failure of the harvests was sometimes nearly universal, and the retroactive effect of such conditions in promoting popular discontent had a marked influence upon the religious and political issues. It has been pointed out that the religious wars of France furnish the most complete instance of the constant intersection of native and foreign influences. The bearing of the Huguenot movement upon Spanish and Dutch history was intimate and marked, and this I have also attempted to set forth. In so doing, the fact that has impressed me most of all is the development and activity of the provincial Catholic leagues and their close connection with Spain's great Catholic machine in France, the Holy League. The history of the Holy League in France is usually represented as having extended from 1576 to 1594. This time was the period of its greatest activity and of its greatest power. But institutions do not spring to life full-armed in a moment, like Athenae from the head of Zeus. The roots of the present lie deep in the past, as Bishop Stubbs observed. Institutions are a growth, a development. The Holy League was a movement of slow growth and development, although it has not been thus represented, and resulted from the combination of various acts and forces, political, diplomatic, religious, economic, social, even psychological, working simultaneously both within and without France during the civil wars. I have tried to set forth the nature and extent of these forces, to show how they originated, how they operated, and how they ultimately were combined to form the Holy League. Certain individual features of the history here covered have been treated in an isolated way by some writers. The late Baron de Rubel and M. Fornerin have disclosed the treasonable negotiations of Montluc with Philip Roman II, M. Bouillet and more recently M. Fornerin have followed the tortuous thread of the Cardinal of Lorraine's secret negotiations with Spain. Various historians, chiefly in provincial histories or biographies like Pingaud's Les Saulx d'Avens, have noticed the local work of some of the provincial Catholic associations. But the relation of all these various movements, one to the other, and their ultimate fusion into a single united movement has not yet been fully brought out. What was the number and form of organization of these local Catholic leagues? What influenced their combination? What bearing did they have upon the course of Montluc and the Cardinal of Lorraine, or upon Philip II's policy? How did the great feud between the Guises and the Montmorencys influence the formation of the Holy League and its hostile counterpart, the association of the Huguenots and the Politiques? These questions I have tried to answer, and in so doing 2 or 3 new facts have been brought to light. For example, an undiscovered link in the history of the Guises, early secret intercourse with Philip Roman II, has been found in the conduct of L'Aubespine, the French ambassador in Spain in 1561. The treasonable course of the Cardinal of Lorraine, it is shown, began in 1565 instead of 1566, a fact which makes the petty conflict known as the Cardinals' War of new importance. The history of the Catholic associations in the provinces, hitherto isolated in many separate volumes, has been woven into the whole and some new information established regarding them. The notes, it is hoped, will sufficiently indicate the sources used and enable the reader to test the treatment of the subject, or guide him to sources by which he may form his own judgment if desired. In the matter of maps, the very complete apparatus of maps in Mr. Whitehead's Gaspard de Coligny, Admiral of France, has greatly lightened my task, and I express my cordial thanks to Mr. Whitehead and Messrs. Methuen and Co., his publishers, for permission to reproduce those in that work. My thanks are also due to M.Ch. de Coinart and Firmin Didot et Cie for permission to reproduce the map illustrating the Battle of Dreux from the late Commandant de Coinart's work entitled L'année 1562 et la Bataille de Dreux, and to M. Steff. C. Gigon, author of La Bataille de Jarnac et la Campagne de 1569 and Angoumois, for permission to use his two charts of the Battle of Jarnac. Those illustrating the tour of the provinces in 1564-66, the march of the Duke of Alva and Montgomery's great raid in Gascony are my own. Some lesser maps and illustrations are from old prints which I have gathered together, in the course of years, except that illustrating the siege of Havre de Grace and the large picture of the Battle of St. Denis, which have been photographed from the originals in the Record Office. During the preparation of this volume, which has entailed 2 prolonged visits to Paris and other parts of France, and to London, I have become the debtor to many persons. Among those of whose courtesy and assistance I would make special acknowledgment are the following: His Excellency M. Jean-Jules Jusserand, French Ambassador at Washington M. Henry Vignaud, Chargé d'Affaires of the American Legation in Paris, MM. Charles de la Rancière and Viennotte of the Bibliothèque Nationale, MM. Legrand and Viard of the Archives Nationals, where I chiefly worked in the K collection. At the Record Office, Mr. Hubert Hall and his assistant, Miss Mary Trice Martin, were unfailing in the aid given me. For the transcript of the Discorso sopra gli humori del Regno di Francia, from the Barberini Library in Rome, I am indebted to P. France Ale, Prefect of the Vatican Archives. I also hold in grateful memory the friendship and assistance of the late Woodbury Lowery, author of the Spanish settlements within the present limits of the United States. Florida, 1562-74, New York, 1905, with whom I was a fellow worker at the Archives Nationals in the spring and early summer of 1903. Finally, I owe much to the suggestive criticism of my friend and colleague, Professor Ferdinand Cheville, and my friends, Professor Herbert Darling Foster, of Dartmouth College, and Professor Roger B. Merriman, of Harvard University, each of whom has read much of the manuscript. James Westfall Thompson, The University of Chicago, January, 1909. Chapter 1. The beginning of the Huguenot revolt, the conspiracy of Amboise. The last day of June, 1559, was a gala day in Paris. The marriages of Philip Roman II of Spain with Elizabeth of France, daughter of King Henry Roman II and Catherine de Medici, and that of the French king's sister, Marguerite with Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, were to be celebrated. But the torches of joy became funeral tapers before nightfall, for Henry Roman II was mortally wounded in the tournament given in honor of the occasion. It was the rule that challengers, in this case the king, should run 3 courses and their opponents 1. The third contestant of the king had been Gabriel Sieur de Lorges, better known as the Count of Montgomery, captain of the Scotch Guard, a young man, grand et roide, whom Henry rechallenged because his pride was hurt that he had not better kept his seat in the saddle in the first running. Montgomery tried to refuse, but the king silenced his objections with a command, and reluctantly Montgomery resumed his place. But this time, the Scotch guardsman failed to cast away the trunk of the splintered lance as he should have done at the moment of the shock, and the fatal accident followed. The jagged point crashed through the king's visor into the right eye. For a minute, Henry reeled in his saddle, but by throwing his arms around the neck of his horse, managed to keep his seat. The king's armor was stripped from him at once, and a splint taken out of good bigness. He moved neither hand nor foot, and lay as if benumbed or paralyzed, and so was carried to his chamber in the Tournelles, entrance being denied to all save physicians, apothecaries, and those valets de chamber who were on duty. None were permitted for a great distance to come near until late in the day, when the Duke of Alva, who was to be proxy for his sovereign at the marriage, the Duke of Savoy, the Prince of Orange, the Cardinal of Lorraine, and the Constable were admitted. Illustration: Montgomery in tournament costume. Bib nat estamps hist, de France reg, QB 19. After the first moment of consternation was past, it was thought that the king would recover, though losing the sight of his eye, since on the fourth day Henry recovered his senses and his fever was abated. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 of the ablest physicians in France had been diligently experimenting upon the heads of 4 criminals who were decapitated for the purpose in the conciergerie and the prisons of the Chatelet. On the 8th day Vesalius, Philip's physician, who had long been with the Emperor Charles V and who enjoyed a European reputation, arrived and took special charge of the royal patient. In the interval of consciousness, Henry commanded that the interrupted marriages be solemnized. Before they were celebrated, the king had lost the use of speech and lapsed into unconsciousness, and on the morrow of the marriages he died, July 10, 1559. On August 13, the corpse was interred at St. Denis. When the ceremony was ended, the King of Arms stood up, and after twice pronouncing the words "Le roi est mort," he turned around toward the assembly, and the third time cried out, "Vive le roi, très chrétien François le deuxième de son nom, par la grâce de Dieu, roi de France." Thereupon the trumpets sounded, and the interment was ended. A month later, on September 18, Francis Roman II was crowned at Reims. Already Montgomery had been deprived of the captaincy of the Scotch Guard, and his post given to a mere Frenchman, much to the indignation of the members of the Guard. Illustration: Deathbed of Henry Roman II. A. Catherine de Medici d. Courtiers B. Cardinal of Lorraine E. Courtiers C. Constable Montmorency F. Physicians. The reign of Henry Roman II had not been a popular one. He had neither the mind nor the application necessary in public affairs. On the very day of the accident, the English ambassador wrote to Cecil, "It is a marvel to see how the noblemen, gentlemen, and ladies do lament this misfortune, and contrariwise, how the townsmen and people do rejoice." The wars of Henry Roman II in Italy and in the Low Countries had drained France of blood and treasure, so that the purses of the people were depleted by an infinity of exactions and confiscations. Offices and benefices had been bartered, even those of justice, and to make the feeling of the people worse, Henry Roman II was prodigal to his favorites. Finally, the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis, 1559, was regarded as not less disadvantageous than dishonorable. Meanwhile, much politics had been in progress. The new king was not yet 16 years of age. He was of frail health and insignificant intellect, being quite unlike his wife, the beautiful and brilliant Mary Stuart, who was a niece of the Guises, Francis, Duke of Guise, and his brother Charles, Cardinal of Lorraine, who had been in no small favor under Henry Roman II. Even in the king's lifetime, the ambition of the Guises had been a thing of wonderment, and his unexpected death opened before them the prospect of new and prolonged power. Henry Roman II had scarcely closed his eyes when the Duke of Guise and the Cardinal of Lorraine took possession of the person of Francis Roman II and conducted him to the Louvre, in company with the Queen Mother, ignoring the princes of the blood, the marshals, the Admiral of France, and many knights of the order or grand seigneurs who were not of their retinue. There they deliberated without permitting anyone to approach, still less to speak to the king, except in the presence of one of them. Francis Roman II gave out that his uncles were to manage his affairs. In order to give color to this assumption of authority, as if their intention was to restore everything to good estate again, the Guises recalled the Chancellor Olivier, who had been driven from office by Diane de Poitiers, Henry's mistress. Even before these events, the Guises had shown their hand. For on the day of Henry's decease, the Constable, the Cardinal Chatelain and his brother, the Admiral Coligny, had been appointed to attend upon the royal course at the Tournelles, by which maneuver they were excluded from all active work, and the way was cleared for the unhampered rule of the king's uncles. Rumor prevailed that Dandelot, the third of the famous Chatelain brothers, was to be dismissed from the command of the footmen, and the place be given to the Count de Rochefoucauld. Before the end of the month, the Duke of Guise was given charge of the War Office, and the Cardinal of Lorraine that of finance and matters of state. At the same time, on various pretexts, the princes of the blood were sent away. The Prince of Condé to Flanders, ostensibly to confer with Philip Roman II regarding the peace of Cadeau-Cambrésis, the Prince of La Roche-sur-Yon and the Cardinal Bourbon to conduct Elizabeth of France into Spain, so that by November there remained no more princes with the king save those of Guise, who had influential agents in the two marshals, Saint-André and Brissac. Much depended upon the attitude of Anton of Bourbon, Sire de Vendôme and King of Navarre, who was first Prince of the Blood, and the person to whom the direction of affairs would naturally fall. At the time of Henry's death, he was in Béarn, whither La Mare, the king's valet-de-chamber, was sent to notify him, the Guises having shrewdly arranged to have the ground cleared of the opposition of the Bourbons and Chatelains when he should arrive. But not all the opposition had been overcome. While Henry Roman II had been generous to the Guises, he had been even fonder of the Constable Montmorency, a bluff, hardy man of war who became the royal favorite upon the fall of the Admiral Hennebalt after the death of Francis I. Montmorency was the uncle of the three Chatelains, Audit, the Cardinal Bishop of Beauvais, Gaspard, the Admiral Coligny, and François de Chatelain, Sieur d'Andelot. And the king was openly accused of having made a disadvantageous peace in order to protect the constable and secure the ransom of Coligny, who was captured at the Battle of St. Quentin. In order to prevent the constable and the King of Navarre from meeting one another and concerting an arrangement, the Guises contrived Montmorency's summary dismissal from court, Francis Roman II, at their instigation, sending him word to retire at once. August 15. The old war dog took the affront gallantly, and like an artful courtier, said that he was glad to be relieved of active duties on account of his age. In the absence of the princes of the blood, the opposition to the Guises gathered around Montmorency and the Chatelains, the faction for a short time taking its name from the constable's title, being known as Conestablists. The political line of division was drawn very sharply, and the growing influence of Huguenot teachings gave it a religious accentuation as well. The less significant portion of the noblesse was inclined to repose after the long wars and was indifferent to politics, but the upper nobility were eager partisans, either having hopes of preferment or being, in principle, opposed both to the usurpation and the religious intolerance of the Guises. As to the clergy, its members almost without exception were supporters of the faith and the government of the Guises. The mass of the people as yet were disregarded by both factions, but were soon to come forward into prominence for financial and other reasons. Henry Roman II, unlike his father, had never suffered French Protestantism to flourish, but on the contrary, had undertaken rigorous repressive measures. The Edicts of Paris, 1549, of Fontainebleau, 1550, and of Chateaubriand, 1551, made the Huguenots subject to both secular and ecclesiastical tribunals. The Protestant issue was both a religious and a political one, for to many men it seemed impossible to alter the religious beliefs of the time without destruction of the state. Francis I recognized this state of things in the rhymed aphorism, "Un roi une la une fois," and his son rigidly sustained the dictum. The Edict of Campigny, of July 24, 1557, imposed the death penalty upon those who publicly or secretly professed a religion other than the Catholic apostolic faith, the preamble declaring that, "To us alone who have received from the hand of God the administration of the public affairs of our realm," clearly shows the intimate relation of the French state and the French Church. It is significant that the Chamber Ardent was established to prosecute the Huguenots in Henry's reign. Ever since the Duke of Alva had been in Paris, the impression had prevailed that Henry Roman II and Philip Roman II purposed to establish the Inquisition in France, and that the project had been foiled by the French king's sudden death. The Huguenots were convinced of it, and keen politicians like the Prince of Orange and Count Egmont taxed Granvella with the purpose in 1561. What the government did do has been carefully stated by another. The government largely increased the powers of the ecclesiastical courts and, pari passu, detracted from those of the regular law courts called the parlements. The Parlement of Paris protested not only against the infringement of its privileges, but against conversion by persecution, and the same feelings existed at Rouen, where several members had to be excluded for heretical opinions. The introduction of the Spanish form of Inquisition, under a bull of Paul Roman IV in 1557, still further exasperated the profession. The inquisitors were directed to appoint diocesan tribunals, which should decide without appeal. The Parlement of Paris flatly refused to register the royal edict and continued to receive appeals. The finale was the celebrated Wednesday meeting of the assembled chambers, the Mercurial, where the king in person interfered with the constitutional freedom of speech and ordered the arrest of the 5 members, thus giving his verdict for the ultra-Catholic minority of Parliament against the moderate majority. Marshal Vieilleville, himself a sound Catholic, strongly dissuaded this course of action. Its result was that one of the most influential elements of the state was not indeed brought into connection with reform, but is placed in an attitude of hostility to the government. And as the grievance was the consequence of the religious policy of the crown, it had at all events a tendency to bring about a rapprochement between the reformers and the judicial classes. Illustration: execution of Dubourg. Tourterelle and Parisien. 5 of the advocates of the Parlement of Paris, of whom Dubourg and Dufour were the most prominent, protested against this action, both because of its intolerance and because they believed it to be a political measure, at least in part, and were put under arrest for this manifestation of courage. Men reasoned very differently regarding this edict. The politicians and intense Catholics regarded it as necessary, both to preserve the Church and in order to suppress those seditious spirits, who, under color of religion, aimed to alter or subvert the government. Others, who had no regard either for policy or religion, likewise approved of it, not as tending to extirpate the Protestants, for they believed it would rather increase their numbers, but because they hoped to be enriched by confiscations, and that the king might thereby be enabled to pay his debts, amounting to 42 millions, according to Castelnau, and thus restore his finances. The trial of the parliamentary councillors was postponed for some time on account of Henry VIII's death, but soon afterward they were brought before the bishops and Sorbonnists. Dufour, upon retraction, was suspended from office for 5 years. 3 others were fined and ignominiously punished. But Dubourg was condemned and executed on December 23, 1559, in spite of the solicitations of Marguerite, wife of the Duke of Savoy, and the Count Palatine, who wrote to the king for his life. At the same time, the measures of the government were redoubled. In November 1559, a new edict ordained that all who went to conventicles or assisted at any private assemblies should be put to death, and their houses be pulled down and never rebuilt. By special decree, the provost of the city was authorized, because Huguenot sessions were more frequent in Paris and its suburbs than elsewhere, to proclaim with the trumpet that all people who had information of Protestant assemblies should notify the magistrates, on pain of incurring the same punishment, and promise of pardon and a reward of 500 livres was to be given to every informer. The commissaires des quartiers of Paris were enjoined to be diligent in seeking out offenders, and to search the houses of those under suspicion from time to time, using the archers de la ville for that purpose. Letters patent were also given to the lieutenant criminal of the Chatelet, and certain other judges chosen by the Cardinal of Lorraine to judge without appeal. The curés and vicars in the parishes were to excommunicate all those who had knowledge of Protestant doings and failed to report them. In order to discover those who were Calvinists, priests bore the host, Corpus Domini, through the streets, and images of the Virgin were set up at the street corners, and all who refused to bow the head and bend the knee in adoration were arrested. Similar measures were adopted in Poitou, at Toulouse, and at Aix in Provence, where the double enginery of state and church was brought to bear in the suppression of heresy. So great was the volume of judicial business as a result of these new measures that 4 criminal chambers were established at the end of the year, one to try offenses carrying the death penalty, the second for trial of those who might be condemned to make amende honorable, the third to judge those who might be publicly burned, the last to punish various other offenses. The saner Catholic opinion, as, for example, that of Tavannes, the brilliant cavalry leader, reprobated this recourse to extraordinary tribunals on the ground that the judging of criminals by special commissioners, who were persons chosen according to the passion of the ruler, was bound to be unjust or tyrannical, and that those councillors who were drawn from the courts of the parliaments to be so employed offended their consciences and mingled in that which did not pertain to them. Tavannes justified his contention, legally as well as morally, on the ground that the king, being a party in the cause, could not justly change the ordinary judges. The assassination of Maynard, vice-president of the Grand Chamber of the Parlement of Paris, and one of the judges, who was shot in his coach on the night of December 18, the same day that Dubourg was degraded, was the protest against this order of things. The murder was committed in such a way that the author of it could never be discovered. This was followed by that of Julian Frene, a messenger of the Parliament, while bearing some papers and instructions relating to the prosecution of certain Protestants. These two crimes undoubtedly hardened the government and hastened the prosecution of Dubourg, who was put to death just a week later, on December 23, and led to some new regulations. In order to protect the Parliament, it was commanded to adjourn before 4 o'clock, from St. Martin's Eve, November 10, until Easter. A general police order forbade the carrying of any firearms whatsoever, and in order to prevent their concealment, the wearing of long mantles or large hunting capes was forbidden. It is to be observed that the Huguenots were concerted not only for religious, but for political interests. The distinction was fully appreciated at the time, the former being called Huguenots of religion and the latter Huguenots of state. The former were Calvinists who were resolved no longer to endure the cruelties of religious oppression, the latter, mostly nobles, those opposed to the monopoly of power enjoyed by the Guises. The weight of evidence is increasingly in favor of the view that the causes of the Huguenot movement were as much if not more political and economic than religious. It was only in the general dislocation and désœuvrement of society that followed the cessation of the foreign wars that the French began to realize the weight of the burdens which their governmental system laid upon them. Until the religious sense gave a voice to the dumb discontent, social or political, first in the Huguenot rising and afterward in the outbreak of the League, there was little to show the real force of the opposition to the established order. Abstractly considered, the religious Huguenots were not very dangerous to the state so long as they confined their activity to the discussion of doctrine. This could not easily be done, however, nor did the opponents of the Church so desire. For the Church was a social and political fabric, as well as a spiritual institution, and to challenge or deny its spiritual sovereignty meant also to invalidate its social and political claims, so that the whole structure was compromised. Thus, the issue of religion raised by the Huguenots merged imperceptibly into that of the political Huguenots, who not only wanted to alter the foundations of belief, but to change the institutional order of things, and who used the religious opposition as a means to attack the authority of the crown. The most active of this class were the nobles, possessed of lands or bred to the profession of arms, whom a species of political atavism actuated to endeavor to recover that feudal power which the noblesse had enjoyed before the powerful kings like Louis Roman IX and Philip Roman IV coerced the baronage. Before the 100 Years, war ruined them. Before Louis I throttled the League of the Public Weal in 1465. The weakness of Francis Roman II, the minority of the crown under Charles Roman IX, and, above all, the dissatisfaction of the princes of the blood and the old aristocracy, like the Montmorencys, with the upstart pretensions and power of the Guises. These causes united to make the Huguenots of state a formidable political party. Religion and politics together provoked the long series of civil wars, whose termination was not until Henry Roman IV brought peace and prosperity to France again in 1598. It is necessary to picture the state of France at this time. The French were not essentially an industrial or commercial nation in the 16th century. France had almost no maritime power, and its external commerce was not great. The great majority of the French people was composed of peasants, small proprietors, artisans, and officials. If we analyze city society, we find first some artisans and small merchants, the bourgeois and the gens de robe forming the upper class. The towns had long since ceased to govern themselves. Society was aristocratic and controlled by the clergy and nobility. The upper clergy was very rich. High prelates were all grand seigneurs, while the lower clergy was very dependent. Monks abounded in the towns, and the curates possessed a certain influence. The most powerful class was the nobles, seigneurs, and gentlemen who possessed a great portion of the rural properties and still had fortified castles. They were wholly employed either at court or in war, or held appointments as governors of provinces and captains of strongholds. The nobles alone constituted the regular companies of cavalry, that is to say, the dominant element of the army. This class was therefore of influence in the state and the most material force in society. The government was an absolute monarchy. The king was theoretically uncontested master and obeyed by all. He exercised an arbitrary and uncontrolled power, and could decide according to his pleasure, with reference to taxes, laws, and affairs both of the state and of the church, save in matters of faith. He named and revoked the commissions of all the governors, and acted under the advice of a council composed of the princes of the blood and favorites. But this absolute authority was still personal. The king was only obeyed upon condition of giving the orders himself. There was no conception of an abstract kingship. If the king abandoned the power to a favorite, the other great personages of the court would refuse to obey and declare that the sovereign was a prisoner. Everything depended upon a single person. No one thought of resisting Francis I or Henry Roman II because they were men grown at their accession. But after 1559, we find a series of royal infants or an indolent monarch like Henry Roman III. Then began the famous rivalries between the great nobles, rivalries out of which were born the political parties of the times, in which the Guises, the Montmorencys, and the famous Chatelain brothers figure so prominently. Fundamentally speaking, the aims of both classes of Huguenots were revolutionary and were directed, the one against the authority of the medieval church, the other against the authority of the French monarchy. The latter was a feudal manifestation, not yet republican. The republican nature of early political Huguenotism has been exaggerated. There was no such feeling at all as nearly as 1560, and even at the height of Huguenot activity and power in 1570-72, most men still felt that the state of France was vraiment monarchique, and that the structure of society and the genius of the people was strongly inclined to the form of government which 8 centuries of development had evolved. That it was searching for false liberty by perilous methods to seek fundamentally to alter the state. In a word, most political Huguenots in 1560 were reformers, not revolutionists. The extremists were Calvinist zealots and those of selfish purposes who were working for their own ends. For in every great movement, there are always those who seek to exploit the cause. Mixed with both classes of Huguenots were those who sought to fish in troubled waters, who, under the guise of religion or the public good, took occasion to pillage and rob all persons of whatever degree or quality, who plundered cities, pulled down churches, carried off relics, burnt towns, destroyed castles, seized the revenues of the church and the king, informed for the sake of reward, and enriched themselves by the confiscated property of others. Similar things are not less true of the Catholics. For there were zealots and fanatics among them also, who under pretext of religion and patriotism were guilty of great iniquity and heaped up much ill-gotten wealth. The ascendancy of the Guises, quite as much as the suppressive measures of the government against Calvinism, served to bring this disaffection to a head. The issues, either way, cannot be separated. The practical aims of the Guises were large enough to create dismay, without it being necessary to believe that as early as 1560 they aimed to secure the crown by deposing the House of Valois. It was unreasonable to suppose, though it proved to be so in the end, that the 4 sons of Henry Roman II would all die heirless, and even in the event of that possibility, the House of Bourbon still remained to sustain the principle of primogeniture. The Guises came from Lorraine, their father having been brother of the old Duke of Lorraine, and through their mother they were related to the House of Bourbon. They were thus cousins german of the King of Navarre and the Prince of Condé, and related to the king and the princes of the blood. Their income, counting their patrimony, church property, pensions, and benefits received from the king, amounted to 600,000 francs, nearly $500,000 today, the Cardinal of Lorraine alone having the disposal of half that sum. This wealth, united with the splendor of their house, their religious zeal, the popularity of the Duke of Guise, and the concord which prevailed among them, put them ahead of all the nobles of the realm. The provincial governments and the principal offices were in their hands or those of their partisans. The cardinal, who was the head of the house, was in the early prime of life. He was gifted with great insight which enabled him to see in a flash the intention of those who came in contact with him. He had an astonishing memory, a striking figure, an eloquence which he was not loath to display, especially in politics. He knew Greek, Latin, and Italian, speaking the last with a facility that astonished even Italians themselves. He was trained in theology. Outwardly, his life was very dignified and correct, but like many churchmen of the time, he was licentious. His chief fault was avarice, and for this he was execrated. His cupidity went to criminal limits, and coupled with it was a duplicity so great that he seemed almost never to tell the truth. He was quick to take offense, vindictive, envious. His death would have been as popular as that of Henry Roman II. On the other hand, the Duke of Guise was a man of war, famed as the recoverer of Calais and the captor of Metz. He was as popular as his brother was otherwise. But like him, he was avaricious, stealing even from his own soldiers. According to their opponents, the ambition of the Guises was not to be content with the throne of France merely. The throne of St. Peter and the crown of Naples were also believed to be goals of their ambition, the Cardinal of Lorraine aspiring to the first and his brother, the Duke, aspiring to the other in virtue of the relationship of the Guises to the House of Anjou, one-time occupants of the Neapolitan throne. Even this program was to be excelled. Their enterprises in Scotland in favor of Mary Stuart are known to every student of English history. And after having vanquished Scotland, many of the German princes feared that they might move their forces into Denmark in order to put the Duke of Lorraine, their relative and the brother-in-law of the King of Denmark, into possession of the kingdom. La tyrannie Guisean was a practical ascendancy, not a mere fiction of their opponents. As uncles of Francis Roman II, destined morally to be a minor always, owing to his weakness of will and mediocre ability, having in their hands the chief offices of state, the Guises proceeded to build up a system of government wholly their own, not only in central, but in provincial affairs, to compass which the removal of the constable and the princes of the blood from the vicinity of the king was the first step. Then followed an attempt to acquire control of the provincial governments. Montmorency, the late constable, was deprived of the government of Languedoc. The governments of Touraine and Orleans, in the very heart of France, were given to the Duke of Montpensier and the Prince de la Roche-sur-Yon. Trouble arose, though, in January 1560, when the Guises excluded the Prince of Condé from the government of Picardy and gave it to the Marshal Brissac, although the office had been faithfully administered by his predecessors. The Cardinal of Lorraine's position with reference to the finances enabled him to provide the Guise faction with the resources necessary to back up its political intentions. The onerous taxation of Francis I had been increased by Henry Roman II, both the taille and the gabelle, the collection of which had caused a fierce outbreak at Bordeaux in the middle of the last reign. Loans were resorted to, not without great suspicion of their being applied to the king's finances, and the wages of the soldiers in garrisons and officers withheld. This condition of things naturally drew the constable and his partisans toward the Prince of Condé, who vainly endeavored to persuade the King of Navarre, as first Prince of the Blood, and therefore the natural supporter of the crown instead of the Guises, to take a firm stand, Condé especially representing to him how great a humiliation it was to the crown that the administration of the kingdom should fall so completely into the hands of the foreigners of Lorraine. That, considering the weakness of the king, the fact that the provincial governorships and those of the frontier fortresses and the control of finances, which enabled the Guises to subject the judiciary to their devotion, were in their hands, foreboded ill to France. Anton of Bourbon listened to the complaints against the Guises, but did little. At this time he was 42 years of age. He was tall of stature, well-knit, robust, affable to everybody without affectation or display. His manners were open and frank, and his generosity was so great that he was always in debt. By the two merits of urbanity and generosity, he made a superficial impression that did not last. In speech he was vain, and imprudent and inconstant in word and deed, not having the strength of will to adhere to a fixed purpose. He was suspected of indifference to religion and even of impiety at this time because he renounced the Mass, though it was generally thought that this was with the purpose of making himself chief of the Huguenot party and not for religious zeal. The Protestants themselves called him a hypocrite. Antoine would not make common cause with the constable partly from natural vacillation of character, partly because he believed that the constable had not supported his claims to the Kingdom of Navarre, which he had been in hopes of recovering during the late negotiations at Cadeau-Cambrésis. With the conceit of a weak man in a prominent position, the King of Navarre entertained schemes of his own, which he proceeded to develop. His purpose was to place Spain and England against one another, in the hope that he either might persuade Philip Roman II to restore the Kingdom of Navarre to him by a firm advocacy of Catholicism in France, which, of course, prevented him from affiliating with the Huguenot party to which Condé and the Chatelains were attached, or, in the event of failure in this, to side with the Huguenots and enlist English support. Accordingly, shortly after his arrival at the court from Béarn, on August 23, 1559, Antoine sent a gentleman to Throckmorton, the English ambassador in France, desiring him to meet him in Cape in the cloister of the Augustine friars on that night. When they met, after a long declaration of his affection for Elizabeth, he said that he would write to her with his own hand, since he would trust no one except himself. For if either the Guises or the Spanish ambassador knew of it, it would be dangerous to both and hinder their good enterprise. In the interval, while waiting to hear from the English queen, Antoine of Bourbon, who had been coldly received at court, found that there was no room for a third party between those of the constable and the Guises. At the same time, the latter were made fully aware of his doings through the treachery of Desgars, his chamberlain and special favorite, and shrewdly schemed to rid themselves of his presence by sending him to Spain as escort for Elizabeth, the celebration of whose marriage, by proxy, to the King of Spain had come to such a fatal termination, and whose departure had been necessarily delayed by her father's death. In order to bait the hook, the Guises represented to the beguiled King of Navarre that the opportunity was a most excellent one to urge his claims to his lost kingdom, and called in Chantenay, the Spanish ambassador in France, to enforce this argument. The spirit of unrest in France, both political and religious, was so great that only a head was wanting, not members, in order to bring things to a focus. The whole of Aquitaine and Normandy was reported, in December 1559, to be in such good heart as to be easily excited to action if they perceived any movement elsewhere. In February 1560, the turbulence in Paris was so great that Coligny was appointed to go thither in advance of the king's entrance for the appeasing of the garble there. In order to repress this spirit of rebellion, the government diligently prosecuted the Huguenots. The Guises hoped that the severity exercised during the last few months in Paris and many other cities against persons condemned for their religion, of whom very great numbers were burned alive, would terrify the Calvinists and the political Huguenots into obedience. But on the contrary, local rebellion increased. At Rouen, at Bordeaux, and between Blois and Orleans, Huguenots arrested by the king's officers were rescued by armed bands, in some cases the officers being killed. Indeed, so common did these practices become that they were at last heard of without surprise. Imagine a young king without experience and without authority, a council rent by discord, the royal authority in the hands of a woman alternately wise, timid, and irresolute, and always a woman. The people divided into factions and the prey of insolent agitators who under pretense of religious zeal trouble the public repose, corrupt manners, disparage the law, check the administration of justice, and imperil the royal authority. The interests of the religious Huguenots and the political Huguenots continued to approach during the autumn and winter of 1559–60. In order to make head against the usurpation of the Guises, which they represented as a foreign domination, the latter contended that it was necessary to call the Estates of France in order to interpret the laws, just as the Calvinists contended for an interpretation of the Scriptures. The contentions of the Huguenots, the tyrannical conduct of the Guises, the menaces which they did not hesitate to utter against the high nobles of the realm, the retirement into which they had driven the constable, the removal of the princes of the blood which they had brought about upon one pretext or another, the contempt they expressed for the States General, the corruption of justice, their exorbitant financial policy, the disposal of offices and benefices which they practiced. All these causes, united with religious persecutions, constituted a body of grievances for which redress inevitably would be demanded. The question was, how? The leaders of the Huguenots, and the term is used even more in a political sense than in a religious one, were not ignorant of the history of the Reformation in Germany, nor unaware of the fact that politics had been commingled with religion there. The question of ways and means being laid before the legists of the Reformation and other men of renown in both France and Germany. It was answered that the government of the Guises could be legally opposed and recourse made to force of arms, provided that the princes of the blood, who, in such case, had legitimate right to bear rule in virtue of their birth, or any one of their number, could be persuaded to endeavor to do so. But the attempt necessarily would have to be of the nature of a coup de main, for the reason that the king was in the hands of the Guises, and the council composed of them and their partisans. After long deliberation, it was planned, under pretext of presenting a petition to the king, to seize the Cardinal of Lorraine and the Duke of Guise, then to assemble the States General for the purpose of inquiring into their administration, and before them to prosecute the ministers for high treason. 3 classes of men found themselves consorting together in this movement: those actuated by a sentiment of patriotism, conceiving this to be the right way to serve their prince and their country. Second, those moved by ambition and fond of change. Finally, zealots who were filled with religious enthusiasm and a wish to avenge the intolerance and persecution which they and theirs had suffered. For such an enterprise, Louis of Bourbon, the Prince of Condé, was the logical leader, both because of his position as a prince of the blood and on account of his resentment toward the Guises for having been excluded from the government of Picardy. But the prince, when besought to attempt the overthrow of the Guises for the deliverance of the king, and the state, in view of the dubious conduct of his brother, concluded that it would be too perilous to the cause for him to be overtly compromised, in event of failure. Montmorency was not possible as a leader, for his religious leanings were in no sense Calvinistic. He was not a prince of the blood, and therefore his contentions could not politically have the weight of Condé's. And finally, his grievance was more personal than a party one. The conspirators found a leader in the person of a gentleman of Limousin or Périgord, one Godfrey de Bary, Sieur de la Renaudie, who had been imprisoned at Dijon, escaped and found refuge in Switzerland. He had a special grievance against the Guises, who had lately, September 4, 1558, put his brother-in-law, Gaspard de Hugh Sieur de Bay, to death. The active participants were, in the main, recruited from the Breton border, Anjou, Saintonge, and Poitou, with individual captains from Picardy, Normandy, Guyenne, Provence, and Languedoc. Their rendezvous was at Nantes, in a house owned, it is said, by Dandelot. But the author of the whole daring project was the famous François Hotman, a French refugee at Geneva, and the real inspiration of the movement came from Switzerland, for the unexpected death of Henry Roman II seemed to the French exiles in Switzerland to open the door of the mother country again to them. Illustration: Conspiracy of Amboise. Surrender of the Château de Noise. Tourterol in Parisine. The whole plot was concerted in a meeting held at Nantes on February 1, 1560, which was chosen partly because of its remoteness, partly because the Parlement of Brittany being in session, the conspirators could conceal their purpose by pretending to be there on legal business. A marriage festival also helped to disguise their true purpose, and for the sake of greater caution, the principals were careful not to recognize one another in public. It was determined to muster 200 cavalry from each town in the provinces of Guyenne, Gascony, Périgord, Limousin, and Agenais. For the maintenance of this force, they intended to avail themselves of the revenues and effects of the abbeys and monasteries of each province, taxing them arbitrarily and using force if unable to obtain payment in any other way. The initiative was to have been taken on March 6, under the form of presenting a petition to the king against the usurpation of the Guises. Unfortunately for the success of the enterprise, it was too long in preparation and too widely spread to keep secret. The magnitude of the plot alarmed the Guises, in spite of the full warning they had received. Aside from outside sources of information, the conspiracy was revealed by one of those in it, an advocate of the Parliament named Avenels, whose courage failed him at the critical moment. Thereupon, for precaution's sake, the court moved from Blois to the castle of Amboise, which the duke, having the king's authority to support him, immediately set about fortifying. He likewise secured the garrison and townspeople, and found a plausible pretext to watch the Prince of Condé by giving him one of the gates to defend. But at the same time, sent his brother, the Grand Prior, along with a company of men-at-arms of assured fidelity. In view of alarming rumors, a posse was sent on March 11 under command of the Count of Sancerre to Tours, where some 10 or 12 of those in the plot, notably the Baron de Castelnau, the Captain Mazars, and a gentleman named René, were already awaiting the money which was to be distributed among companies of theirs secretly stationed in the neighboring villages. 25 of the conspirators were arrested without opposition, whilst incautiously walking outside the Château de Noisy, between 3 and 4 leagues from Amboise, which belonged to the wife of René, and the whole number of them, with 5 others arrested at Tours by the Count de Sancerre, were taken to Amboise. Immediate examination, though, showed that some of them had risen in arms, partly from friendship for certain captains under whom they had served, while others had been tempted by a trifle of earnest money in lieu of pay, as usual when soldiers were raised for companies without knowing the place of their service or its purpose. They were all dismissed, with the exception of 1 or 2 who remained prisoners, the Chancellor Olivier having admonished them and told them that though they deserved to die the king of his clemency, for this once granted them their lives. To enable them to return home, the king had a crown, testin equals 10 to 11 sous, given to each man, but the alarm was not yet ended. That night, March 14, several couriers arrived at the court bringing new advices. The next morning at daybreak, there was greater commotion than ever before the castle, for 200 cavalry made their appearance in the town. They thought themselves almost sure of not finding any sort of resistance, and that they consequently would be able to effect their purpose, as all the princes and lords, like all the rest of the court, had no sort of defensive armor except some coats of mail, and very few even of those, while their offensive weapons were merely swords and daggers, with a few pistols, whereas, on the contrary, the insurgents were well armed with both kinds of weapons, and were for the most part well horsed. Some boatmen saw the insurgents following the course of the Loire, and their shouts aroused the castle. 1 or 2 were killed, whereupon the rest took to flight toward the country. But several were captured, and 2 of them having been recognized as among the company who had been pardoned on the evening before, they were instantly hanged, with 2 others taken on the preceding day, on the battlements over the castle gate. Illustration: the execution of Amboise, death of Castelnau. Tourterol and Parisson. As a result of the new alarm, there was a general scattering of bands of arrest on the next day, March 15. The Marshal Saint-André was dispatched to Tours with nearly 200 horse, with orders to take 5 companies of men-at-arms from the garrison in the immediate neighborhood. He was followed by Claude of Guise, the Duc d'Aumale, the Duc de Nemours, and the Prince of Condé. Marshal Termes was sent to Blois, the Marshal Vieilleville to Orleans, the Duke of Montpensier to Angers, La Rochefoucauld to Bourges, Berry to Poitiers. During the day, some 40 others were taken. 15 of those pursued retreated into a house and defended themselves most obstinately, wounding many of their assailants who surrounded it, so that the house was set on fire. One of them, rather than surrender, burned himself alive by throwing himself into the flames. Toward nightfall, 6 or 7 more of them were hanged. The Duke of Guise, whom the king, in the exigency of the moment, made lieutenant general on March 17, did not fail to take every precaution. He appointed 2 princes and 2 knights of St. Michael for each quarter of Amboise, keeping sentries there and sending out scouts as if the town were besieged. The most exposed parts of the castle were repaired and supplied with food, and above all with money, weapons, and artillery. The most useful remedy, however, was the publication and transmission for publication to all the towns and places in France of a general pardon for all the insurgents who, within 24 hours after its notification, should return to their homes, or otherwise they would be proclaimed rebels and traitors, and license would be given to all persons to slay them and inherit their property. But assuring the insurgents, nevertheless, that if they wished to say anything, or to present any request to the king, they would be heard willingly, without hurt, provided they made their appearance as loyal subjects. Illustration: Death of Larinati. Torturel in Parisine. The prisoners confessed that in all the neighboring towns, viz., Blois, Orleans, Chartres, Chétedon, and others, a great supply of arms had been made in secret, most especially of arquebuses, one of the men who were hanged having revealed that in one single house at Blois there were 6 large chests full of these. During the next 3 days nothing was attended to but fortifying the castle, repairing the weakest places around it, and making a trench in front of the principal gate, which opened on the country, in which some arquebuses and 3 or 4 small pieces of artillery found accidentally and brought there from neighboring places, were fixed. Round the town, besides cutting the bridges which were at its gates, except the principal bridge over the Loire, the moats were cleansed and restored, leaving but one gate open. Scouting parties were daily sent out, and on March 19, a company of 5 fell in with an equal number of insurgents. After a long and stout fight, the posse at length killed their commander and 2 of his men and made the other 2 prisoners. One of those killed proved to be Larinati. But the Guises did not stop with these acts of punishment nearby. Besides sending letters of authority to all bailiffs and seneschals ordering the arrest of all men, whether on foot or on horseback, to be found in the country surrounding Amboise, Tavannes, on April 12, 1560, was ordered to do the like in Dauphiné, being actually armed with letters de cachet issued in blank. Few other disturbances developed except at Lyon and in Provence and Dauphiné, but the government was anxious with regard to Gascony and Normandy, their populations being much more daring. "The whole of Normandy is filled with Huguenotism," wrote the Venetian ambassador. "The people by thousands sing every night until 10 o'clock the Psalms of David, and the men-at-arms dare not touch them. The people of Dieppe every night in the marketplace sing psalms, and some days have sermons preached to them in the fields. In most towns in Normandy and many other places they do the same thing." In consequence of this state of things, the Marshal de Termes was appointed with royal authority and full and absolute powers throughout the province summarily to confiscate, imprison, condemn, and put to death whomsoever he pleased. In the end, the government sent 1,200 of those implicated in the conspiracy of Amboise or under suspicion to execution. A morbid desire to witness the shedding of blood seized upon society, and it became a customary thing for the ladies and gentlemen of the court to witness the torture of those condemned after the manner of the auto de fe in Spain. D'Aubigné, the eminent historian of the French Reformation, was an eyewitness of such incidents, and though but 10 years of age, swore like young Hannibal before his father to devote his life to vengeance of such atrocities. Chapter 2. Catherine de' Medici between Guise and Condé. Project of a National Council. The insurrection of Amboise was not wholly displeasing to many even in the court. Huguenot dissidents, and the discontent of many persons with the government, gave the Cardinal and the Duke of Guise many troubled thoughts even after every external sign of disquiet had ceased. Strong suspicion rested upon the Prince of Condé, who was forbidden to leave the court, and so closely watched that he was afraid to speak to any of his friends. The Guises were in a dilemma, not having the courage to shed the blood royal, yet, on the other hand, they feared lest, by letting their suspicion pass in silence, the prince might be rendered more daring and confident for the future. So pointed did the accusation become that Condé finally demanded a hearing before the council, where he cast down the gauntlet to the Guises, declaring that whoever should say that he had any hand in conspiring against the king's person or government was a liar and would lie as often as he said so. He then offered to waive his privilege as a prince of the blood in order to have personal satisfaction and withdrew. But the Cardinal of Lorraine, instead of accepting the challenge, made a sign to the king to break up the session. Anton of Navarre had been in the south of France during these events, but nevertheless, he also did not escape suspicion. A secretary of his who was staying in Paris to look after his affairs was searched, and all the furniture of his house ransacked to discover incriminating papers, if possible. The Bourbon prince was doubly alarmed at the suspicion of guilt because his name was associated with that of the English queen. The King of Navarre may have had imperfect knowledge that something was in the wind when he left the court to visit his dominions in the south, but he was no party to the conspiracy. Of Queen Elizabeth's indirect participation, there is no doubt at all. The belief prevailed in Paris that great offers had been made to the Earl of Arran by Gascony, Poitou, Brittany, and Normandy, if he would lead an English descent into those parts. And in the two last-named provinces, English merchants and sailors animated the people to rebellion against the House of Guise by means of proclamations in the French language printed in England. But if the Guises shrank from shedding the blood of the princes, they struck as near to them as they dared, by urging the pursuit of Vissières, a former lieutenant of Montgomery, for whose apprehension, dead or alive, a reward of 2,000 crowns was offered, and Maligny, a lieutenant of the Prince of Condé. Although the initial purpose of the conspiracy had failed, namely to take the king and drive out the Guises, Condé and his followers did not fail to perceive that things were not entirely unfavorable. Catherine de Medici, who, while jealous of the position of the Guises in a place which naturally, and by tradition, if the regencies of Blanche of Castile and Anne of Beaujeu counted as precedents, belonged to her, had nevertheless sustained the drastic policy followed out after the execution of Dubourg, in spite of the arguments of the admiral. Now, however, she saw her opportunity to make head against the cardinal and his brother, and played into the hands of Coligny and Condé. She prevailed upon the king to send the admiral upon a special mission to Normandy late in July, where he was expected to take the edge off the martial terms, conduct, and secretly abetted the faction of the constable. The opportunity was the better to do these things owing to the death of the Chancellor Olivier on March 27, who had been an instrument of the Guises, and the Queen Mother was quick to seize it. The famous Michel de l'Hopital was immediately appointed to the vacancy. He was a man of great knowledge in the law and of great culture. At the moment, he was president of the Chamber des Comptes and had been chancellor to Madame Marguerite of France, the Duchess of Savoy, who had Protestant leanings, and had interceded for Dubourg, and was a member of the Conseil Privé of the king. L'Hopital's accession was followed by the proclamation of letters of pardon to all recent offenders, provided they lived as good Catholics, the king declaring that he was unwilling to have the first year of his reign made notorious to posterity for its bloody atrocities and the sufferings of his people. This was followed in May 1560 by the Royal Edict of Romorantin, whereby the jurisdiction of legal processes relating to religion was completely taken away from the courts of Parliament and from lay judges who had power to pass summary judgments, and was remitted to the ecclesiastical judges, which was interpreted as an assurance to accused persons that they needed no longer fear the penalty of death, owing to the opportunity of delaying sentences by means of appeals from the acts and sentences of bishops to archbishops, and from thence to Rome. In August, a supplementary decree ordered the bishops and all curates to reside at their churches, the bishops being prohibited in the future from proceeding against anyone in the matter of religion, except the Calvinist preachers or persons in whose houses Huguenot meetings were held, the government thus tacitly permitting others to live in their own way, which was interpreted as a virtual interim. The spirit of this legislation, as well as the skillful use of the law made therein, is certainly due to the heart and brain of the Chancellor L'Hopital, although Coligny is not without credit for his influence. These changes had the double effect, first, of persuading the Queen to take the management of affairs upon herself and endeavor to remove the House of Guise from court, and second, in giving the Huguenots and their partisans the opportunity of strengthening themselves. The leniency of the government drew back into France numbers of those who had withdrawn, among them preachers from Geneva and England who gave new life to the party by exhorting them to continue their assemblies and the exercise of their religion. There was fear that the interim would be used by the Huguenots like the edge of a wedge to open the way to possess churches of their own, and such a demand was shortly to be made openly in the King's Council at Fontainebleau in August 1560. It was apparent that there was not a province which was not affected, and there were many in which the new religion was even spreading into the country, as in Normandy, Brittany, almost all Touraine, Poitou, Guyenne, Gascony, the great part of Languedoc, Dauphiné, Provence, and Champagne. The religion of Geneva extended to all classes, even to the clergy, priests, monks, nuns, whole convents almost, bishops, and many of the chief prelates. The movement seemed to be widest among the common people, who had little to lose now that life seemed safe. Those who feared to lose their property were less moved. But nevertheless, all classes of society seemed deeply pervaded. While the interim lasted, only those were punished who were actually preaching and holding public assemblies. The prisons of Paris and other towns were emptied, and in consequence, there was a great number of persons throughout the kingdom who went around glorying in the victory over the Papists, the name which they give their adversaries. To add to the discomfiture of the Guises, the breach between them and Montmorency was widened. The Duke of Guise had purchased the right of the Sieur de Rambiers to the county of Dammartin, not far from Paris, and adjacent to that of Nantuil, which the Duke had shortly before acquired, the lower court of which was held in relief of Dammartin. In order to do so, the Duke of Guise had persuaded Philippe de Boulainvilliers, who had lately sold the property to the constable, to rescind the contract which had been made and sell it to him. But the Duke met with a straight rebuff, for when he sent word of the transaction, the constable answered by Damville, his son, that, as he had bought it, so would he keep it. The feud between the Guises and Montmorency naturally threw the Conestablists more than ever to the side of Condé. Damville was sent to the king and the queen mother, who were staying at Châteaudun, to inform them that the Guises were his declared adversaries, and then went to confer with the Prince of Condé, whom he met. Environ le jour appelé la fête de Diomois de Mai, between Étampes and Chartres, near Montlhéry, when on his way to Guyenne to see his brother of Navarre. The Guises, who had information of the interview, enlarged upon the dangerous conduct of Condé and pushed the suit for the lands of Dammartin in the courts. Catholic zealots made much of the events of Amboise to enlarge the reputation of the Guises. During the whole of this Passion Week, wrote the Venetian ambassador, nothing has been attended to but the sermons of the Cardinal of Lorraine, which gathered very great congregations, not only to his praise, but to the universal astonishment and admiration, both on account of his doctrines and by reason of his very fine gesticulation and incomparable eloquence and mode of utterance. On the other hand, those who abhorred him on account of religion and for other causes did not fail to defame him by libels and writings placarded publicly in several places in Paris, where they were seen and read by everyone who wished. Scarcely a day passed without finding in the chambers and halls of the king's own palace notes and writings of a defamatory nature abusing the Cardinal of Lorraine. In Paris, the Palais de Cluny, belonging to the Guise family, full of furniture of great value, was nearly burnt by a mob. In several places the cardinal's painted effigy, in his cardinal's robes, was to be seen, at one time hanging by the feet, at another with the head severed and the body divided into 4 quarters, as was done to those who were condemned. In the Place Maubert he was hanged in effigy and burnt with squibs. But worse disturbances than violent manifestos disquieted the government. On June 1, 1560, the day of the Corpus Domini at Rouen, when the procession passed through the city with the customary solemnities, it was remarked that in front of a certain house before which the procession passed no tapestry or any other decoration had been placed. Villebon, the king's officer, who on account of these disturbances about religion remained there, perceived the omission and being suspicious of some clandestine meeting of the Huguenots, chose to verify the fact instantly. He attempted to enter the house by force, but met with such stout resistance on the part of its inmates that the procession was interrupted, and a great tumult arose, both sides having recourse to arms. After much fighting, each party having several wounded, at length with the death of some defenders of the house, and after very great effort, the authorities quieted the uproar as well as they could. Next morning upward of 2,000 persons appeared before the royal magistrates, not only very vehemently to demand justice and satisfaction for the death of those persons who had been killed, but to present also the confession of what they believed and the mode in which they intended it should be allowed them to live, demanding that the confession should be sent to the king that it might be granted, and protesting that if on that account his ministers proceeded against any of them by arrest or capital punishment or other penalty, they would put to death an equal number of Catholic officials of the government. The president and 4 councillors of the Parliament of Rouen journeyed to Paris to present the confession. They assured the king that the whole of Normandy was of the same opinion as those who declared themselves. In its quandary, the government blamed Villebon, accusing him of too much zeal and inquisitiveness. Moreover, fresh commotions were heard of daily, and the government plainly feared some sudden attack like that of Amboise. The Guises plucked courage, however, from the fact that under the pretext of still preparing for the war in Scotland in support of Marv Stewart, they could fill France with soldiery. Months before the outbreak of the conspiracy of Amboise, their agents had been at work in Germany, using French gold for the purchase of arms, ammunition, and above all, men, for Germany was filled with small nobles of broken fortune, vagabond soldiers, and lansquenets ready to serve wherever the pay was sure and the chance for excitement and plunder good. On March 30, 1560, Guido Giannetti, Elizabeth's secret agent at Venice, wrote to Cecil, "France will have enough to do in her religious wars that have just sprung up, which will be worse than the civil war of the League of the Public Weal in 1465 under Louis I." The prophecy soon became true. In spite of the formidable preparations made to continue the war in Scotland, the more necessary since the death of the Queen Dowager of Scotland, news of which reached France on June 18, France, or rather the French party in Scotland, on July 6, 1560, signed the Treaty of Edinburgh, which, so far as the Guises were concerned, was the renunciation on their part of aggression abroad. Nothing but the grave state of home politics could have induced the Guises so to yield the cause of their niece in Scotland. The Huguenot issue promised to come to a climax during the summer of 1560. From all over France came reports of sedition and insurrection. The Protestants were masters of Provence. The Cardinal Tournon, returning from Rome, dared not bring with him the cross of the legation, for fear of its meeting with disrespect by the people of the places through which he would have to pass. From another source came the report that very free sermons have been delivered in the churches of Bayonne. The Bishop of Agen wrote the council that all the inhabitants of that city were in a state of furious insurrection, that they went to the churches, destroyed all the images, and maltreated certain priests. The Queen Mother was mysteriously warned that unless she released certain preachers imprisoned at Troyes, she would become the most unhappy princess living. The Pope's legate left Avignon in disgust at the license of the Lutherans, and when the pontiff proposed to send thither the Cardinal Farnese, who was willing to go provided a suitable escort of Italian and Swiss infantry was furnished, France refused to consent, being unwilling to allow a foreign prince to enter the kingdom on such a warlike footing. At the same time, the personal attack upon the Guises became more venomous. The enmity between the Guises and the House of Montmorency had become so open and proceeded so far, owing to the dispute about Damerton, that it was expected they would take up arms. To crown all, the government received information through several channels of a design against the king and his ministers of worse quality than the recent Amboise conspiracy. The information that came to light caused the greatest anxiety because this time the evidence seemed strongly to compromise the Vidame de Chartres and the Prince of Condé. Although the war in Scotland was practically at an end, the Guises had not relaxed their efforts to raise men and money. Philip Roman II, knowing what was in progress, seems to have made a partial offer of assistance. In July, 15 German captains were dispatched beyond the Rhine, each commissioned to bring back 300 pistoliers for the king's service. Letters were sent to the Rhinegrave and Duke John William of Saxony, urging them to form a league of the German princes and procure forces in case there should be need of them. La Mothe Gondrin was sent into Provence and Dauphiné, and another agent into Champagne, on similar errands. 1,500 men with armor and munitions were sent to the castle of Guise. The Guises even endeavored to effect a reconciliation with the constable through the mediation of the Marshal Brissac. The prevailing alarm was not allayed by the Admiral, Gaspard de Coligny, who at a full council meeting held at Fontainebleau on August 20, 1560, presented two petitions, one for the king, the other for his mother, asking the king, in the matter of religion, to concede the petitioners 2 places of worship in 2 parts of the kingdom for greater convenience, that they might there exercise their rites and ceremonies as private congregations, without being molested by anyone, arguing that meetings in private residences would thus be obviated. Coligny claimed to speak with authority, having been officially sent into Normandy by the Queen Mother to inquire into the cause of the disturbances there. A hot altercation ensued between the Admiral and the Cardinal of Lorraine. Coligny had prudently omitted signatures to the petition, but declared that he could get 50,000 persons in Normandy to sign it. To which the cardinal retorted that the king could get 1,000,000 of his own religion to sign the contrary. El Hospital, the chancellor, however, deftly diverted the discussion into a political channel by a long discourse upon the condition of the realm, comparing it to a sick man, asserting that the estates were troubled and corrupt, that religious dissidents existed, that the nobility were dissatisfied, and concluded by saying that if the source and root of all the calamities visiting France could be discovered, the remedy would be easy. In reply, the Cardinal of Lorraine offered to answer publicly for the administration of the finances, and showed by an abstract of the government accounts that the ordinary expenses exceeded the revenue by 2,500,000 livres, over $7.5 million. His brother, the Duke of Guise, as lieutenant general, laid papers upon the table with reference to the army and forces of the kingdom. An adjournment was then taken until August 23, when, upon reassembling, each member of the council was provided with a memorandum containing a list of the topics which the crown wished to have debated. Montluc, the Bishop of Valence, as the youngest privy councillor, began the discussion when the council reconvened. But the speech of the occasion was that of Marillac, the liberal Archbishop of Vienne, who, taking his cue from the chancellor, in a long discourse enlarged upon the religious, political, and economic distress of France. His address is a complete statement of the Huguenot program in church and state. He began by saying that the true, ancient, and customary remedy was a general council, but failing that, recourse must be had to a national council, and then proceeded to enumerate the things to be considered therein. First, the intrusion of foreign prelates, chiefly Italians, into French ecclesiastical offices, who fill a third portion of the benefices of the kingdom, who have an infinite number of pensions, who suck our blood like leeches, and who in their hearts laugh at us for being so stupid as not to see that we are being abused. Secondly, he demanded that the clergy of France show by some notable act that they were sincerely bent upon reform and not merely seeking to fortify their prerogatives and privileges under the pretension of reform, and to this end the illicit use of money, that great Babylonian beast, which is avarice, in whose path follow so many superstitions and abominations, must be guarded against. Thirdly, the wicked must make sincere repentance. Fourthly, for the adjustment of the political and economic questions vexing the people, the States General must be convened. Then followed a statement of conditions, that the king must live upon the income of the royal domains, the spoliation of which should cease, that his wars be supported by the old feudal aids and not by recourse to extraordinary taxes. This speech highly pleased the admiral, who added 3 points, namely, that a religious interim be officially granted until the findings of the Council of Trent, which the Pope was to be asked to reconvene, that in event of refusal to do so, a national council of the clergy of France be called in which the Huguenots should have a representation, and that the number of guards around the court, which were very expensive and only served to infuse fears and jealousies into the people's minds, be reduced. The upshot of the conference was the resolution to call a meeting of the States General for December 10 at Meaux, later changed to Orleans, and in default of the convening of a general church council, to convene a national body of the clergy at Paris on January 10, 1561, the long interval being allowed in order to permit the Pope to act. In the meantime, the status quo was maintained with reference to the worship of the Protestants, but for the sake of precaution, an edict was issued by which all subjects of the realm, whether princes or no, were prohibited from making any levy of men, arms, armor, horses, or moneys, on pain of being declared rebels against His Majesty. There is no doubt that the resolution of the Council of Fontainebleau conformed to the conviction of a large element in France, the religious troubles having stirred up a strong demand for another general council of the Church. The second session of the Council of Trent having been interrupted by the defeat of the Emperor Charles V in the Smalcald War, or a national council, if the convocation of the former proved impossible. Even the Cardinal of Lorraine, desirous of acquiring fame by reforming the Church of France, urged the course, though it was hostile to the interest of the Holy See, until the development of events at home persuaded him to change his tactics. The project of a national council was not pleasing to the Pope, who cherished the hope of reconvoking the Council of Trent, either in France, Spain, or Germany. When the Cardinal of Lorraine urged it, the Pope's rejoinder was that he would not divide Christ's garment. The Holy Father was in a quandary, being unable with safety to grant a free council or to refuse the general one. He wanted to regard the prospective council as a continuation of the Council of Trent and not as a new council. But there were political difficulties in the way of so doing, for not all the German princes were in favor of the decrees of Trent, and the emperor was bound by his oath not to attempt execution of the decrees, lest the princes of the Confession of Augsburg become alarmed for fear that the emperor, His Catholic Majesty, and the most Christian king had formed a Catholic concert. The kings of Spain and France, moreover, although in favor of the General Council, had reservations of their own regarding the application of the Tridentine decrees. The matter of the council was of much importance to every ruler in Europe. France, although resolved to convene the national clergy if the Pope protracted things, nevertheless urged the latter to hasten to grant a free and general council, not only by means of the Bishop of Angoulême, the French ambassador in Rome, and the cardinals, but also through Bachettel, the Bishop of Reims, ambassador to the emperor, and Sebastian de l'Aubespine, the Bishop of Limoges, ambassador to Philip Roman II. The Venetian Senate, too, was importuned to use its influence. But the Pope hesitated for a long time, because the secular governments and himself were divided upon the question as to whether such a council should be regarded as a continuation of the Council of Trent, as the Pope wished, or as a council de novo. The Pope was fearful of compromising the papal authority by admitting the French contention of an authority superior to himself. For this, he could never grant, taking the ground that, whether present or absent, he was always the head of and superior to all councils. Finally, Pius Roman IV, alarmed by the resolution of the French government to assemble a national council if the General Council should not be held, both because it would diminish his authority and because, even though nothing should be resolved on in opposition to the See of Rome, yet the assembling of a council by France without its consent would be prejudicial and might be made a precedent by other states, came to the conclusion that further delay was dangerous and convoked the General Council for Easter 1561, at Trent, to extirpate heresy and schism and to correct manners, declaring that the canons of the Church could permit of no other course. The resolution of the French government had forced the hand of the pontiff, who, however, consoled himself by the thought that either the National Council would not now take place, or that the Guises would prevail in the States General, so that the National Council could be silenced, if held. The Pope figured that he would force the Catholic princes to side with him, lest by hazarding a change of religion in a national council, they would also endanger their kingdoms. Philip Roman II concurred in this belief. A king so orthodox as he had not failed to watch the course of the movement in France upon the ground of religious interests. But the Spanish king had also a political interest in France. His own Flemish and Dutch provinces were turbulent with revolt, and Granvella wrote truly when he said that it was a miracle that with the bad example of France, things were no worse in the Low Countries. Accordingly, Philip Roman II sent Don Antonio de Toledo into France to divert the French king from the idea of a national council. The means of persuasion were readily at hand, for the French king was already far too compromised with Philip Roman II to refuse his request. After the arrest of the Vidame of Chartres, Francis Roman II, in a long ciphered letter of August 31, 1560, to his ambassador in Spain, had besought the Spanish king to be prepared to assist him in case it should be necessary. To forfeit the proposed national council, Philip Roman II now offered at his own expense to give the French aid in suppressing all rebellion and schism. Warlike preparations accordingly went forward under cover of a proposed intervention in Scotland, which the uncertainty regarding Condé and Anton of Bourbon facilitated, for it was currently believed that both the King of Navarre and the Prince absented themselves from court on purpose. At the court, the rumor prevailed that both were plotting recourse to arms, so much so that on September 2 the Cardinal Bourbon was sent to them, desiring them in the name of the king to repair to the court, which, on the next day, was moved from Fontainebleau to Saint-Germain. The Marshal Brissac was transferred from the government of Picardy to that of Normandy, and Du Bois, master of the footmen, was instructed to conduct all the footmen he could levy with great secrecy into Normandy, while all the men in the ordinary garrison of Picardy and other frontier points were drawn in toward Orleans. At the same time, the Rhinegrave was notified to come, but met unexpected opposition. Parallel with these military preparations, new financial measures were taken. On October 11, 1560, the king demanded 100,000 crowns, testons, a silver coin valued at 10 or 11 sous. The amount was between $750,000 and $775,000 from the members of the Parliament, the Provost, the chief merchants of Paris, and certain learned men of the Sorbonne. The Parisians murmured because they thought the military display was meant to intimidate them. In November, the crown imposed 10,000 francs, approximately $7,500, upon Orleans and demanded 100,000 more to pay the troops. Lyon furnished a loan, and money was also secured by confiscations from the Huguenots on the part of the local authorities in many places. In the provinces, disturbances continued to take place. In Amboise and Tours, the people stormed the prisons and released all those who had been confined as agitators on account of religion. The valley of the Loire seems to have been the storm center of these provincial uprisings, and in the middle of October, the king came hastily to Orleans with 3 companies of veteran infantry from the garrisons of Picardy. It was now decided to convene the States General at Orleans instead of Meaux. On October 30, the Prince of Condé, who all along had borne himself as if innocent and who came with his brother to Orleans, was arrested, and the Vidame of Chartres, who had been incarcerated in the Bastille, was sent for from Paris that he might be examined face to face with Condé. Besides being accused of implication in the conspiracy of Amboise, he was accused of being the author of the recent insurrection at Lyon. A significant change was made in the provincial administration at this time. The Guises, having observed the dissatisfaction that prevailed because so many offices, dignities, and commissions had been distributed among them, in order to fling a sop to the princes of the blood and their faction, advised the king to create 2 new governments in the middle of the kingdom in favor of the Duke of Montpensier and his brother, the Prince de la Roche-sur-Yon. In compliance with this suggestion, the government of Touraine, to which province was added the duchies of Anjou and Vendôme, and the counties of Maine, Blois, and Dunois, was created in favor of the former, and the government of Orleans, to which was added the duchies of Berry, the Pays Chartrain, the Beauce, Montargis, and adjacent places, in favor of the latter. But the new office was reduced to a shadowy power by the revolutionary step of appointing provincial lieutenants over the governors, who were responsible to the Duke of Guise as lieutenant general of the realm. In this case, the Sieur de Sipierre being lieutenant in the Orléanais and Savigny in Touraine, each of whom was a servitor of the Guises. There is little reason to doubt that the Huguenots would have made a formidable revolt at this early day if they had been certain of effective leadership. But the cowardice of Antoine of Navarre, the logical leader of the party, prevented them from so doing. The great influence he might have exerted as first prince of the blood was in singular contrast with his weak character. His policy, which he flattered himself to be a skillful one of temporization, was looked upon with contempt by the Huguenots, who despised him for weakly suffering his brother to be so treated, and then added to his pusillanimity by foregoing his governorship of Guyenne, which was given to the martial terms. In vain, the Huguenot leaders urged upon him their supplications and their remonstrances. In vain, they laid before him the details of their organization. That 6,000 or 7,000 footmen throughout Gascony and Poitou were already enrolled under captains, that between 3,000 and 4,000, both foot and horse, would come from Provence and Languedoc, that from Normandy would come as many or even more, with a great number of cavalry. That with the aid of all these, he would be able to seize Orleans, thus controlling the States General, and Bourges, with Orleans the 2 most important towns in central France. They assured him that thousands were merely waiting for a successful stroke to declare themselves, and that money was to be had in plenty. For every cavalryman and every footman was supplied with enough money for 2 months, and that much more would be forthcoming, provided only the King of Navarre would declare himself the protector of the king and the realm and oppose the tyranny of the Guises. This was the moment chosen by Catherine de' Medici to assert herself. Hitherto, there had been no room for her between the two parties, each of which aspired to absolute control of the king. The Queen Mother had no mind to see herself reduced to a simple guardian of the persons of her children, utterly dependent upon the action of the council, without political authority, nor control of a single denier, and perceived that she might now fish to advantage in the troubled waters. To change the figure, she determined to play each party against the other in the hope of herself being able to hold the balance of power between them. This explains her double dealing after the conspiracy of Amboise, when she represented to Coligny that she wished to be instructed in the Huguenot teachings in order, if possible, that she might be able to discover the true source and origin of the troubles, and conferred with Chaulian, the Protestant pastor in Paris, and Duplessis, the Huguenot minister at Tours, at the same time also inquiring into the political claims of the Huguenots, having the Cardinal of Lorraine concealed, like Polonius, behind the arras. Why, too, she used fair words at the conference at Fontainebleau, and simultaneously saw Francis Roman II write to Philip Roman II asking for Spanish aid in the event of civil war. The Venetian ambassador said truly that the famous Roman temporizer, Fabius Cunctator, would have recognized his daughter in this astute woman of Etruria. For fear of being sent back to Italy or of staying in France without influence, she aimed to play the two parties against one another. She did not hesitate to hazard the crown in order to keep the government in her hands, although, as the Venetian ambassador said, to wish to maintain peace by division is to wish to make white out of black. The time was a peculiarly propitious one. With the Prince of Condé out of the way, she counted upon the vacillation and hesitancy of the King of Navarre to keep the Huguenots from overt action, while the prospect of the coming States General, which had grown out of the assembly at Fontainebleau, as the Bishop of Valence had predicted, filled the Guises with dismay. So much so that, when the demand for the summons of that body began to grow, they had endeavored to persuade the king to ordain that whoever spoke of their convocation should be declared guilty of lees. Majesté, the reason of their alarm is not far to seek. The demand for the States General was the voice of France, speaking through the noblesse and the bourgeoisie, crying out for a thorough inquiry into the administration of the Guises and reformation of the governmental system of both state and church. As such, it was a menace to the cardinal and his brother, and in alignment with the demands of the political Huguenots. The costly wars of Henry Roman II, the extravagance of the court, the burdensome taxation, the venality of justice, the lawlessness and disorder prevailing everywhere, the impoverishment of many noble families, and the rise of new nobles out of the violence of the wars in Picardy and Italy, more prone to license and less softened by the social graces that characterized the old families, the dilapidation of ancestral fortunes and the displacements of wealth, the religious unrest, the corruption of the church, all these grievances, none of which was wholly new, were piling up with a cumulative force, whose impending attack the Guises regarded with great apprehension. The administration of the Cardinal of Lorraine and his ducal brother had not mended matters, but in justice to them, it should be said that their ministry was quite as much the occasion as the cause of the popular outcry for reform. The evils of the former reign were reaching a climax which their haughtiness and ambition served to accentuate. Misappropriation of public moneys, exorbitant taxation, denial of justice, spoliation of the crown lands, especially the forests, the dilapidation of church property, and the corruption of manors were undoubtedly the deepest popular grievances. In the demand for redress of these grievances, all honest men were united. In 1560, the cry of the Huguenots for freedom of worship was the voice of a minority of them only. Most Huguenots at this time were political and not religious Huguenots, who simply used the demand of the new religionists as a vehicle of expression. This sentiment also for local risings to rescue arrested Calvinists, the participants in many cases being actuated more by the desire to make a demonstration against the government than by sympathy with the Calvinist doctrines. The debts of the crown at the accession of Francis Roman II aggregated 43 millions of livres, upon which interest had to be paid, without including pensions and salaries due to officers and servants of the royal household, and the gendarmerie, which were from 2 to 5 years in arrears, a sum so great that if the entire revenue of the crown for a decade could have been devoted to its discharge, it would not have been possible to liquidate it. The result was the provinces abounded with poor men driven to live by violence and crime, while even the nobility, because of their reduced incomes, and the soldiery on account of arrears of wages, were driven to plunder the people. Even members of the judiciary and the clergy had recourse to illicit practices. The regular provincial administration was powerless to suppress evils so prevalent, whose roots were found in the condition of society. It was in vain that the crown announced that it was illegal to have recourse to arms for redress of injuries, and commanded the governors in the provinces, the bailiffs, seneschals, and other similar officers to stay within their jurisdictions, and vigilantly to sustain the provost-marshals in suppressing sedition or illegal assemblies. Some men thought the remedy lay in more drastic penalties and advocated the abolishment of appeal in criminal causes, as in Italy and Flanders. But history in many epochs shows that the social maladies of a complex society cannot be so cured. Obviously, the true remedy lay in searching out the causes of the trouble and destroying them, and this was the intent of the demand for the States General. The summons of the States General of Orleans and the further act of the government in announcing that it would summon a national council of the French clergy to meet in Paris on January 10, 1561, unless the Council General was called in the meantime, were equivalent to promises that reform would be undertaken in both state and church. The double announcement was the simultaneous recognition of one necessity: reformation. Chapter 3. The States General of Orleans. The prosecution of the Prince of Condé and the vidame of Chartres was pushed during the month of November in order to overcome any Huguenot activity in the coming States General. The Guises assured both the Pope and Spain that their intention was, after the execution of the prince, to send soldiery into the provinces under the command of the marshals Saint-André, Termes, Brissac, and Sipierre, whose Catholicism was of a notoriously militant type, and thus either to crush the Huguenots or drive them out of the country. Condé claimed, upon the advice of his council, the advocates Claudius Robert and Francis Marillac, that as a prince of the blood he had to give account to the king alone and to judges suitable to his condition, as peers of France, denying the jurisdiction of the ordinary judges. This the latter refused to allow, on the ground that there was no appeal from the king in council, which at least had been the practice of the crown since Francis I, because the judgment so given was an absolute declaration of the king's pleasure. Whereupon Condé, after the example of Marchetes, when condemned by Philip of Macedon, appealed from the king in bad counsel to the king in good counsel. The prince, however, adhered to his claim, until by a subterfuge he was made, in a way, to commit himself. For at last he signed an answer to his counsel, Robert, whereby the prosecution gained a point prejudicial to him, although good lawyers affirmed that a defendant's counsel could not be made his judge. Thereupon the government organized a court in which there was a sprinkling of peers, in order to seem to comply with the law. Under such practices, the judgment was a foregone conclusion, although even after being declared guilty, the general opinion was that the prince would not be put to death, but that the worst that could befall him would be imprisonment in the dungeons of Laux, where Ludovic Sforza died in the reign of Louis Roman XII, or that he would be kept in confinement elsewhere pending greater age on the part of the king and new developments. What Condé's fate would have been still remains a problematical question, for Francis Roman II died at Orleans on December 5, 1560, and his death put an end to all proceedings against the prince. The Prince of Condé was released on December 24 and immediately went to La Fère in Picardy. The crown descended to the dead king's younger brother, Charles Roman IX, a boy 10 years of age. His accession was not an auspicious one. Well might the Venetian ambassador exclaim, Vi tibi terra cujus rex puer est. The execution of 2 Calvinists in Rouen on December 3 occasioned a riot during which the gates of the city were shut, and at Bordeaux a serious insurrection of 200 persons had taken place in consequence of the arrest of Condé, so that the general pardon of religious offenders issued on January 3, 1561, was a wise step. All the plans designed and prepared for execution at Orleans were broken by the death of the king. The Guises were furious. It was hoped that the new reign might be established tranquilly, without an appeal to arms, But there was much misgiving owing to the bad spirit among the people on account of the religious question and of their dislike of the existing government. Many had thought that in the event of the death of the king, a general uprising might result throughout the realm for religious and administrative reform, since Charles Roman IX, being a minor, would be placed under the guidance of the King of Navarre, the oldest and nearest prince of the blood, who by consenting to the demands of the Huguenots, either from inclination or from inability to repress them, would open the door to such a course. Others believed that the Guises would not be put down, but that with the military resources concentrated around Orleans at their disposal, they would seek to overawe the opposition and retain their power, finding means, through papal dispensation, to marry Mary Stuart to the new king. There was a third class who rightly surmised that the Queen Mother, if not able to establish the regency in her favor, would play the parties against each other in such a way as to be able to exercise large control herself. In pursuance of this double course, Catherine secretly incited the King of Navarre and the Prince of Condé, giving out that the action lately taken against the latter had been by the advice of the Guises. At the same time, she gave the Guises to understand that the hard feeling which the Bourbon princes felt for them was contrary to her wish and pleasure, and that it was they who had sought to compel the Guises to render account of their administration. As the Constable seemed to command the balance of power, both the Queen Mother and the Guises began to compete for his favor, Catherine overcoming her old enmity on account of her fear of the Guises. Between the Guises and Montmorency, the enmity was too great for any rapprochement, so that the Guises endeavored to counter the coalition of Catherine de' Medici and the Constable by overtures to Anton of Navarre, whose own pliant nature readily yielded to their blandishments, telling him that Philip Roman II probably would be inclined to restore his lost kingdom of Navarre or give him an equivalent in Sardinia, in the event of the adoption of a strong Catholic policy on his part. Catherine de' Medici, however, by the promptness of her action, and perhaps not a little owing to the unpopularity of the Cardinal of Lorraine, got the better of the Guises, the government being organized around the Queen Mother and the three Bourbon princes, the King of Navarre, the Cardinal of Bourbon, the Prince of Condé, the Constable, the three Chatelains, the Admiral Coligny, the Cardinal Audit, and Dandelot, the Duc de Montpensier and the Prince de la Roche-sur-Yon. The Duke of Aumale, the Marquis of Elbeuf, the Grand Prior of France, and the Cardinals of Lorraine and Guise, all brothers of the Duke of Guise and the Cardinal of Lorraine, left the court at the same time, but if the pride of the Guises was wounded, they did not show it. They were followed by all the companies of ordnance, both cavalry and infantry, which had been sent to Orleans. But Catherine de' Medici looked farther than the present order of things and schemed to have the coronation effected as soon as possible, thinking that it would remove many difficulties alleged of the king's minority and make him of sufficient authority to appoint such governors as he pleased. She found means to have it arranged in the Privy Council, March 27, 1561, that she and the King of Navarre, in the capacity of lieutenant general, should rule jointly, the king's seal being in the custody of both and kept in a coffer to which each should carry a different key. This astute move gave Catherine exclusive guardianship of the person of Charles Roman IX and assured her at least an equal power in the regency. At the same time, orders were given for the ambassadors and others who wished for audience to ask it of the Queen Mother through the secretaries. By this new arrangement, it became unnecessary to give account of one's business first of all either to the Cardinal of Lorraine or the Constable, or to anyone else, as was usually done before, but at once to address the Queen, who, should the matter need to be referred to the council, could propose it and give reply according to their decision. As not one of these councillors was superior to another, the power was all in Catherine's hands. She had played her cards well and had won. The Duke of Guise ceased to be of influence at court, and the Constable was satisfied to lose his authority in order to damage his enemies. France began to awaken to the fact that the Queen, who had led a life of retirement during her husband's reign, in that of her son was evincing that capacity for public affairs which was an hereditary possession in her family. In her quality as Queen Mother, she kept the king well in hand. She would not permit anyone but herself to sleep in his bedchamber. She never left him alone. She governed as if she were king. She appointed to offices and to benefices. She granted pardon. She kept the seal. She had the last word to say in council. she opened the letters of the ambassadors and other ministers. Those who used to think she was a timid woman discovered that her courage was great, and that, like Leo X and all his house, she possessed the art of dissimulation. The Huguenots had hoped for much politically from the sudden revolution and looked forward to organizing the States General, while the Catholics hoped that the precautions taken during the elections had ensured the election of men opposed to any novelty in the matter of religion. The first session took place on December 13. El Hospital, the chancellor, made an eloquent and earnest plea in favor of harmony among the members, endeavoring to draw them away from religious animosities by pointing out the great necessity of administrative and political reform, urging that the root of the present evils was to be found in the miscarriage of justice, the burdensome taxes, the corruption of office, etc. He ascribed the religious inquietude to the degeneracy of the Church and advocated thorough reform of it, saying that the clergy gave occasion for the introducing of a new religion, though he avoided entering into the matter of merit of its doctrines. He pointed out the needs of France and the necessity for civil and religious concord, and in the peroration pleaded for earnest, patriotic support of the boy king. For there never was a father, no matter of what estate or condition, who ever left a little orphan more involved, more in debt, more hampered than our young prince is by the death of the kings, his father and his brother. All the cost and expenses of 12 or 13 years of long and continuous war have fallen upon him. 3 grand marriages are to be paid for, and other things too long to tell of now. The domain, the aids, the salt storehouses, and part of the tail have been alienated. In spite of the efforts of the chancellor, however, to smooth the way, the ship of state encountered rough water at the very beginning. It was doubtful whether anything would come of the session, as the difficulties between the delegates were endless, partly from the diversity of their commissions and of the requests they had to make, partly from individual caprice. The commons and the clergy readily agreed to meet together, but many of the nobility made difficulty. Some of those of Guyenne and of some parts of Brittany, Normandy, and Champagne would not consent to treat with the government without a fresh commission, saying that their commission was to the late king, Francis Roman II, an invention of those who were not satisfied with the present government and disliked the Queen's supremacy. Perceiving this obstacle, the Queen sent for the President of La Rochelle and told him to have an autograph list made of all those who dissented and to bring it to her. But no one dared to be the first to sign this list. This was admirable adroitness on Catherine's part. She was playing for a large stake because if the estates treated with the new government, they would in a certain way approve its legitimacy by general consent. Finally, after a week's delay, during which the cahiers of the delegates were handed in and classified, deliberations were resumed. The 3 chief questions before the Estates of Orleans were religion, the finances, and the regulation of the courts of judicature. The 3 estates in order, beginning with the commons, presented each its cause. The orator of the 3rd estate, an avocat du Roy at Bordeaux, demanded a general council for the settlement of religious controversy, the discipline of the clergy, whom he denounced in scathing terms, their reformation in manners and morals, revision of justice, and alleviation of taxes. As a whole, the commons seemed to wish for a general pardon for all the insurgents, and that everybody should be restored to favor, that the election of prelates should be regulated, so as to ensure the nomination of fitting persons to reform the life and customs of the clergy, and that the revenues of the churches should be limited to persons appointed for that purpose. The spokesman of the noblesse, one Jacques de Silly, Sieur de Rochefort, invoked biblical authority, besides Assyrian and classical history, to prove that the nobility had been ordained of God and recognized by men of all times as the pillar of the state. The harangue was a carefully worded assertion of the political interests and claims of the nobility. Even religion was subordinated to their political ends, a written memorial being presented by some of the nobles asking for leave for each great feudal proprietor to ordain what worship he might choose within his lands, after the manner of the settlement at Augsburg in 1555. Cujas regio, ejus religio. Illustration, States General of Orleans. Tortoral and Parison. The clergy naturally were in conformity with the canons and the Catholic ritual. They were declared to be the organ and mouth of France, much history and doctrinal writing being cited to prove their supremacy. Liberty of election in the matter of church offices, abolition of the abuse of the dime, which it was complained had been extorted from the church, not once, but 4, 5, 6, and even 9 times in a year, and prelates put in prison for failure to pay, to the destruction of worship in the churches. Suppression of heresy, thus early stigmatized as la prétendue réformation, and royal support of the authority of the priest class were the 4 demands of the clerical order. The sittings were rendered less tedious by a bold attack made upon the persecution of religion by a deputy who demanded that the Huguenots be permitted to have their own church edifices, a plea which was reinforced by a hot protest of the Admiral Coligny against an utterance of Quintin, the clerical orator. As to religion, grave questions arose. Would the toleration of religion occasion civil war? Would it cause an ultimate alteration of the faith of France? Would it, finally, alter the state too? The States General refused to enter deeply into these problems. The petition of the Protestants was not mentioned. In the end, it was determined to grant a general pardon to all throughout the kingdom, without obliging anyone to retract or to make any other canonical recantation. A proposal which was quite at variance with the constitution of the Church, and was regarded by Rome as exceeding the bounds of the authority of the king and his council. Cognizance of matters of this nature appertaining to ecclesiastics and not to laymen. The pressure of the Third Estate, as well as the influence of Coligny, El Hospital, and others, is discernible in this measure. For it had been determined in the Privy Council that should the Council General not be held before June, the National Council would assemble in France. This could not be denied to the estates who demanded it, and this concession apparently at first caused all the 3 estates to agree not to renounce the old religion. To this must be added another reason, viz. that although the greater part of the clergy, more especially the bishops, approved the old religion, yet many of the nobility approved the new one. Even more favorable action toward the Huguenots might have been taken if Catherine's caution, and her fear of antagonizing the Guises too much, had not acted as a restraint. The pardon of the government was theoretically not understood to be granted to those who preached the Calvinistic doctrine, nor to the king's judges who had authority in the cities and provinces of France who espoused it. But it was tacitly admitted that no one was to be prosecuted for heresy on this account. In Orleans, the people worshipped in Huguenot form, and in Paris, wonder of wonders, Catholic preachers were admonished to cease inveighing against Lutherans and Huguenots, and not to speak against their sects or their opinions, an order generally interpreted as consent from the Privy Council for all to follow such opinions about faith as most pleased their ideas. A corollary to the question of religion was that touching the government of the Church. Several excellent ordinances were passed for reforming the abuses of the Church, particularly for preventing the sale of benefices. The election of the bishops was taken out of the king's direct jurisdiction and remitted to the clergy. And to satisfy the people it was added that 12 noblemen and 12 commoners together, with the governor and judges of the city in which a bishop was to be elected, were to unite with the clergy in election, giving laymen the same authority as ecclesiastics. Another matter also was determined which was sure to displease the Pope, viz. that monies should no longer be sent to Rome for the annats or for other compositions on account of benefices, on the ground that these charges drew large sums of money from the kingdom and were the cause of its poverty. Even the payment of the Peter's pence was resented by some. The Bishop of Vienne publicly asserted that it was with astonishment and sorrow that he observed the patience with which the French people endured these taxes, as if, said he, the wax and lead of the king was not worth as much as the lead and the wax of Rome, which cost so much. As it would have seemed strange, were the Pope not first informed of it, the estates elected one of the presidents of the Parliament to go to Rome to give an account to the Pope of the matter, not so much to ask it as a favor from the Pope, as merely to state the causes which moved the government thus to decide. The strong inclination of many in France whose Catholicity could not be impugned, to diminish the papal authority and assert the old Gallican liberties, is noticeable. Pontifical authority would have been quite at an end if the estates had determined to lay hands on the church property, as was desired by many persons. The 2 other questions before the estates were those of justice and finance. In the matter of the former, nothing was done. For although there was universal dissatisfaction, the issue was too complicated, as all judicial offices were sold, and in order to displace those who had bought them, it would have been necessary to reimburse the holders, which could not have been done then. The chances, accordingly, were that the administration of justice was likely to go from bad to worse. The main work of the Estates of Orleans had to do with the reorganization of the finances of the kingdom, the administration of which was intimately connected with the future government. The crown was over 40 million francs, exceeding 18 million crowns, in debt. It may be well at this point to give a short survey of the financial policy of the French crown during the 16th century. Under Louis Roman XII, the taille, which was the principal tax, and which fell upon the peasant, was reduced to about 600,000 écus, a sum little superior to the amount originally fixed under Charles Roman VII. It was raised by Francis I to 2 millions. In the time of Louis Roman XII, the total revenue amounted to barely 2 millions. His successor brought it up to 5, the dîmes of the clergy being included. When the expenses of the government came to exceed the receipts, Francis I had recourse to extraordinary measures, that is to say, to augmentation of the taxes, to new loans, or to new forms of taxation. In 1539, he introduced the lottery from Italy. These extraordinary practices were not submitted to any process of approval, not even in the pays d'etat. Foreigners were astonished at the ease with which the King of France procured money at his pleasure. Francis I quadrupled the taille upon land, and even had the effrontery to raise it to the 5th power. In general, the people paid without murmuring, although in 1535 an insurrection broke out at Lyon on account of an alteration in the aids demanded by the crown. And in 1542 there was a serious outbreak at La Rochelle owing to burdensome imposition of the gabelle. The author of the new financial measures of 1539 was the Chancellor Poyet, a man of ability who owed his advancement to the favor of Montmorency. Several very excellent measures are due to him, preeminently numerous ordinances relating to the inalienability of the royal domain, which he promulgated as a fundamental law of the monarchy, a law which the weak successors of Henry Roman II repudiated. He also endeavored to suppress dishonest administration in the provinces. Thus he called to account both the Marshal Montgeon, whose exactions in the Lyonnais produced wide complaint, and Galliot de Genelac, the Sire de Sire, whose stealings were enormous. These measures would have had a salutary effect if the administration of justice had been independent and honest in France. Unfortunately, Poyet's reputation for integrity was not as great as it should have been in a minister, and his policy made him many enemies. The incomes of Francis I, great as they were, did not suffice for Henry Roman II, the renewal of the war continuing to increase his necessities. Under him, the increase of the gabelle and the tithes and other special taxes brought the total of the revenues up to 6.5 million écus, which did not yet save the king from being reduced to the necessity of making alienations and loans, which reached on the day of his death 14 millions of écus, about 36 millions of francs. The practice of the French government of making loans, a practice which has today become familiar to us on a colossal scale, both in Europe and America, antedates the 100 Years' War. St. Louis contracted various loans with the Templars and Italian merchants for his crusades. Philip the Fair borrowed from Italian merchants, from the Templars, and from his subjects. His war with Edward I of England and his enterprises in Italy increased the amount, so that his sons inherited a considerable public debt. The 100 Years' War enormously increased it. We have few means of knowing what rates of interest obtained upon most of the public loans of the 14th and 15th centuries, but they were probably high in most cases. Charles Roman VIII in 1487 fixed the rate of interest upon a loan made in Normandy at 12 deniers tournois for each livre, which would not be over 5%. 7 years later, when he was preparing for the Italian campaign, a rate of 2 sous per livre obtained, which would be approximately equivalent to 10%. In the time of the direct Valois kings, most of the government's loans were arranged in the provinces, as in Normandy and Languedoc. But beginning with Francis I, the city of Paris became increasingly the place where the crown obtained financial aid, so much so indeed that the supervision of the rents of the Hôtel de Ville became a separate administrative bureau of the royal treasury. Although it must not be understood that the government's operations were henceforth exclusively confined to Paris. For loans continued to be made wherever possible with towns, corporations, the clergy, and private loan brokers and bankers. These rents of the capital, it should be understood, were technically a substitution of the credit of the city of Paris for the somewhat dubious credit of the crown. From that date, 1522, forward in France, government loans took the form of perpetual annuities, payable at the Hôtel de Ville in Paris. But other cities, such as Orleans, Troyes, Toulouse, and Rouen, also furnished the king with money in the form of annuities. Aside from Paris, the Church of France was the grand pillar of the government's finances, and as the initiation of the rents is due to Francis I, so to this king also is the second expedient to be ascribed. In 1516, on the occasion of the Concordat, Leo X allowed Francis I to exact a new tenth, theoretically to be distinguished from the dime of the clergy of France, the pretext being a war projected against the Turks. The new tithe was levied by the king's officers alone, on the basis of a grand survey of the property of the clergy, description Gaindrail du Bayen d'Église, made in this year. In this financial survey, the tax or quota of each benefice and the total of the tithe in every diocese were indicated. Thenceforth it was easy for numerous tithes to be levied by the will of the king alone. However, in order to conceal the arbitrariness of this conduct, the crown sometimes indicated its purpose to Rome, which issued the necessary validation, but more often the king addressed the clergy itself, united in assemblies of the bishops at Paris and in provincial or diocesan assemblies. The consent of the clergy was nothing but a formality, for the royal authority fixed in advance the sum to be paid. The diocesan assembly had nothing to do but distribute the impost. This concession of the Pope was successively renewed, under different pretexts, for a number of years, under the name of a don caritative, and was equivalent to another tithe. The practice, prolonged year after year, at last hardening into a permanent form of taxation required of the clergy, so much so that under Henry Roman II receivers of the gift were established in every diocese. Wastefulness and bad management characterized the reign of Henry Roman II from the very first. The treasury was soon completely exhausted. A reserve of 400,000 écus d'or, which Francis I had amassed to carry the war into Germany, with little owing save to the Swiss, payments to whom Francis I had continued in order to prolong his alliance with them, was dissipated within a few months, and the government had resort to increased taxation and the creation of new taxes. The gabelle upon salt, from which Poitou, Saintonge, and Guyenne had hitherto been exempt, and which was now introduced into those provinces, raised a terrible revolt which was not crushed until much violence had been done and much blood shed. The renewal of the war against Charles V and the invasion of Lorraine, added to the insatiable demands of the court, required new financial expedients. Not less than 18 times during the 12 years of the reign of Henry Roman II were the Echevins of Paris called upon to supply the king with sums of money. 4.5 millions were thus demanded of the capital. In order to obtain these sums, which the people refused to advance gratuitously, the king was forced to humiliate himself exceedingly. Thus, in 1550, in a general assembly of the sovereign courts of the clergy and of the bourgeois, it was reported that the king, being obliged to give money to the English, and not having any money in his treasury except mutilated and debased currency, which could not be recoined, is under the necessity of offering this debased and mutilated coin as security for a public loan. As might be expected, this not very tempting offer did not entice the provost of the merchants, much to the chagrin of the king, who, however, consented to a short delay. But 3 years later, Henry Roman II was even less shameless. Although there was still just as much unwillingness on the part of the merchants of the city to take the king's notes, this little difficulty was easily overcome by the king's agents. If the money were not forthcoming, the sideboards of the wealthy bourgeois of Paris contained enough gold and silver plate to answer the purpose, and an edict of February 19, 1553, ordered certain specified persons to bring to the mint their vessels of gold and of silver, for which the government issued its notes. But Paris was not the only city which was almost incessantly called upon to supply the king's needs. Each year, and even each month, was characterized by a new demand, and numbers of the cities of France were from time to time taxed for sums which were not secured, however, without resistance to the royal treasurers. Lyon, which was at this epoch the seat of a commerce greater even than that of Paris, was more often mulcted than any other in this way. Conduct so high-handed naturally resulted not only in creating bitterness against the government, but demoralized trade as well. The credit of the government depreciated to such an extent that the rate of interest rose as high as 14%. During the 12 years of Henry VIII's reign, a greater amount in taxes had been imposed upon the people of France than in the fourscore years preceding, besides which many of the crown lands had been dissipated. Naturally, hard times prevailed. Some members of the States General were for bringing the officers of finance to account and obliging them to submit the list of all the grants which had been made in favor of the great and influential at the court of Henry Roman II. But the cooler element thought that this policy could not be followed out on account of the powerful position of those involved, and that occasion for new commotions only would ensue. Instead, retrenchment was resolved upon. The stipends of the gentlemen of the king's household and of the gens de finance were reduced 1/2, and all pensions were abridged 1/3, except in the case of foreigners in the king's service, who were supposed to have no other source of income. This last provision created an outcry, on the ground that foreigners could only be so employed in time of war, save in the case of the Scotch Guard. Even this was cut down, 100 men-at-arms and 100 archers being dismissed. The royal stables and mews were also broken up, and the horses and falcons sold. Something more constructive than mere economy, however, was necessary, and the burden of paying the king's debts fell heaviest upon the clergy. This was partly owing to the great wealth of the church, partly to the fact that the clergy had rushed in where others feared to tread, and, officiously asserting their superiority in matters of state as well as of church, had proceeded to examine the royal accounts, which the nobles and the commons were too wary to inspect. The nobles took the ground that they were not concerned in the matter of paying the king's debts, claiming that they paid their dues to the crown by personal service in wartime. As far back as the assembly at Fontainebleau, far-sighted councillors of the king had pointed out that the revenues of the church would have to be made to do duty for the government, and intercourse with Rome had been under way looking to such an arrangement. The Pope was not as bitterly opposed to such a policy as one might at first be led to think, for he was thoroughly frightened at the prospect of a national council of the French clergy being convened in France and was disposed to be accommodating. But of course, a roundabout method had to be resorted to, for the church would not have suffered a barefaced taxation of ecclesiastical revenues by the political authority. The resulting arrangement was in the nature of a political deal. Upon the understanding that no French council should be convened, the French crown was permitted to appropriate 360,000 ducats per annum for 5 years from the incomes of the church. The condition of the subsidy, theoretically, being that France was to maintain a fleet to serve against the Turks. When these things had been done, and the king had received in writing the dalliances and requests of the 3 orders, the States General were prorogued until the 1st of May, to meet at Pontoise in order to complete the settlement of affairs. For time was necessary to make the arrangements with the church, since the prelates present had not been commissioned to enter into such a compact. Chapter 4. The formation of the triumvirate. The factional rivalry, which had been engendered during the course of the session of the States General at Orleans, was so great that this discord, combined with the agitation prevailing on account of religion, seemed ominous of civil war, and every accident was interpreted according to the passions of the persons concerned. The affair of the custody of the seal created bitter feeling for a time between the Duke of Guise and the King of Navarre, until the former out of policy, and the latter either from policy or lack of courage, affected to become reconciled. The Guises realized that they had suffered a serious blow politically through the death of Francis Roman II, and Catherine was shrewd enough to know that while she controlled the seal, she was the keeper of the king's authority. The Prince of Condé was a double source of friction. In the first place, his trial for treason was still pending before the Parliament of Paris. The Queen Mother was anxious to have the cause settled out of court, for if condemned, which was unlikely, the whole Bourbon family would be disgraced as formerly through the treason of the Constable Bourbon in 1527, and if acquitted, the prince would not rest until he had been avenged of his enemies. Accordingly, she caused a letter to be written in the king's name, instructing the Parliament to dismiss the case. But the meddlesome spirit of the prince resented this process, and his discontent was increased to furious anger when the Duke of Guise recommended that all the evidence be burned and prosecution be dropped. Although his opinion was that legally Condé could not be acquitted, as the trial so far had proved him to have been implicated in the revolt of Lyons. To both parties, Catherine de' Medici steadily replied that she had written the letter in order to adjust the affairs of the Prince of Condé to his honor and to the satisfaction of all, and that the seal was in her hands. On March 15, the prince was readmitted to the Privy Council, but the Parliament was not disposed to drop the case so easily and deliberated at length upon the matter. Finally, on June 13, going on record, in a delicately balanced pronouncement which was intended to please all parties concerned and satisfied none. A new source of friction was the vacant government of Champagne which the Queen gave to the Duke of Nemours. This offended Anton of Navarre, because he wanted to have it conferred upon the Prince of Condé. To these dissensions, finally, must be added a recent ruling of the Privy Council, in compliance with one of the resolutions of the States General, that all bishops, including the cardinals, were to return to their sees. This regulation eliminated some of the leaders of both parties, the Cardinal of Lorraine on the one hand and the Cardinal de Chatelain on the other, to the discomfiture of both parties. Only the Cardinal Tournon, whose great age made him harmless and who really wanted to pass the rest of his life in retirement, and the Cardinal of Bourbon, whose easy disposition also made him harmless, were permitted to stay with the court. Philip Roman II of Spain had been an attentive follower of all that had happened in France since the early autumn of 1560, and had been kept thoroughly informed by his indefatigable ambassador. His disquietude over the death of Francis Roman II and the new direction of affairs in France was so great that in January, Philip sent Don Juan de Manrique, his Grand Master of Artillery, to Orleans, ostensibly to perform the office of condolence and congratulation, but in reality to win over the constable, to harden the policy of the French government toward the Huguenots, to persuade it against the project of a national council, and to promote Philip's purposes regarding the marriage of Mary Queen of Scots to Don Carlos, Philip's son. Catherine de' Medici soon divined both the purpose and the danger, and her alarm was correspondingly great, because the increasing confusion in the realm on account of religion every day made Spanish intervention more possible. One of two results seemed certain to happen. Either that things would end with the Huguenots having churches in which they could preach, read, and perform their rites according to their doctrine without hindrance, as they had temporarily obtained churches by the Declaration of Fontainebleau, at the end of August, in compliance with the resolution presented by the Admiral, or else that obedience to the Pope and to the Catholic rites would be enforced at the point of the sword, and a manifest and certain division in the kingdom would result, with civil war as the consequence. When Francis Roman II died, a great number who had fled to Geneva and Germany after the conspiracy of Amboise came back to France. For the government of Charles Roman IX had inaugurated the new reign by a declaration of toleration, January 7, 1561, which, although Calvin disapproved it, may yet with reason be regarded as a liberal edict. The Protestants were not slow to profit by the change, and flocked back from Switzerland and Germany and resumed their propaganda, one phase of which was a vilification of Rome and the Guises to such an extent that the king protested to the Senate of Geneva regarding their abuse. Paris soon abounded with Huguenot preachers from Geneva, who relied upon the division in the council or the protection of persons in power for the maintenance of the new edict. In some provinces, such as Normandy, Touraine, Poitou, Gascony, and the greater part of Languedoc, Dauphiné, and Provence, congregations and meetings were openly held. Guyenne save Bordeaux was badly infected with heresy. The new religion penetrated so deeply that it affected every class of persons, even the ecclesiastical body itself, not only priests, friars, and nuns, but even bishops and many of the principal prelates. Among all classes there were Huguenot sympathizers, the nobility perhaps more manifestly than any other class. The congregations of Rouen and Dieppe sent to the king for license to preach the word of God openly. In Dieppe the Calvinists once a day met in a great house, of men, women, and children above 2,000 in company. There were Huguenot outbursts at Angers, Mans, Beauvais, and Pontoise in April and at Toulouse in June. At Beauvais, when the Cardinal of Chatelain, who was bishop there, caused the Calvinist service to be conducted and communion administered in his chapel. After the manner of Geneva, the canons and many of the people assembled to good numbers to have wrought their wicked wills upon the cardinal. Some were hurt and killed in the trouble, and one poor wretch was brought before the cardinal's gate and burned. A similar riot took place in Paris on April 28, in the evening, near the Préaux clerks. As a result of these excesses, things took a sterner turn. A new measure interdicted Huguenot meetings, even in private houses, and all persons of every condition in Paris were required to observe the Catholic religion. The attitude of Paris was ominous for the future. The populace was wholly Catholic and hostile to religious change, and was strongly supported by the Sorbonne and the Parlement. The Sorbonne freely let it be understood that it would never obey any order issued to the injury of the Catholic religion, asserting that whenever the crown changed faith and religion, the people were absolved from the oath of fealty and were not bound to obey. The words "civil war" were on the lips of all who were attentively observing events. Between the two parties, justice is so little feared, wrote the Duke of Bedford, and policy has so little place that greater things are to be dreaded. The responsibility for the government's vacillation at this season is not to be imputed wholly to Catherine de' Medici. It is to be remembered that France was under a double regency, and that the weakness of the King of Navarre materially embarrassed affairs. At this moment, he seemed to be inclined toward the faith of Rome in the hope of conciliating Philip Roman II of Spain in order to recover the Kingdom of Navarre. The Spanish ambassador and the Guises naturally made the most of his aspiration, the former telling Antoine that although it was impossible to obtain what he claimed from his Catholic Majesty by mere force, he might make a fair agreement with Philip by maintaining France in the true faith. During these months of tension and tumult, the ambassador worked out a scheme, which in principle was that of Philip Roman II, but the details were of Chantenay's own arrangement. The aim was to form a group of influential persons at the court, who should begin by complaints of the government's policy, and then proceed to threats and dark hints of the displeasure of Spain, finally presenting a bold front to Catherine and compelling her to abandon her policy of temporizing and moderation. The Constable Montmorency was the objective leader of this cabal, and his persuasion to the enterprise was one of the secret purposes of the mission of Don Juan de Manrique. While this envoy bore letters expressing Philip's esteem to all the most notable Catholics at the French court, there was a distinction between them. The King of Spain wrote in common to the Duke of Guise, the Constable, the Duke of Montpensier, the Chancellor, and the Marshals Saint-André and Brissac, and a joint note to the Cardinals of Lorraine and Tournon. But Montmorency and Saint-André each also received a separate letter. The discrimination shows the wonderfully keen penetration of Philip's ambassador, for these two were destined to be two of the three pillars of the famous triumvirate. In reply, the Cardinal of Lorraine hastened to inform Philip Roman II of his deep interest in maintaining the welfare of Catholicism. But it required time and adroitness to overcome the constable's prejudice against Spain and his attachment to his nephews. In the meantime, before the constable was persuaded, the cabal made formidable headway by winning Claude de l'Aubespine to its cause. This paved the way for an action which, if Catherine de' Medici could have known it, would have thrown her into consternation indeed. For Claude de l'Aubespine's brother Sebastian, the Bishop of Limoges, was Charles Ix's ambassador in Spain. On April 4, 1561, the latter addressed a secret letter to Philip Roman II of Spain describing the turmoil in France and thanking him, in the Queen's name, for the bons et roids offices of Chantenay. Coincident with this event, things in France had come to a head precisely as Philip and his ambassador had planned to have them. At this juncture Montmorency took a decisive stand. When the constable saw that meat was being freely eaten during these Lenten days, that Protestant service was held in the chambers of the Admiral and the Prince of Condé, that Catherine de' Medici invited Jean de Montluc, the heretic Bishop of Valence, to preach at court on Easter Sunday, the old warrior's spirit rose in revolt. In vain his eldest son, the Marshal Montmorency, pleaded that his father's fears were exaggerated and his prejudices too deep-seated. The old man was firm in his convictions, in which he was sustained by his wife, Madeleine of Savoy, a bitter adversary of Calvinism. Moreover, the the political as well as religious demands of the Huguenot party, especially the demands of certain of the local estates, which advocated drastic reform, alarmed him. The whole power of the political Huguenots was directed against the constable, the Duke of Guise, the Cardinal of Lorraine, and the marshals Brissac and Saint-André, the leaders of the party being determined to call them to account for their peculations during the reign of Henry Roman II and his successor, and to force them to surrender the excessive grants which had been given them. On the evening of April 6, 1561, Montmorency, after having expostulated with the Queen, invited the Duke of Guise, the Duc de Montpensier, the Prince of Joinville, the Marshal Saint-André, and the Cardinal Tournon to dine with him. In his apartments, that famous association named by the Huguenots the Triumvirate, in which the Constable, Guise, and Saint-André were principals, was formed. The preparations of the Guises during the former year enabled the Triumvirate rapidly to lay its plans. Spanish, Italian, German, and Swiss forces could be counted upon and procured within a very short time. These forces were to be divided under the command of the Duke of Aumale and the three marshals, Brissac, Termes, and Saint-André. In order to support these troops, the Catholic clergy were to be assessed according to the incomes they enjoyed. Cardinals 4,000 to 5,000 livres per annum, bishops 1,000 to 1,200, abbots 300 to 400, priors 100 to 120, and so on down to chaplains, whose annual stipend was but 30 livres, and who were only assessed a few sous. But as some immediate means were necessary, the gold and the silver of some of the churches, and the treasure of certain monasteries was to be appropriated at once, receipts being given for the value of the gold taken, and promise being made that reimbursement would be made shortly out of the confiscations made from the heretics. Catherine de Medicis planned to govern through the Constable Montmorency, and the admiral, leaving Anton of Navarre only nominal authority, received an abrupt shock when the triumvirate was established. Her policy partook of both doubt and fear, and vacillated more than ever. But more formidable than the project to organize insurrection at home, thus promoted by the triumvirate, was the foreign policy it adopted. The triumvirate formally appealed to Philip Roman II for aid. The response was not slow in forthcoming, though the royal word was prudently couched in vague terms. To make matters worse, Anton of Navarre inclined more than ever toward the faith of Rome in the hope of conciliating Philip Roman II of Spain. To a man less vain and gullible than Anton of Bourbon, such a proposition, upon its very face, as the restoration of Navarre, would have appeared to have been preposterous. Aside from the blow to its prestige which any loss of territory entails upon a nation, it is only necessary to look at the position of Spanish Navarre to perceive that Spain could better afford to lose a war abroad than to part with this key to the passes of the Western Pyrenees. There is no need to relate at length the story of Anton's alternate hopes and fears, of his great expectations, and of the empty promises made him. The office Anton held, not the man, made him important to France and Spain. For this reason, he was alternately wheedled and cajoled, mocked and threatened, for more than a year, and all the time the pitiable weakling shifted and vacillated in his policy. It is amazing to see how successfully Anton was led along by the dexterous suggestions of Chantenay and the evasive answers of Philip Roman II. It was a delicate game to play, for there was continual fear lest he would discover that he was being made the dupe of Spain and prevail upon the Queen Mother and the Prince of Condé to join him in avenging his wrongs, a not impossible development, as Granvella observed, considering that prudence does not always preside over the actions of men. The game was the more difficult because Anton wanted the restoration of his kingly title more than anything else. If he had been willing to become vassal to Spain, as Chantenay said to Saint-André, there were 1,000 ways to satisfy him. But Spain could not think of alienating any of her provinces, least of all any frontier possession like Navarre or Roussillon. Time and again, the Prince of Condé told his brother he was a fool to be so wheedled, and Jeanne d'Albret sarcastically said that she would let her son go to Mass when his father's inheritance was restored. When the game was likely to be played out, and Anton, discovering that fine words did not butter parsnips, began to complain or boldly to bluster. A possible substitute for the Kingdom of Navarre, which Anton did not want to hold, as a Spanish dependency was suggested. At one moment it was Siena, at another the county of Avignon, At a third, the crown of Denmark to be gotten through the influence of the Guises. The most alluring offer in Anton's eyes, however, was Sardinia. In return for the crown of Sardinia, Anton was willing to leave all the fortresses of the island in Spain's possession and to put his children in Philip's hands as hostages. This digression has somewhat anticipated the progress of events. Charles Roman IX had been crowned at Reims on May 15, Ascension Day. The declared majority and the coronation of her son seems to have given Catherine new courage, for in spite of the menace implied in the formation of the triumvirate, she still labored in the interest of the Huguenot cause. On June 13, as we have seen, the definite exoneration of the Prince of Condé was pronounced by the Parlement of Paris, and in the following August an outward reconciliation, at least, was effected between the Prince and the Duke of Guise. Encouraged by the positive attitude of the Queen Mother and the vacillation of the King of Navarre, the Huguenots urged the cause of toleration and presented a request to the king on June 11, 1561, through the deputies of the churches dispersed throughout the realm of France. They declared that the reports of their refusing to pay the taxes and being seditious were false and calumnious. They begged the king to cause all persecutions against them to cease, that he would liberate those of them who were in prison, and that he would permit them to build churches as their numbers were so great that private houses would no longer suffice. Finally offering to give pledges that there would be no sedition in their assemblies, and promising all lawful obedience. The Queen Mother referred this petition to the Privy Council, but as it involved so important a matter, the Council was of opinion that it ought to be laid before the Parliament, as well as to be considered by the princes of the blood and all the peers and councillors of the Court of Parliament. The Catholic party was quite willing to have this course followed, feeling confident that the Parliament in its official capacity would refuse to register an edict for such purpose. But El Hospital and Coligny had hopes that the interest and authority of the princes of the blood and other persons of influence might carry it through the Parliament after all. However, in the end nothing positive was concluded, final resolution being deferred until a colloquy of the bishops and other clergy, who were convoked at Poissy, near Saint-Germain, for the end of the month took place. Meanwhile a tentative ordinance, the Edict of July, similar to the Edict of Romorantin, was to obtain. This gave the Church, as before, entire cognizance of the crime of heresy and deprived the Parliament, the bailiffs, seneschals, and other judges of any jurisdiction. In every case, local ecclesiastical courts had to act first. Banishment was to be the severest punishment for heresy. False accusers were to be punished in the same way that the accused would have been if really guilty. Amnesty was granted for past offenses, and firearms were forbidden to be carried in towns or elsewhere, with certain exceptions, under a penalty of 50 gold crowns. Within a short time, accordingly, the Protestant assemblies appeared as frequently as before, although the Calvinist clergy seemed to have become more discreet in their utterances. This cleverly designed edict, while seeming to pronounce judgment, really avoided the question at issue. There was sufficient leeway still for the holding of Protestant assemblies, and moreover, even though ecclesiastical affairs were to be referred to the spiritual courts, the Huguenots were protected by a saving clause, except for offenses cognizable by the secular power. Such qualified toleration, so guardedly given, was probably all that might with safety have been granted to the Huguenots at this early date. But they were far from seeing things in this light. The hotheads among them, in their meetings and in public places, used the most violent language in detraction of the Catholic Church and its sacraments. In some places, popular feeling against priests was so strong that they were compelled, for the safety of their lives, to disguise their costumes and not to wear the clerical habit abroad, nor long hair, nor have the beard shaved, nor exhibit any other mark which would indicate that they were priests or monks. Chapter 5. The Colloquy of Poissy, the Estates of Pontoise, the Edict of January 1562. In the summer of 1561, France saw two separate assemblies convene, the adjourned session of the States General at Pontoise and the conference of the leaders of the two religions at Poissy. In a sense, the cause of the political Huguenots was represented in the former, that of the religious Huguenots in the latter, although the deliberations of the two assemblies were finally combined in an instrument known as the Act of Poissy. The elections in the provinces, each of which sent up 2 representatives from each bailiwick of the kingdom, had enabled the opposition to go on record, so that the crown had early intimation of the sort of legislation that was likely to be demanded. The business of the estates was to find a way out of the financial difficulties which overwhelmed the king. The spokesman of the Third Estate, one Jean Bretagne, mayor of Autun, after a tedious prologue copiously laden with biblical and classic lore, at last came to the pith of things. He summed up in a paragraph of portentous dimensions the burden imposed upon the people by war and the extravagance of the court during the past 20 years, declaring that the people were so penniless that they had nothing to give the king, save a good and loyal will. Things had come to such a pass that mere economy and retrenchment, nor even an honest and effective administration, although that was demanded and was promised by the king, could save the future. The immense resources of the clergy must be made to restore the dilapidated finances of the monarchy. The church must come to the material rescue of the state, as in the days of Charles Martel. The entire revenue, he argued, must be taken of all offices, benefices, and ecclesiastical dignities not actually officiated either in person or in a titular capacity, the Knights of Rhodes and the Hospitallers of St. James included. All the fruits, also, of benefices in litigation which the collators were accustomed to take during the time of litigation should be appropriated by the state, as well as the moneys of deceased bishops and monks. Moreover, 1/4 of the income should be taken of all beneficiaries actually resident in their benefices, in cases where the revenue was from 500 to 1,000 livres. Of those having a revenue of 1,000 to 3,000 livres, 1/3. Of those with incomes running from 3,000 to 6,000 livres, 1/2. Of those ranging from 6,000 to 12,000 livres, 2/3. Those of the clergy whose incomes exceeded 12,000 livres and above were to be permitted to retain 4,000 livres, the surplus being applied to liquidate the king's debts, save in cases where the beneficiaries were bishops, archbishops, primates, and cardinals, to whom 6,000 livres revenue was to be allowed. As to the monastic orders, their whole treasury and revenues were to be appropriated, save enough for their support, for the maintenance of their buildings, and for charity. And this was not all. All houses, gardens, and real property within either cities or faubourgs not actually employed for ecclesiastical uses were to be confiscated by the government. The clergy were to be made to pay taxes upon the rich furniture and works of art or adornment given them to enjoy either for a length of years or in perpetuity. Finally, all lands providing revenues, either in money or in kind, as oil, wine, and grain, in case of being let to contract or change of control, were to be declared redeemable. If these measures should prove insufficient, then recourse must be had to more drastic means, namely the direct sale of the property of the church. 26 million livres, worth of this could be readily sold, the speaker argued, which would be no more than 1/3 of the church's possession. The remainder should be administered by a trustworthy commission, which, after paying the stipends of the clergy in the amounts above indicated, should devote the balance to the payment of the debts of the crown. This formidable program, which suggests the policy actually followed by France in 1789, in spite of the hot declaration of the constable that the speaker presenting it ought to be hanged, proved so reasonable that the government, without going to the extreme proposed, saw that the moment was a favorable one to secure important aid from the clergy. The clergy, on the other hand, were sharp enough to see that in order to save their property, they would have to make sacrifice of a portion of it. At first, they offered the crown a bonus of 10 million livres, which it refused as being too small a sum, and demanded a greater subsidy. A temporary settlement at last was made on the basis of 1,600,000 livres annual revenue to be levied upon the vineyards of the clergy, in order to relieve the king's present needs. But something more fundamental than this had to be done, for these measures only supplied the king with funds for current expenses, and did not admit of redemption of the debt or resumption of the crown lands, which had been mortgaged for about 30 millions of francs. This matter was the subject of investigation and debate through the ensuing November and December. Finally, a scheme was worked out whereby the royal domain was all to be redeemed by the clergy within 6 years, and the remainder of the debt to be discharged within another 6. The contract of Poissy-Pontoise presents two important stipulations. One, a gift of money to the king. Second, the repurchase by the clergy of the domains of the crown and the redemption of the debt. If this contract had been observed, it would have rendered the other assemblies of the clergy useless. But the failure to execute it made necessary the subsequent assemblies of 1563 and 1567, which established a rule of periodicity, as it were, and fixed the next session at 1573. By 1567, the clergy had fulfilled its first obligation and declared itself ready to resume the second by giving to the provost of the merchants and to the échevins of Paris the guarantees desired for the redemption of the rents. But the king at the same time insisted upon the continuation of the subsidy of 1,600,000 livres. The clergy protested, demanding his adherence to the contract of Poissy. The crown enforced continuation, but as an easement waived claim to the secular tithe heretofore exacted, and granted to the clergy, for the first time, the right to collect taxes by its own agents, and the right to judge in a sovereign capacity all cases which might arise from these financial matters. The government observed this convention no better than the first, and in addition to extraordinary subventions, 2 million livres in 1572, nearly half of which was squandered by the Duke of Anjou in Poland, resorted to compulsory alienations of church property, as in 1563, 1568, 1574, which were made upon order of the king, without recourse to papal affirmation. Purchasers were not wanting for the new credit. The rate of interest fell to 5%. In the autumn of 1561, as a result of these expedients, and, provided civil war could be averted, it seemed probable that the dilapidated finances might be rehabilitated. Simultaneous with the sitting of the estates at Pontoise to settle the financial issue, the religious issue was being debated by the doctrinal leaders of Catholicism and Calvinism at Poissy. This solemn assembly had been summoned in June to meet on the 2nd of the following month, in spite of the opposition of the clergy in Spain, who warned Catherine that such a concession would lead to disaster. But delay ensued, and the assembly did not actually convene until September, for the members were slow in coming. The conditions governing the meeting at Poissy were published in council on August 8, namely, that the clergy should not be umpires, that the princes of the blood should preside at the disputation, and that the different proceedings should be faithfully recorded by trustworthy persons. With respect to the other matters, the Calvinists were required to make some concessions in order to avoid the reproach of seeming to evade the colloquy. While awaiting the formal opening of the conference at Poissy, Beza was invited by the court to speak before the king, the Queen Mother, the King of Navarre, and the council. He was listened to with great attention by all until he began to deny the real presence, when the Catholic party tried to stop his address, exclaiming that it was blasphemy, and Beza and his partisans would certainly have been ejected if their opponents had not been restrained by the royal authority and compelled to listen to the end. At its conclusion, the Cardinal Tournon exhorted the king to continue firm in the faith of his ancestors, and not to permit France to be reduced to the Swiss cantonal system. Many of the clergy said that it was not pertinent for the colloquy to determine these points, but that it was for the General Council to decide. Moreover, it was argued that as the delegates of the Spanish clergy would shortly be coming through France on their way to Trent, why should not they assist as well as the others? Catherine, it is said, had intended that there should be no disputation about dogma. But there is some reason to believe that she confounded dogma with the rites and observances of the Church, and it is certain that the Huguenots were determined to push their privilege of free speech to the very limit. Indeed, the conditions predicated by Beza formed the substance of a petition presented by the Reformed leaders to Charles IX. When the conference met, a great attempt to maintain secrecy was made. No one was permitted to enter except those who had been formally appointed. The Duke of Guise carried the keys to the conference hall, and careful search was made at the beginning of each sitting to find any who might be hid. The principal points in dispute turned upon the use of images, the administration of the sacrament of baptism, the communion, the Mass, the laying on of hands and the vocation of ministers, and finally the consideration of a possible accord in doctrine, in which points the usages of the primitive Church and the reasons of separation were involved. Illustration: the colloquy of Poissy. Torturel and Parissin. On the second day of the conference, September 16, the Cardinal of Lorraine spoke, dwelling upon these principal points. First, that the king, being a member of the Church and not its head, could not set himself up as a judge in matters of religion and faith, but was subject to the Church like every other Christian. Second, the definition of the authority of the Church was extended even over princes. Before long, however, it became evident both that the attempt to reconcile the Catholic and the Calvinist parties was an impossibility, and that the government's policy of accommodation was exciting discontent. The demands of the Huguenots, based on Beza's arguments, were as follows. 1. That bishops, abbots, and other ecclesiastics should not be constituted in any way judges of the Huguenots, in view of the fact that they were their opponents. 2. That all points of difference be judged and decided according to the simple word of God, as contained in the New and Old Testaments, since the Reformed faith was founded on this alone, and that, where any difficulties arose concerning the interpretation of words, reference should be made to the original Hebrew and Greek text. This second article was a rock of contention from the very beginning. The whole Catholic doctrine of tradition having equal weight with Scripture was denied in this article. It was manifest, indeed, from the first that three things would not be suffered to be considered. 1. A change of religion. 2. The authority of the Pope. 3. The possible alienation of church property. This state of things, together with the fact that the prolongation of the session entailed great expense, brought about a change of plan. 5 persons, the Bishop of Valence, the Archbishop of Sens, and Salignac, Dispense, and Baudelaire, were appointed by the Queen and agreed to by the clergy, to confer with 5 representatives of the Calvinists, viz., Peter Martyr, Beza, de Galers, Marborat, and Despines. Within 10 days more, the prelates and ministers had ceased to confer and were taking their departure. The Assembly of Poissy dissolved of itself on October 18, having accomplished nothing, except doctrinally still further to disunite the Protestant world, which otherwise might possibly have had a council of its own, composed of French, Scotch, English, Germans, Danes, Swiss, and Swedes, to face the Council of Trent. 2 days later, the Cardinal and the Duke of Guise departed from the court, in spite of the urgency of the Queen Mother to have them remain, accompanied by the Dukes of Nemours and Longueville and other great personages, and mustering 600 or 700 horse. Outwardly, there was no sign of disaffection. Immediately afterward, the constable also left, expressing dissatisfaction with the tolerant policy of the government. It was plain throughout the proceedings at Pontoise and at Poissy that the Chancellor of France, El Hospital, and the Admiral had the chief direction of affairs in their hands, although the Queen Mother and the King of Navarre had the greater show of authority. The Vatican had been an anxious observer of affairs in France, and early in June 1561, the Pope had resolved to send the Cardinal of Ferrara, Hippolyte d'Este, to France as legate. The principal points of his mission to the French court, where he arrived on September 14, were to entreat the French crown that the annates might still remain as the Pope's revenue, that there might be no change of religion and observance in the Church, to solicit the king to recognize the Council of Trent, and to break off the colloquy at Poissy. But when the legate presented his credentials, at the instance of the Chancellor, who impugned his powers, the estates protested against the entry of any of the Pope's bulls or letters without the king's consent and seal. The Parlement of Paris went even farther and refused to confirm the king's letters patent. But the king's council overrode this resolution and recognized the legate's credentials, although El Hospital steadfastly refused to affix the seal of state to the council's action. The cardinal began his negotiations by offering on the part of the Pope to resign the tenths and subsidies exacted by the Church, and promising all the help His Holiness could give with honor, on condition that the resolution of the Estates of Orleans, prohibiting payment of the annates, which the Estates of Pontoise had reasserted, should not be executed. The nuncio argued that this action was a violation of the Concordat of 1516, and that the principle in the case had been decided by the Council of Basel and accepted by Charles Roman VII in the Pragmatic Sanction. Accordingly, the nuncio asked for a revocation of the actions taken touching the property of the Church, and that things be restored to the state in which they originally were. But the cardinal's arguments were of no effect. The execution of the new law went forward. The first province where it was applied was Guyenne, within the government of the King of Navarre, then Touraine, and the Orleannais. An even more interested observer, perhaps, of French affairs than the Pope was Philip of Spain. The progress of heresy in France, the seizure of the property of the Church there, the attitude of the French crown toward the Council of Trent, the uncertainty of Antoine of Bourbon's conduct, these were all disquieting facts to the Spanish ruler. Philip curtly told Catherine and her son that her government must abandon its policy of weakness and dissimulation, that too many souls were being imperiled by her course, and that coercive measures must be used. The Duke of Alva had the boldness to declare that, unless the government of France revived the rigorous suppressive measures of Henry Roman II, and punished every heretic, His Catholic Majesty was resolved to sacrifice the welfare of Spain and even his own life in order to stamp out a pest which he regarded as menacing to both France and Spain. Singly and together, the Bishop of the Limoges, who was still at the Spanish court and Dawson's, while deploring the malice of the times and the disasters of which everyone knew, tried to justify their government on the ground that Calvinism had become a necessary evil in France, and that it was better to give it qualified toleration than to plunge the country into fire and war. They pointed to the deliberations of the Assembly of Fontainebleau, to the States General of Orleans, to the arrêts of the Parliament, and the findings of Pontoise and Poissy in proof. They asserted that the Queen Mother and the King of Navarre, they were cautious not to style him thus in Philip's presence, however, were of perfect and sincere intention not to let heresy increase in France. The scandal and outrage of heretical preaching never would be permitted in Paris or at the court, although it was necessary to permit the Protestants to have their own worship outside of some of the towns, that the purpose of the crown was fixed never to change or alter the true religion, that France was not hostile to the Council of Trent, but in her distress was naturally impatient. And finally they importuned the King of Spain not to show his anger, but to give advice and comfort, for the sake of the friendship which existed between their country and his, and for the repose of Christendom. The appeal fell upon deaf ears. Philip coldly replied that it was useless for France to expect the advice or assistance of Spain so long as her government tolerated heresy in any degree whatsoever, that those at the court who were Huguenots, like the Admiral and the Prince of Condé, should be sent away forthwith, and all others should be coerced. That from the point of view of religion, it was blasphemy to permit the Huguenots to have any places of worship, and from the political point of view, it was suicide to tolerate them, for there could never be new things in religion without loss of obedience to the temporal power. In proof of which the king pointed out that in certain of the provinces of France, the people were refusing to pay tithes and taxes, at the same time triumphantly asserting that he was better informed of things happening in France than in Spain, that as to the Council of Trent, the Germans would have nothing to do with it, and Spain had no need of it, while France was torn by heretical controversy, so that it might well be said that the council sat for the benefit of France alone. One of the points upon which Philip Roman II dwelt with earnestness in the interviews he granted the two ambassadors of France was the vicious education under which Charles Ix's brother Henry, Duke of Orleans, was being brought up. He emphatically condemned the Huguenot environment of the young prince. It did not seem a coincidence, therefore, when a plot was discovered in November to seize the Duke of Orleans, afterward Henry Roman III, who was to have been made capo di parte by the Catholics. It was even said the conspirators aimed also to remove the King and Queen of Navarre, Condé, and the Admiral by poison. The Duke of Nemours was charged with being the principal author of it, and was to have carried the young Duke off to Lorraine or Savoy. This supposition was given greater probability when the whole company of the Guises suddenly left the court and departed for Lorraine. But Catherine was not yet intimidated, though she prudently dropped the investigation which she had set on foot when she discovered clues that led to the Escurial and the Vatican. In spite of the omens, she still adhered to a middle course. The government resolved to send 25 bishops and 2 archbishops to Trent, although they went very unwillingly. At the same time, permission was granted to the ministers of the Reformed churches to preach in private houses or in gardens environed with houses, the erection of churches being prohibited, if it was done without tumult. At court, the ministers of the Reformed churches preached one day, when the Queen of Navarre, the Prince of Condé, and the Admiral would be present. The next day either some Cordelier, Jesuit, Jacobin, Minim, or other of the cloistered sects preached, on which occasion the King, the Queen Mother, the King of Navarre, the Cardinal of Ferrara, accompanied by those who leaned toward the See of Rome, would be present. But moderation was exacted of both sects. On one occasion, a famous preacher of the Minims, who had won some credit with the Catholics for his railings, was in the night secretly taken from his lodgings and carried to the court to answer for his rabid utterances. But it was increasingly manifest that events, both within and without France, were passing beyond the grasp of the government. The Huguenots, sometimes from fear no doubt, but not infrequently for effrontery, went to their services with pistols and matchlocks in spite of the laws against the bearing of arms, and they even were bold enough to march through the streets singing their psalms, to the anger and scandal of Catholic Christians. An outbreak was imminent at any time. In Paris, on October 12, the Protestants assembled together to the number of 7,000 or 8,000 to hear one of their ministers preach, half a mile from the town. The Catholics thereupon shut the gates to prevent their re-entry. Finding the gates closed, the Protestants forced them, and many were wounded and some slain on both sides. From the provinces word had come in July that the Duke of Montpensier, going to his house in Touraine for the burial of his mother, and finding numbers in many towns who made open profession of Calvinism, by virtue of his governorship of that country, imprisoned about 140 in Chinon. Whereupon the people, not forgetting his conduct toward them in the previous reign, when he razed the houses of several who were reported to him to be Huguenots, assembled in great numbers, about 12,000 or 15,000, we are told, surely a great exaggeration, and marched so fast upon him that he was besieged in his house, and forced to release all the prisoners in order to appease the multitude. The organized nature of the Huguenot agitations in various localities, especially in southern France, did not escape the keen observation of Philip's ambassador. At Montpellier in Languedoc, the Protestant organizations, by September, had taken the form of a definite league with the sweeping motto, "No Mass, no more than at Geneva," whose operations were so thorough that many Catholics were on the point of emigrating to Catalonia. Quite as formidable as armed and insurrectionary religion at home was the drift of the negotiations of both parties abroad. The formation of the triumvirate had been taken as a sign by both parties that the issue between them was, as in Germany before the Smalcald War, likely soon to pass from religious difference and political rivalry into military combat, and both sides accordingly prepared against this fatal day. Naturally, the Protestant German princes who had followed the proceedings at Poissy with intense interest were the ones looked to for assistance by the Huguenots. In May 1561, the Prince of Condé had sent Hauptmann to the chief German princes, begging them not to desert the cause of the true religion in France, and saying that Philip Roman II was endeavoring to terrify the Queen from making any concessions to the Huguenots. The fact that some of these, as the Count Palatine of the Rhine and the Landgrave of Thuringia, were Calvinists, while others were Lutherans, was not an insuperable barrier to cooperation, although the Lutherans wished that the Confession of Augsburg might first be recognized in France. But the prevailing opinion was that the adherents of both of the Protestant faiths should first unite in endeavoring to secure freedom of worship and liberty of conscience in France, and then they might proceed to establish uniformity of religion, if possible. Two propositions were made to the German princes. The first was that if the Guises, or any of their confederates, tried to enlist soldiers in Germany, measures should be taken to stop the effort. Secondly, that if the Guises or their accomplices resorted to the use of arms against Condé and Coligny and were supported by Spain, then assistance should be given them. Some of the German princes agreed at once to this latter proposition, provided the expenses of such military support were defrayed by the Huguenots, but others thought that the matter could only be settled in a general assembly of the princes. The circle of Huguenot negotiations at this moment was a wide one, and their prospects were bright. For at this time, Denmark, too, was suing for French favor. Among the ambassadors who came to offer the condolences of their sovereigns for the death of Francis Roman II and to congratulate young Charles, had come an envoy of the Danish king proposing the marriage of his sister to a French prince and himself to marry Mary Stuart. This proposed Franco-Danish alliance could have produced no other effect than to facilitate the Protestant cause in France. On the other hand, the prospect of Swiss support of the Catholic cause in France was not good. Aside from the great expense this alliance had always entailed, the number of the Catholic cantons had been diminished by the secession of Glarus, which had lately gone over to Protestantism, in consequence of which the rest, seeing themselves weakened, had asked aid from the Duke of Savoy and the Pope. The Catholics adroitly emphasized the difference between the two Protestant faiths, with the hope not only of preventing Lutheran support of the Huguenots, but even of securing their aid against the French Calvinists. The Duke of Guise went in person to confer with the Duke of Württemberg at Saverne, February 15, 1562, while Philip Roman II redoubled his efforts to alienate the King of Navarre. The support of the Spanish monarch was the vital factor in French politics. The French Calvinists had no single most powerful ally to support them, such as the Catholic party enjoyed in the assistance of Spain. England was the only Protestant power capable of being a rival to Spain, and England was too cautious or too much occupied with home politics to risk embroilment abroad. Both Rome and Spain at this moment took a resolute attitude. Shortly after the Conference of Poissy came to an end, a consistory of the Curia, on October 10, 1561, had resolved to resist the Protestants in France. The Counter-Reformation program, deliberated at Trent, recognized Philip Roman II as the secular head of the movement. Assessed fin d'un commune consentement le tout chef et conducteur de toute l'enterprise. Who was to wheedle or compel the King of Navarre to commit himself in favor of the Catholic cause in France, of which the Duke of Guise was to be formally recognized as leader. The Spanish monarch was also to bring pressure to bear upon the emperor to compel the Catholic princes of Germany to prevent the Lutherans and Rhenish Calvinists from supporting the Protestants of France. France must be saved from self-ruin for the sake both of religion and the preservation of other Catholic nations. Time and circumstances would show the hour of such intervention, but everything must be prepared in advance. Aside from his inflexible religious convictions, in Philip's eyes, policy also pointed toward Spanish intervention in France. Spain, Spanish Burgundy, and Flanders were, as Montluc of Valence declared, les trois plus belles fleurs de chapeau du roi Philippe. Each of them bordered France, and France lay between Spain and them, splitting the Spanish Empire like a wedge. Under these circumstances, the prevention of heresy in France was not merely an act of religious duty, but an act dictated by political expediency. Moreover, Spain might territorially profit by such a policy. The son of Charles V dreamed of acquiring ducal Burgundy, which his father had failed to secure. The three bishoprics might be wrested away from Charles Roman IX, either violently or as the price of Spanish aid, and joined to Franche Comté, they would materially strengthen Spain's mid-continental road from Lombardy to the mouths of the Rhine. Fear of Spain and of the Guises gave Catherine de' Medici more anxiety than the insurrections of the Huguenots. The government was justly apprehensive of Philip II's movements and warned Joyeuse to be on his guard against any effort to throw Spanish troops across the frontier. Reinforcements were sent to Calais. At the same time, more captains and companies were sent to Metz, where Vieilleville, the governor, was ordered not to admit anyone known to be a Guisard into the city, as the Guises were suspected of wishing to hand it over to Philip. Precautionary changes were also made in the military posts, in the case of those known to be well affected to the Guises, the changes all being in favor of the Huguenot party. De Gourdon was removed from Calais and the command given to the Sieur de Gramont, who had married a sister of the Vidame de Chartres. The Prince de la Roche-sur-Yon was made king's lieutenant in Paris, the admiral made governor of Normandy in place of the Duke of Bouillon. Condé was sent to Picardy, where the Marshal Brissac had lately resigned on account of illness. "Here is new fire, new greenwood reeking, new smoke, and much contrary wind blowing," wrote Shackerley to Elizabeth's ambassador, Throckmorton, on December 15, 1561. The words were wisely as well as quaintly used. From the capital to every edge of France, unrest, suspicion, conspiracy, insurrection prevailed. The Catholic orders began to fortify the abbeys. Every day, Catherine's determination to maintain an even balance of the two religions was producing greater tension and more heat. Violence was ominously on the increase. Robbery was common under pretense of searching for heretics. In the hope of bettering things, the crown relieved the Prince de la Roche-sur-Yon of the lieutenancy and committed it to the Marshal Montmorency, from whose religious moderation and popularity much was expected. The capital of France at this season presented a strange and terrible appearance. Armed bands roamed the streets. The city more resembled a frontier city in a state of siege than a mercantile or university town. The students of the Sorbonne paraded the streets and went armed to mass, the authorities being powerless to control them. The condition in the provinces was as bad. Only here the odds seem to have been in favor of the Protestants. In Guyenne, a Huguenot mob sacked a town, committed many outrages, and finally besieged the governor Barry in his house. A worse occurrence was the murder of Fumel, an eminent lawyer in Languedoc, as an enemy of the religion. There were riots in Troyes, Orleans, Auxerre, Rouen, Meaux, Vendôme, Bourges, Lyon, Tours, Angers, Bazas. The Huguenots of Sens erected a church outside the town. Then, finding that they outnumbered the Catholics, they pillaged the treasury of the cathedral and robbed the monasteries. Still the Queen Mother persevered, taking her counsel from the Chancellor El Hopital, the Admiral Coligny, the Prince of Condé, and his brother, Dandelot, and adhered to her resolution to permit the Huguenots to enjoy freedom of worship. On January 3, 1562, the Chancellor made an earnest plea for religious toleration before the Court of Parliament, which was followed by the most decisive action the government had yet taken, namely the issuance of the famous Edict of Toleration of January 17, known as the Edict of January, which was the first that granted exercise of the Reformed religion in public. This edict was expressly declared to be provisional in its nature, pending the decisions of the Council of Trent, which, by a coincidence, was opened on the day following, January 18, 1562, the first formal session being set for the second Thursday in Lent. The preamble recited that the government's action was taken in consideration of the state of affairs prevailing in the kingdom, that it was not to be construed as approving the new religion, and that it was to remain in force no longer than the king should order. It deprecated the disobedience, obstinacy, and evil intentions of the people, which made even provisional recognition of Calvinism necessary. Specifically, the edict provided for the restoration by the Huguenots of all property unlawfully possessed by them. It forbade them to erect any churches, either within or without the cities and towns' art. 1. Or to assemble for worship within the walls thereof either by day or night, or under arms arts. 2. 5. Protestant worship was required to be in the daytime, outside the town gates, in the open, or, if under cover, in buildings occasionally used and not formally consecrated as churches. For this reason the Reformed ministers preached, some in the fields, others in gardens, old houses, and barns, according to their particular inclinations or convenience. For they were expressly forbidden to build any chapels or meddle with the churches, upon any account. Access to their meetings was always to be permitted to the king's officers, i.e., bailiffs, seneschals, provosts, or their lieutenants, but not to officers of judicature arts. 3. 6. And supplementary declaration of interpretation, February 14, 1562. Furthermore, the raising of money among the Huguenots was to be wholly voluntary and not in the form of assessment or imposition. They were to keep the political laws of the Roman Church, as to holidays and marriage, in order to avoid litigation and confusion of property rights, and to refrain from harboring any person who might be accused, prosecuted, or condemned by the government under penalty of a fine of 1,000 crowns, to be devoted to charity, together with whipping and banishment arts. 8, 9, 12. The use of reproachful or vituperative language touching the faith or practice of the Catholic Church was made a misdemeanor art. 10. Finally, all Protestant synods or consistories were required to be held by permission of or in presence of the Lieutenant General of the province concerned or his representative, and the statutes of the churches were to be communicated to him. Art. 7. And supplementary declaration and interpretation of February 14, 1562. In order to prevent seditions, an edict was sent to the judges of the towns, in the name of the king, by which the authorities were ordered to disarm all Catholics in their towns of every species of weapon, and to make them deposit their arms in the local city hall or other common point, where they were to be kept under the guard of the procureur and the échevins. It is a question worthy of consideration, whether the preachings of the Reformed might not have been peaceably maintained after the Edict of January, the provisional form gradually being modified until complete religious toleration would have been secured if Spain had not continued to tamper with French politics, and if the persistence of the political Huguenots had not continued to push things to such a point that at last the two causes, originally separate, became the obverse and reverse sides of the same issue and had to stand or fall together. On the other hand, had not these concessions of the crown been too long delayed? Was the edict dead from birth, as Pasquier wrote? Chapter 6. The First Civil War. The Massacre of Vassy, March 1, 1562, the Siege of Rouen. The progress of events had developed so rapidly as to belie the Edict of January almost as soon as it was passed. The continued absence of the Guises from the court made them open to suspicion, particularly as messengers were passing frequently between Joinville and Saint-Germain. The nets of conspiracy woven by the triumvirate were daily being drawn tighter around France. Directed by Chantenay and the Cardinal of Ferrara, who generally spoke in Spanish when together in public, that those near by might not understand, the plans of the triumvirate were concerted, the Spanish ambassador looking ahead to the day when force would supplant diplomacy. Ever since its formation, as we have seen, the triumvirate had sought to win over the King of Navarre. As he was, therefore, sought by both parties, he was much inflated with a sense of his own importance. Antoine still lived in hope of compounding with Philip for the Kingdom of Navarre, and to that end still negotiated both with the Vatican and with Spain. But he was getting very tired of the procrastination of the Spanish king, so that there was danger of the thread of his patience being snapped. If war broke out in France and found him in such a mood, an attempt might possibly be made to overrun Navarre. In consequence, it became necessary to make a more tangible proposition to the Bourbon prince. It took the form of a demand and a promise. The demand was that every Huguenot should be banished from court and the Protestant clergy expelled from the country together with the Prince of Condé, the Chatelain brothers, the Chancellor, and Montluc, the Bishop of Valence. In return, Antoine was to receive the Kingdom of Tunis as a reward. This was the new prize used by Spain to bait the hook, and gradually Antoine was drawn over to the side of Spain and the triumvirate. The amusing feature of this proffer was not so manifest to the men of that day as to us. Geographical knowledge, even of the Mediterranean coast, was hazy. The constable, for example, thought that Tunis was an island. But Antoine knew more history and geography than Montmorency. He knew that Tunis was a Turkish possession, which Charles V had vainly tried to seize, and had to be beguiled with visions of oriental splendor and large plans for its conquest before he became passive. Pending its acquisition, Philip Roman II renewed the offer of Sardinia. Meanwhile, Antoine received instruction in the Catholic faith from a teacher recommended to him by the general of the Jesuits, and quarreled with Jean d'Albret because she would not let the future Henry Roman IV be taken to Mass, or permit him to be present at the christening of the infant son of the Spanish ambassador. By March 1562, it was evident that the King of Navarre was never so earnest on the Protestant side as he was now furious on the other. But if the Spanish ambassador used smooth words to the King of Navarre, his language was quite otherwise toward Catherine de' Medici. In the name of his sovereign, he demanded the banishment of Jean d'Albret from court, the compulsory education of Henry of Navarre in the Catholic religion, and so soundly rated her for harboring Coligny and Dandelot at court that the outraged Queen Mother demanded his retirement, ordered the Marshal Saint-André back to his government, and the constable to retire to Chantilly, and contemplated doing the same with the old Cardinal Tournon. This procedure offended Antoine, who imputed her conduct to Coligny and his brother, and in consequence he inclined more than ever toward the triumvirate. Finally, on Palm Sunday, March 22, Antoine cast the die and went to Mass, coming from the service with the emblem of the celebration in his hand. A superficial aspect of peace still prevailed at court, but in the provinces a state of war already prevailed. Sens, Abbeville, Tours, Toulouse, Marseille, Toul in Lorraine, and most of all Cahors and Agen, where the terrible Montluc figured, were all scenes of riot and bloodshed during the winter months, in which the Huguenots were generally worsted. In Agen it was so bad that the government had to take more than ordinary notice of the situation. Charles Roman IX called upon the governor of Guyenne to repress les excès, forces, violences, saccagements d'églises, seditions et scandales at Venice and noter pays d'agonies, and ordered the consuls of the city to send him the names of those who disturbed the peace. In this condition of things, only a spark was needed to throw the whole country into flames. Force alone could settle the irreconcilable conflict, and it was soon to be invoked. War was certainly anticipated by both parties. But contrary to expectation, it was not precipitated by Spanish intervention, but by outbreak within France. It was the massacre of Vassy on March 1, 1562, that threw the country into civil war. Illustration: the massacre of Vassy, March 1, 1652. Bib Nat Estamps, Histoire de France QB. The Duke of Guise had spent the winter, as we have seen, working in the interest of the triumvirate. On February 15, 1562, he had a conference at Saverne with the Duke of Württemberg, whom he adroitly persuaded into the belief that the Calvinists were aiming to involve the German Protestants in their own quarrel, thereby securing his neutrality in event of civil war. Shortly after his return to France, the Duke left Joinville with the intention of rejoining the court. As he was passing through Vassy, his retinue encountered a Huguenot congregation worshipping in a barn outside of the town. Though the service was strictly in conformity with the Edict of January, the sight angered the Duke, whose followers fell upon the company, and the famous massacre ensued. It was March 1, 1562. How much provocation was made by the Protestants for this attack is a matter of dispute. The Duke himself and Catholic partisans ever since have asserted that stones were first thrown at him. Probably the absolute truth will never be known. Rank, perhaps, sums up the verdict of history best in the statement that, whether the Duke intended the massacre or not, it is enough that he did not prevent it. 2 weeks later, on March 16, the Duke of Guise, accompanied by the chief members of his house, save the Cardinal of Lorraine and the Duke of Elbeuf, arrived in Paris. The capital, which long since had learned the news of Vassy, received him joyfully. At the Saint Denis gate, he was met by the constable and his 4 stalwart sons, the eldest of whom was governor of the city, the 4 marshals of France, and 21 knights of the order. Having arrived at his hotel, the provost of the merchants, who was syndic of Paris, accompanied by many of the chief merchants, visited him, testifying his joyful welcome, which was further attested by the proffer of 2 millions of gold in favor of the Catholic cause. The Duke made an adroit reply, assuring them that the Queen Mother and the King of Navarre, with the aid and advice of the King's Council, would pacify the realm. That he, as a faithful and loyal subject, must abide where the king commanded, and that he hourly expected a summons to court. On the same day, the Prince of Condé, returning from the court to Paris with the intention of going to Picardy, finding the Duke of Guise in the capital, changed his plans and tarried in Paris, though offering to leave the town by one gate if the Duke, the Constable, and the Marshal Saint-André would leave by the other. When the Guises perceived that the Huguenots were undismayed by the events, they began to increase their adherents in the city, so that in a short time it was thronged with nearly 10,000 horsemen. It was impossible, on the other hand, for the Huguenots to concert measures of defense in Paris, and accordingly the Prince of Condé soon quitted the capital, March 23, like another Pompey, going to Meaux, where Coligny and Dandelot soon joined him. Meanwhile, Catherine de' Medici, fearful lest the person of the king would be forcibly seized by the Guises, and recognizing that the King of Navarre had surrendered completely to the triumvirate, endeavored to remove the king to Blois. But Anton hotly protested against so overt a move in favor of the Huguenots, and Spain's ambassador fulminated so strongly against the evil reputation of El Hospital that the court was compelled to go to Fontainebleau instead. Even this place met with small favor on the part of the Guises, who would have preferred keeping the court in Paris. But when they urged the necessity of the Queen's presence in the council in consideration of the grave state of affairs, Catherine caustically rejoined that she thought it more meet to have regard to the health of the king than to inform so many wise men what was necessary to be done. This speech of the Queen Mother, however, was not said altogether in sarcasm. For instead of following the advice of the constable, who showed signs of resenting the Guise ascendancy, that the crown repudiate and condemn the massacre of Vassy and announce its determination to maintain the Edict of January, Catherine, in her alarm, lest the rising of the Huguenots sweep the Valois dynasty from the throne, began to incline toward Spain. For the time being, the triumvirate professed itself satisfied, intending after Easter to compel the court to repair to Bois de Vincennes, in order to have the king in their midst and thus strengthen with his name the authority of their actions. Great was the alarm, therefore, when the Prince of Condé, accompanied by the Admiral Coligny and Dandelot, appeared before the gates of Paris on March 29 with 3,000 horse. Immediately all the bridges were drawn up and preparations made to meet an attack. Already extraordinary arrangements had been made for the defense of Paris. Strangers were compelled to leave the city. No persons except gentlemen were permitted to wear arms, and these were limited to sword and dagger. Only 6 gates were open, and these were under double guard. Failing to enter the city, the prince quartered his troops at St. Cloud and took possession of the highroad from Paris to Orleans at Longjumeau, while in Paris the Duke of Guise, the King of Navarre, and the Constable hastened forward the preparations for war. But the Prince of Condé refrained from the use of force. He gave out that he had as much right to enter the city under arms as had Guise, and complained of the fact that Guise and his following, on March 27, which was Good Friday, had visited the king and queen at Fontainebleau, where the latter made them strange countenance because the train came in arms to the court. The apparent purpose of the Prince of Condé was to cut Fontainebleau off from Paris, for the admiral lay at Montreuil, but 4 leagues distant, and thus force a reasonable settlement or push matters to an extremity by making himself master of the Loire, thus cutting France in twain and having all Guyenne and Poitou and much of Languedoc at his back. Color was lent to this belief by the fact that so many men from the northern and eastern provinces were passing southward that a special body of troops was set to guard the line of the Seine. Illustration: Huguenot march to Orleans. March 29, April 2, 1562. Methuen and Co. But the Catholic leaders guessed Condé's purpose, and by a coup de main seized the king and his mother and carried them off from Fontainebleau to Melun, a town strong enough to be withheld against any sudden enterprise. Thereupon the prince, perceiving that he had been outreached, marched toward Orleans in spite of an order sent from the king, and undoubtedly inspired by Guise, that he should lay down his arms. An attempt to prevent him from reaching Orleans was blocked by a rapid advance of Dandelot. Meanwhile, the constable had assumed the direction of affairs in Paris, where on April 5 the Huguenot house of worship near the Porte Saint-Antoine was torn down, the pulpit, forms, and choir burned, and fragments carried away as souvenirs by the mob. Troops patrolled the streets, arresting suspects, and a house-to-house visitation was made in search of Calvinist preachers. The same day the court came to Bois de Vincennes. During the next few days, vain overtures were made to the prince. Coligny and Dandelot offered to meet the Queen Mother at such a place as she would appoint, provided the Prince of Navarre, the future Henry Roman IV, Damville, the constable's second son, and one of the Guises were given into Orleans as hostages for them. Catherine was willing to accept the offer, but was overruled by Antoine of Bourbon, the Duke of Guise, and Montmorency. Those who were least alarmed still looked for settlement at the hands of the General Council. But there were serious political difficulties, as well as those religious, in the way of this, the 3 principal ones being: 1. The summons of the council, which many Catholics even wished to be convoked by the emperor and not by the pope. 2. The place of the council. 3. The authority of the council, which many Catholics wished to be above the pope. On April 12, 1562, at Orleans, the Prince of Condé formally assumed command of the Huguenot forces, his chief lieutenants being the Admiral Coligny and Dandelot. The First Civil War was a reality. The city on the Loire for some years to come was destined to be the capital of the Protestants, dominating all the surrounding country. Blois and its château, Tours and its castle, Amboise, Somber, Angers, and many other towns on the Loire and in Maine were occupied by the Protestants. Orleans was reputed to have bread and wine enough in store to withstand a 2 years' siege, and the Huguenots seemed to have plenty of money for immediate necessities, thanks to their despoilment of the churches of the region, especially the rich abbey of Marmoutier. Although the purposes of the Huguenots were clandestinely more political than religious, it was expedient to cloak them under a mantle of faith. The political organization of the Huguenots was effected through the medium of an association, a form of organization of which there are many examples, both Protestant and Catholic, during this troubled period. The preamble of the instrument of government disclaimed any private motives or considerations on the part of those who were parties to the association, and asserted that their sole purpose was to liberate the king from captivity and punish the insolence and tyranny of the disloyal and the enemies of the Church. Idolatry, blasphemy, violence, and robbery were forbidden within the territory of the association, in order that all might know that it had the fear of God before it. The association was to expire after the king had attained his majority. The essential difficulties in the situation as it obtained at this time are manifest. The Huguenots declared the king to be a captive in the hands of the Guises and themselves claimed to be loyal subjects in rebellion against tyranny. The Guises, on the other hand, branded the Huguenots as rebels and schismatics, although Catherine de' Medici still had a lingering hope of restoring peace, and in official utterances carefully refrained from alluding to the Prince of Condé as a rebel. Neither side would agree to lay down its arms without the other doing likewise, and neither dared take the initiative in this matter. The situation, therefore, was an irreconcilable one, which nothing but war could settle. The political determinations of the Huguenots were quite as fixed as their religious convictions, for part of their platform was the article agreed upon by the Estates at Orleans to the effect that the Cardinal of Lorraine, the Duke of Guise, the Constable, and the Marshals Brissac and Saint-André should render an account of their stewardship. How far politics governed the situation is evidenced by the fact that late in April, the King of Navarre and Montmorency began to weaken in their attitude when it was known that Condé dominated the Middle Loire country, Touraine, Maine-Anjou, and much of Normandy. When it was learned that the cities of Lyons, Toulouse, Caen, Rouen, Dieppe, Troyes, Bourges, and the provinces of Dauphiné, Provence, and Poitou had declared for the Huguenot cause, and when troops were pouring into Orleans by thousands. If the Guises and the Marshals Brissac and Saint-André could have acquitted themselves with so little discredit as Anton of Bourbon or the Constable, it is possible that a compromise might have been made even yet. But such an issue was impossible under the circumstances. The guilt of Vassy still hung over the Duke, for he had not yet been absolved either by the Court of Parliament or by the peers of France. Having appealed to force remained the only method of settling the great dispute that divided France, and Guise daily assembled horse and foot in Paris in expectation of battle. The formidable nature of the Huguenot rising by this time had so increased the fear of Catherine de' Medici that she completely surrendered to the triumvirate and resolved to appeal to Spain for help. On April 19, she sent for Anton of Navarre, the Duke of Guise, the Constable, and the two Marshals, Brissac and Saint-André, to whom she declared that she had been badly advised hitherto, and that she now trusted to their support. Montmorency at once proposed to ask the nuncio to petition His Holiness to send money and troops to the help of Catholic France. But Spain, not Rome, was the political cornerstone of the Catholic world, and it was now that the momentous resolution was taken to invite Philip Roman II to lend assistance. Catherine de' Medici, who shortly before this time had looked upon the prospect of Spanish intervention with apprehension, was now in favor of it. At Catherine's instance, the triumvirate formally invited Spain's support in a joint letter which was accompanied by Anton of Navarre's written profession of the Catholic faith. 2 weeks later, May 8, Charles Roman IX himself formally solicited military assistance of Philip Roman II. Catholic Switzerland, Catholic Germany, Savoy, the Pope, and other princes of Italy were also looked to. The Queen Mother did not know that already the triumvirate had anticipated her request by asking the Spanish king to instruct the region of Flanders to hold the troops there in readiness, because Madame de Parma would not let a single horse go out of Flanders without orders. By the end of June, these troops were ready. They were almost all Spaniards and Italians, then universally regarded as the best soldiers in the world. Philip Roman II, though, was actuated by other motives besides zeal for Catholicism. He feared lest the south of France might attack Navarre, owing to the identification of Jean d'Albret with the Huguenot cause, and so sent reinforcements to Fontarabia and Pampeluna, a movement which weakened the Prince of Condé by preventing Gramont's Gascon troops from going to Orleans. The war went forward in spite of lack of funds on both sides. In order to pay the expenses of the war in Brittany, Catherine authorized the seizure of the plate in the churches. But the Duke of Étampes, who was governor of Brittany, was cautious about carrying out this order. "The people are so religious and scrupulous in these things," he wrote, "that if they found out that we wanted to take it, they would not readily endure it, especially in Lower Brittany." Instead, he advised that the plate of the churches be deposited in some principal town in each bishopric, under color of retaining and guarding it there, and that a tax of from 15 to 20 livres be imposed upon each person for this purpose, figuring that this expedient would produce from 15 to 20,000 livres. The Huguenots let no money pass from the provinces under their control, even going so far as to destroy the government registers in the towns they took. Every day increased the interest of the populace in the struggle. If the Prince of Condé should come to Paris, wrote an Englishman in Paris, they could not tarry there, on account of the fury of his soldiers and the populace. In Dauphiné, de la Motte Gondrin, lieutenant of the Duke of Guise, was slain at Valence by the Protestants. It is just to say, however, that he was the aggressor. Accompanied by 60 or 80 gentlemen, he went out into the country and came upon a worshipping company of Calvinists, and left not one of them alive. A Huguenot nobleman, Desidres, who styled himself lieutenant of the king in Dauphiné, acquired a reputation in the region as sinister as that of Montluc in Gascony. The whole southeast of France seemed up in arms. Grenoble, Macon in Burgundy, Chalons in Champagne, Moulins in Bourbonnais, where they destroyed the tombs of Anton's ancestors, were taken by the Huguenots. Lyon, by reason of its proximity to Geneva, was radically Huguenot, and this sentiment was stimulated still more by the great discontent that prevailed among the lower classes, engaged in silk manufacturing and other industries. In Normandy, it was even worse. At Rouen, the Huguenots routed the Catholics and seized the government. On May 14, Maligny took Havre de Grace, which astonished and affrighted the Catholics because it stood at the mouth of the Seine and made open communication between the Huguenots and the English easy. At Caen, Bayeux, and most places in Lower Normandy, the inhabitants defaced the images in the monasteries and parish churches, and arrested the king's revenues coming to Paris. Caudebec, which revolted on May 15, was besieged by the Guisards, but had placed men in it previously and so saved itself. In Dieppe, where the revolt followed hard upon news of Vassy, a conflict between Protestants and Catholics resulted in the death of 150 persons. Terrible cruelties were committed ad Angers by the Protestants. Amid this almost spontaneous insurrection involving provinces widely separated from one another, the Ile-de-France and Burgundy adhered to the crown and the Catholic cause, the former wholly from inclination, the latter in part because of the adroitness of Tavannes, the brilliant captain, who foiled the Huguenot assault upon Dijon and saved Chalon-sur-Saône. In spite of these occurrences, however, abortive negotiations for peace filled the 10 days between the 18th and the 28th of May. In Paris, it was expected that Condé would attack the city. The government's force was not sufficient to take the field, and 25 pieces of artillery were paraded through the streets to make an impression and to induce the clergy and Parisians to contribute money for this religious war-making. Popular opinion in Paris was bitterly hostile to the Huguenots, but the bourgeois were not inclined to go down into their pockets, and so, when the cowardly King of Navarre published a proclamation on May 26 expelling all Protestants from Paris and leaving their goods at the mercy of their adversaries, it was hailed with delight by the capital. Mobs of Catholics forcibly expelled Huguenots from the city and destroyed their goods. The city was so full of men-at-arms, highwaymen, and robbers at this time that every householder was required to keep a light in his street window until daybreak. Risings in many parts of the country continued to be heard of. Vendôme, La Charité, Auxerre, Montargis, Poitiers, together with most of the towns of Saintonge and Angoumois, either declared for the Prince of Condé or were taken by him. But at Toulouse, the Huguenots suffered heavily. In Normandy, there was great fear of English intervention. Overtures for peace came to nothing because the Huguenots made the withdrawal of the triumvirate a condition precedent to their laying down of arms. The prince contended that he could not be secure unless the Duke of Guise, the Constable, and the Marshal Saint-André retired from the court. The Queen Mother, in reply, represented that it was not right, during the king's minority, to remove from him such important personages, that the Catholics in Paris had taken up arms to oppose the Edict of January, and that if the Huguenot soldiery would retire to their homes, they might live there as they liked, while a council, of which he should be a member, considered some better means of settlement. Gradually, the hostile armies, the Prince of Condé at the head of the Huguenots and the Duke of Guise, the Constable, the Marshal Saint-André, and the recreant King of Navarre with the Catholic host, drew near to each other. An attempt was made to take Jargeau, 8 miles from Orleans, but fearing lest its capture would cut supplies off from Orleans, Coligny and Dandelot destroyed the bridge there. This forced the Catholic captains to change their intention, and they traversed the Beauce so as to surprise Beaugency, 14 miles from Orleans, midway between Orleans and Blois, where there was a bridge across the river. On June 15, the two forces arrived near the bridge at almost the same time, and a fight seemed imminent. The two armies were about 5 miles apart and about the same distance from Orleans. Both being south of the Loire, there was no river to hinder an engagement. There were many vineyards between them, which was an advantage to the prince, who had more infantry than cavalry, while Guise had 7,000 horse, D'Aumale having come from Normandy with his force. The Catholic forces were divided. Guise lay north of the river, beyond Beaugency, Parisward. D'Aumale's detachment was on the other side of the river at Cloray, midway between Orleans and Beaugency, having the town and the bridge in his hands, while Navarre was established at Vernon, a league from Beaugency. The condition of the country around Orleans at this time, considering that a state of war existed, was not bad. Condé had plenty of money for the moment, having secured the riches of the churches of Bourges. Food was good and plentiful in Orleans, and bread was cheap. Everything the Huguenots took they paid for, as a matter of policy, although large funds were not in sight, and they looked anxiously to England for 100,000 crowns, offering the notes of the leaders as security or else the bonds of some of the most notable Reformed churches, as Rouen and Lyons. The Huguenot army made a brave display. Many of the gentlemen were rich and wore long white coats, cassac blanche of serge, kersey, or stramel, after the old manner, with long sleeves over their armor. The truce expired on June 21, Sunday, but only light skirmishing was indulged in while specious negotiations were continued by Montmorency. But the Catholic leaders offered such hard conditions that Condé would not accept them. Among others, it was demanded that all preachers should be banished from France, together with the prince himself, the brothers Chatelain, and the other Huguenot leaders, until the king was of age. During this delay, the prince lost the advantage he had possessed. For the Duke of Guise, the Constable and Marshal Saint-André returned from Chartres to the camp again, which was between Beaugency and Blois, which lends color to the theory that it was they who overruled Antoine of Navarre and Catherine. After the rupture of the truce, the Catholic army marched to Blois, which they battered for a day and a night, assaulted and entered, although the inhabitants offered to let them in at the gates. When the magistrates of the city offered the keys to the Duke of Guise, he pointed to the cannon with him, saying they were the keys he would enter by. At the same time, Saint-André took Poitiers and Angoulême and drove La Rochefoucauld into Saintonge with the aid of Spanish troops. When informed of the Duke's proceedings at Blois, Condé marched to Beaugency, which, after bombardment, was entered on July 3, the most part of those who were left to guard it being killed. Then, seeing his own fortunes diminishing daily, he retired to Orleans, with scarcely 3,000 horse and 6,000 footmen. The prince was in doubt what next to do, whether to retire to Lyon and join with the Baron d'Essadres, who had acquired Grenoble, Valence, and Chalons in Burgundy, despite Tavannes, who kept the field with his forces, and was reputed to have 8,000 foot and 1,500 horse besides 6,000 Swiss sent from Bern and Lucerne, or to retire to Gascony, where the Queen of Navarre was, or thirdly to go to Rouen and thereby keep Normandy. In the end, however, he and Coligny stayed in Orleans. The remainder of his force was either dispersed in the various towns or dismissed. The Protestants stood in dire need of outside aid during the summer. A few days after Condé had retired within Orleans, D'Aumale took Honfleur, July 21. In Paris, mobs killed almost hourly men, women, and children, notwithstanding an edict to the contrary under pain of death. Arms were in the people's hands, not only in Paris, but in the villages. Neither the king nor the queen mother had the means to rule them, for the King of Navarre and the Duke of Guise were then at Blois, with the result that Paris did much as it pleased. The leaders contemplated the recovery of Touraine, Anjou, and Maine, and all the towns upon the Loire, and then proposed to go into Normandy and recover Havre de Grace, Dieppe, and Rouen. In pursuance of this project, the Duke of Guise took Loudun and Chinon in Touraine. In the same month, Montdidier was entered by the Catholics upon assurance that all the Protestants therein should live safely. But notwithstanding the promises, they were all cut to pieces, robbed, or driven forth. Numbers of men, women, and children were drowned in the night with stones about their necks, at Blois, Tours, and Amboise, and those towns which surrendered to the King of Navarre. While these events were taking place in the Loire country, the Duke of Aumale again approached Rouen on the 29th of June and planted his batteries before St. Catherine's Mount, but succeeded in doing little in spite of his long battery. He hoped to recover Havre de Grace after Guise had seized the towns upon the Loire. The great fear of the French was lest Havre de Grace should be given by the Huguenots into the hands of the English, and the atrocious practice of D'Aumale was likely to further such conduct on the part of the Huguenots, for he promised the peasantry not only the privilege of sacking the chateaux of the nobles, but also to relieve them of all taxes. As a result of this vicious policy, trade was dead and whole families of the nobility retired to Dieppe, abandoning their homes. Violence increased both in the cities and in the provinces. In the southeast, Somerive committed great cruelties in Orange, killing men, women, and children wherever he went. But the achievements of Montluc, the true creator of the French infantry, were the conspicuous feature of the war in the south. By his own confession, this famous soldier, rather inclined to violence than to peace, and was more prone to fighting and cutting of throats than to making of speeches. The war in the southern provinces, it is plain, was one of both politics and religion. The practices of the Huguenots penetrated the whole administrative machinery. The Sieur de Berry, king's lieutenant in Guyenne, was old and overcautious, and not without suspicion of Calvinism, while Duras, the Huguenot leader, was so active that the crown had sent the veteran of the siege of Siena into Guyenne in January 1560 with a special commission. The Huguenots tried to buy Montluc off through one of their captains formerly with him before Siena, who came to him saying that the church at Nerac had made him their captain. Montluc's reply nearly took the captain off his feet. "What the devil churches are those that make captains?" was his fierce question. He speedily began to make his name formidable by hanging 6 Huguenots without process of law, which shook great fear into the whole party. Montluc's arrival was in the nick of time for the Catholics of the South. He thought that if the Huguenots had been more led by soldiers and not so guided by ministers, they had not failed of carrying Bordeaux and Toulouse. But God preserved those 2 forts, the bulwarks of Guyenne, to save all the rest. Montluc was everywhere at once, never resting long in any place, holding his foes in suspense everywhere, and not only was himself in continual motion, but also with letters and messages perpetually solicited, and employed all the friends he had. His troops were few in numbers, and so ill-paid that he sometimes was reluctantly compelled to ransom his prisoners. "We were so few that we were not enough to kill them all," he comments. "Had the king paid his companies, I should not have suffered ransom to have been in use in this quarrel. It is not in this case as in a foreign war where men fight for love and honor. In a civil war we must either be master or man, being we live as it were, all under a roof." He was as good as his word, and shook a great terror into the country everywhere. When he appeared before Agen, he wondered that the people should be so damnably timorous and did not better defend their religion. Instead, they no sooner heard my name, but they fancied the rope already about their necks. Yet terrible as the old war dog was, he still waged war according to the rules of the game. He is outspoken in condemnation of the conduct of the Spanish companies sent by Philip Roman II, which joined him before Agen. The importance of Montluc's services in the south was great. He helped save Toulouse and Bordeaux to the government and the subsequent capture of Lectoure, and the notable Battle of Vergt in Périgord, October 9, 1562, prevented the Huguenots south of the Loire from joining the forces of the Prince of Condé, who thus narrowly lost the Battle of Dreux. As the Catholic cause mended, the situation of the Huguenots darkened. 4,000 Swiss in June had joined Tavannes in Burgundy, and thereby Dijon, Macon, and Chalon-sur-Saône were made safe. Late in July, 6,000 lansquenets passed through Paris toward the camp at Blois. Pope Pius Roman IV sent his own nephew to the aid of Joyeuse with 500 footmen, 1,000 of whom were Hispaniols. The Huguenots impatiently awaited the coming of German pistoliers and footmen, to be brought by Casimir, the second son of the Count Palatine, accompanied by Dandelot, who had been sent into Germany for assistance. But the German princes were slow in responding, especially to the demand for money, so that the Prince of Condé actually promised to give them the pillage of Paris. Dandelot passed the Rhine on September 22, 1562, 3 weeks too late to relieve Bourges, with 2,000 German horse and 2,000 musketeers, who figured in the Battle of Dreux in the next December. France had seen nothing like these reiters in days heretofore. Their coming created both consternation and curiosity. Claude Hatton in vain sought the meaning of the word. The word reiter had never had vogue in France within the life of the oldest of men, and one had never used the word until the present. Although the kings of France had been served in all their wars by Germans, Swiss, and Lansquenets, who are included under this word and name of Germany or Alemanni. I have taken pains to inquire of numerous persons who are deemed to know much what was the signification of this word, reiter. But I have not found a man who has been wise enough to tell me what I wish to know. In order to pay the reiters and to find money, a taille was imposed upon the Huguenots of all classes in all towns and villages under their control, upon nobles, priests, merchants, bourgeois, and artisans. But as this means was very tedious, the prince had recourse to the gold and silver vessels, chalices, and crosses of the churches which the Huguenots had pillaged. He also seized upon the government receipts from the gabelle and other taxes of the king in all the villages and elections controlled by the Huguenots, even the moneys of the royal domain and the revenues of the churches. Meanwhile, on August 19, the siege of Bourges had begun. The city was defended by about 3,500 soldiers, but the circuit of its walls was very great. It was well provisioned for a time, and had considerable munitions and artillery of an inferior sort, but neither cannon nor culverin. Half the town was protected by a great marsh nearby, the other half was fortified. It was the plan of Dandelot, who had entered Lorraine with 2,000 horse and 4,000 foot, commanded by the Duke of Deuxpons, feeling he could do nothing in time for Bourges, to cut off Paris by securing the passages of the river at St. Cloud and Charenton. Accordingly, the constable and the Duke of Guise, learning of the approach of the reiters, dispatched Domel with a commission to levy all men of war in Champagne, Brie, and Burgundy, both foot and horse, and to sound the tocsin for the purpose of raising new levies for the king if those which he first raised should not suffice, and to make a great camp of all these men for the purpose of combating the reiters. But Domel dallied so long, to the intense chagrin of his army, which clamored to frapper dessus les liflof de reisters, that the German troopers were able to cross the river Seine at Chanceaux, whence they took the road above Auxerre, crossed the Yonne, and so joined the Prince of Condé at Orleans. It would have been much better for France, and especially for the provinces of Champagne, Brie, and Burgundy, if Domel had attempted to repulse the reiters, for his soldiers were the ruin of the villages where they lodged, and any action, even defeat, would have been better than license and idleness. When it was known that the reiters had evaded the force sent against them, the king, seeing new villages of France taken every day, sent orders to all those who still adhered to the crown to the effect that they should be on their guard night and day, for fear of being taken by surprise. For greater security commissions were dispatched authorizing the election of a gentleman of honor and credit to be town captain in every town. The Catholic and Huguenot position with reference to each other between Paris and the Loire was now somewhat as follows. The former held Chartres, Bonneville, Chédedon, Blois, the latter Saint-Marthurin, Montargis, and Jean. On August 31, 1562, the surrender of Bourges took place. The crown guaranteed life, property, and liberty of conscience to the commandant and soldiers and inhabitants of the town in consideration of an indemnity of 50,000 livres, pour avoir été si gracieusement traités. But the Catholic leaders were in doubt what next to do, for all the Huguenots were within the towns, neither occupying the open country nor having a camp outside the walls. The King of Navarre urged the siege of Orleans, but the council was not in agreement with him for 2 reasons. First, on account of the plague which was there. Secondly, because they had hopes that Navarre might prevail upon his brother to desert the Huguenot cause and so spare them the exercise of force. For these reasons, it was resolved not to push the siege of Orleans and to attack Rouen instead, where the Duke of Aumale was already. The Guises were now fully aware of the formidable nature of the revolt of Normandy, there being danger of their also losing western Normandy, where the Duc de Bouillon held Caen Castle, but was disposed to be neutral. They planned, therefore, to send the greater portion of their new forces, Germans and Swiss, to the aid of D'Aumale, who had advanced against Rouen after Dandelot gave him the slip, for they were little needed in the Loire country. Roggendorf, Guises' chief German agent, at this time arrived in Paris with 1,200 German pistoliers, well armed and mounted. The Swiss captain, Froelich, had brought 15 ensigns of Swiss, and the Rhinegrave was in Champagne with 2 regiments of foot and 300 pistoliers. The constable and the Duke of Guise, in fear of English support, resolved to concentrate the greatest part of their force against Rouen and Havre de Grace. Another motive lay in the fact that Paris was in want, for the Huguenots recognized that if Rouen, Havre de Grace, and Dieppe were well held, coercion of Paris was not impossible. The condition at Dieppe and Havre de Grace was the source of more anxiety to the government than any other matter. These towns, owing to their situation, were the chief keys to France, without which neither Paris nor Rouen could be free. Havre de Grace was of more use to France than Calais as a port of supply, and daily all those who escaped from Pont-Audemer, Honfleur, Harfleur, and the Protestants between Dieppe and Rouen were flocking thither. The chief hope of the French Protestants was based upon the expected aid of England. Early in April, 1562, the Prince of Condé and the Admiral had solicited her support, but the anxiety of Elizabeth in the welfare of Protestantism beyond sea was not disinterested, any more than Philip II's Catholicism. The legality of her position as queen required her adherence to everything anti-Catholic, to which may be added the influence of the political aims of Philip Roman II with reference to England, especially his interest in the doings of Mary Stuart and Spanish tyranny in the Low Countries, both of which jeopardized England. Her ambassador in France observed truly when he wrote her, "It standeth your majesty, for the conservation of your realm in the good terms it is in, to countenance the Protestants as much as you may." Another practical end to be gained by English support of the Huguenots was the possibility of recovering Calais. Yet in spite of their deep religious animosity and their political hostility to one another, England and Spain were in so peculiarly complicated a relation that neither state wished to go to war. Philip Roman II assured Charles Roman IX that, although Elizabeth would squirm at sight of Spanish assistance given to France, she dared not strike back in aid of the Huguenots, and would have to compel herself to view things from afar. The key to this extraordinary situation is to be found in the commerce of the Low Countries. The Duke of Alva flatly said that his master could not afford to break with the English because of the commercial injury he would sustain in the Netherlands. The same proposition, reversed, was in like stead true of England. Her commercial interests in Holland and Flanders were too great to be risked. But the good prospect of regaining Calais, coupled with the fear lest the reduction of France to Spanish suzerainty would entail greater danger to England in the long run than the loss of her commerce beyond sea, at last persuaded Elizabeth to support the Huguenots upon certain conditions, the ultimate one being restoration of Calais to England. Accordingly, in September 1562, the Queen offered to land 6,000 men to guard the towns in Normandy, to take Havre and Dieppe under her protection, and receive into them the refugees of the Reformed Church, and promised not to abandon Havre without the prince's consent, nor receive Calais from the opposite party. The Vidame of Chartres agreed to deliver the custody of Havre de Grace to the Queen's lieutenant on condition that the latter would recompense him and Condé by annual pensions or assigned lands, because of the loss of their estates and goods in France. In pursuance of this compact, on September 24, 1562, the English proclamation for the expedition into Normandy was published. It was time, if success were to crown the enterprise, for in Havre troubles and enemies multiplied and patience with the English was on the point of breaking. "No prey happens to a sleeping fox," wrote the Vidame impatiently to the English admiral. On October 1, 1562, the English sailed from Portsmouth for Havre, and on Sunday, October 4, entered the roadstead of Havre at 3 in the afternoon, and immediately landed as many men as they could with the tide. The English occupation of Havre de Grace startled the government into new activity before Rouen, and the king determined to take it before English assistance could be afforded. The town was well supplied with provisions and had plenty of small arms, but was short of artillery and gunpowder. The garrison numbered about 4,000, under command of Montgomery, the guardsman who had accidentally killed Henry Roman II in tournament. For Morvilliers, the former chief in command in Rouen, had hesitated about the introduction of English soldiers and had been replaced. In the first week of October, the attack of the royal forces upon Rouen was renewed with fury, and the fortress on St. Catherine's Mount was taken by them. Desperation soon prevailed in the beleaguered city, and there was talk of conditional surrender if that could be effected, until the arrival of a few companies of English revived the courage of the Rouennais, and the fight was renewed. But the procrastinating caution of the English by this time overreached itself. In spite of the importunities of Throckmorton, the English government was reluctant to venture its arms beyond the seaboard, although Throckmorton's arguments were reinforced by every other English agent in France, Rouen being represented as such a jewel for them that by no means is it sufferable to become an enemy. All urgency was in vain. The instructions to the Earl of Warwick, the English commander in Havre de Grace, were to the effect that if requested to send aid to Rouen or other places, he should make some reasonable delay, without offending them. It is easy to see from such instructions, and the policy pursued by the English government in France, that its interest was purely practical and in no sense sentimental or religious. England wanted to hold Havre de Grace in pawn for Calais, under cover of pretending to support the Huguenots. By mid-October, however, it had become plain that this narrow policy could not be so rigidly adhered to. The success of the Catholic armies in Normandy was even endangering Havre de Grace, and Havre de Grace was not nearly so favorable a point of vantage for the English as Calais had been, for there the Pale protected the city proper. In the city at the Seine's mouth, the fortifications were weak, and worst of all, the location was a poor one for defense. With the coming of winter, it would be possible for the French with slight effort to prevent much intercourse by sea between Havre and the English ports, while already the country roundabout was being devastated by the German reiters. D'Aumale was reported to have said, and there was justification of the statement, that the English garrison might make merry as it pleased. The winter and famine would cause them to pack homeward faster than they had come. Too late the English at last determined to succor Rouen after the fall of St. Catherine's Mount, and relief troops were sent forward to Rouen from Havre de Grace and Dieppe. An intrepid English captain named Leighton, he was afterward made governor of Guernsey, with a handful of men, made his way into the city, but substantial assistance did not come until the middle of October. Even then misfortune overtook the English. The approach was made by the river in 6 small ships, but one of them struck on a sandbar near Caudebec and was intercepted by Damville, so that only 600 English got into the town. On the morning of the 16th, Montgomery and 2 of the chief men of the city came out of Rouen, under a flag of truce, and spoke with the Queen, returning a second time with fresh proposals, but nothing resulted. The Huguenots demanded, first of all, liberty of preaching, and of living according to their religion. Besides this, they insisted that the king should not put a garrison in Rouen, and as security for the observance of these conditions they required hostages from the king, to be kept by them at Havre de Grace. In the second interview they enlarged the conditions, namely, that the Edict of January might be observed, and that they might preach freely in the cities, although by the edict preaching was permitted only outside of cities. Moreover, they insisted on this agreement being extended to all towns of France, and in order to give this convention a general effect, the Prince of Condé was to confirm it. For the observance of all these conditions, they demanded as hostages the Prince de Joinville, eldest son of the Duke of Guise, and brother of the Marshal Brissac, superintendent of the king's revenues. Although Montgomery was unaware of it, the government already, alarmed by the English intervention, had made overtures to the Prince of Condé in Orleans. But in each case, a condition required would not be yielded: the demand of the Rouennais that the Edict of January be revised so as to permit Protestant worship in all towns broke off negotiations with them. In the overtures made to Condé and Coligny, restitution of all in rebellion to their estates and offices was promised, as also the assurance to the Huguenots that they might enjoy their religion peaceably in their houses, but public worship, even without the towns, was not to be permitted. The Protestant leaders seem to have been inclined to yield to these terms, although they implied a reduction of their religious privileges, but insisted that the crown should assume the payments due to Condé's German auxiliaries. The government balked at this proposal, and the prince and the admiral themselves balked when the King of Navarre declared that Dandelot's German troopers and the Huguenots should unite to expel the English from France, so that in the end, neither set of negotiations was successful. During the successful assault upon Fort St. Catherine, which followed the rupture of these negotiations, both Anton of Navarre and the Duke of Guise were wounded, the former by an arquebus shot in the joint of the shoulder, as it proved, mortally, because mortification of the wound could not be stayed. Montgomery fought furiously in the assault, which lasted 7 hours, and threatened to use his sword upon any who might seek to yield. It was a desperate and vain battle, however. The king's forces mined clear to the walls of the town, and the havoc of their explosions could not be remedied. The breach in the walls made by both mine and shot was so wide that some of the royal force rode through on horseback. On Monday, October 26, the besiegers fought their way through and over the walls. In this supreme movement, the English and the Catholic Germans came sharply together. No quarter was given the English in the town, the command being given that they should all pass the sword. Many of them were stripped naked by the victors. The wounded English who were found had their throats cut, the rest were sent to the galleys. The king entered Rouen the day after its capture, making his way over dead bodies which had been spoiled by the soldiers. The royal forces now had unlimited control of the Seine below Rouen. At Caudebec, they staked half the river, so that ships and boats were compelled to pass close under their guns. The Guises now anticipated a swift collapse of the Huguenot cause. All the chief towns in France, save Orleans and Lyon, were either by inclination or compulsion obedient to the crown, which found powerful support from the property-owning and lawyer class. Politically and financially, the government was stronger, although the court was in want of money at this time. The Duke of Guise, the most notable captain and soldier in France, the constable and veteran marshals like Brissac and Saint-André, had made a combination too strong to be overcome. In this strait, the Huguenot leaders grasped at the last straw, the hope that the Prince of Condé might succeed the King of Navarre as lieutenant of the realm by winning the support of liberal Catholics and the anti-Guisard element. There was ground for this hope if the Calvinists could be persuaded to be a little less radical, and if the Catholic religion would be suffered without criticism to be and remain the religion of France, and the Huguenots would make no further alteration in their form of worship than the English Reformation had done. Anton of Bourbon, since sustaining the wound received at Rouen, had been gradually sinking and died on board a boat on his way to Paris, October 26, after prolonged suffering. Condé now, by virtue of the arrangement made at the meeting of the States General at Orleans, legally succeeded to his brother's office as lieutenant of the realm, and proceeded forthwith to send out commissions to the constable, marshals, and to all the governors of provinces and places, to repair to him as the king's lieutenant general and governor of France. But in spite of the regulation of the estates, the court and Catholic party, by the advice of the cardinals of Ferrara, Lorraine, and Guise, the Duke of Guise, the constable and Marshal Saint-André, with the special solicitation of the Spanish ambassador who voiced his master's wishes with a lusty swelling tongue, resolved to establish the Cardinal of Bourbon in the authority the King of Navarre had held. Chapter 7. The First Civil War continued. The Battle of Dreux, December 19, 1562. The Peace of Ambos, March 19, 1563. After the fall of Rouen, the chief military design of the Guises seems to have been to protract the war, without giving battle, until the Germans with Dandelot and Condé either deserted for lack of pay or were corrupted by them. Catherine's wish, on the other hand, was to end the war by composition and not by the sword, fearing to have either party become flushed with success. In pursuance of this policy, numbers of the soldiers were permitted to go home, the war being considered to be practically at an end until the spring, except that garrisons of horse and foot were kept in the towns round about Orleans after the manner of a flying siege, siege volante. but the rapid advance of the prince toward Paris from Orleans, where he had been waiting for Dandelot, who mustered his German horse in Lorraine in the middle of September, after he learned of his brother's death, required the Duke of Guise to change his plans. Passing by Étampes, which the Guises abandoned at his approach, the Prince of Condé marched toward Corbeil in order to win the passage of the Seine, where 4,000 footmen and 2,000 horse of the enemy lay in order to keep the Marne and the Seine open above Paris for provisioning the capital. The Huguenot army numbered about 6,000 footmen, 4,000 of them Germans, and nearly 3,000 horsemen. Most of the Germans were well armed and mounted, and all very Almain soldiers, who spoil all things where they go. The Duke of Guise, having received word of the approach of the Huguenots upon Paris, abandoned his purpose of going to Havre in order to return to the succor of the city. Great difficulty was experienced in accomplishing the return of the army, because it was the depth of winter, and the days were short and the roads heavy. Nevertheless, everyone in camp took courage, because he was returning to the good French wines and no more needed to drink the cider of Normandy. To combat the Protestant force, Guise and the Constable had not over 6,000 footmen and 1,000 horsemen at Paris, though this force could be somewhat enlarged by drawing in the troops around Rouen and before Havre de Grace. It was fully expected that the Prince of Condé would march upon the capital or else take the straight road to Normandy in order to unite with the English, and with their help attempt to regain possession of Rouen and Dieppe. Paris was in the greatest alarm. All the people living in the faubourgs were compelled to abandon their houses. The state of the royal army was bad. The soldiers were scattered and disorganized, for the spoil of Rouen had induced every kind of license and debauchery. Moreover, the plague was raging everywhere. In this exigency, the Duke of Guise abandoned the country round about, within 2 or 3 leagues of Paris, to the pillage of the Protestants, withdrew his scattered forces within the walls, and feverishly employed every available person in the erection of fortifications, principally upon the side toward Orleans, for which certain unfinished erections of Francis I were utilized. The city was so crowded with people even before the appearance of the troops of the prince that it seemed to be in a state of siege. If Condé at this time could have seized the river above and below the capital, by which provisions were received into Paris, the city could have been speedily reduced to famine, as there was even at this time a scarcity of food. But Louis of Condé was not a man of good judgment, and while personally brave, he lacked political daring. To gain time for the arrival of reinforcements, Catherine and the Guises wheedled him with empty overtures for peace and sent the Marshal Brissac's brother to the Protestant camp near Étampes to propose a plausible settlement, saying that the Huguenots might have what they desired if they would aid in expelling the Germans, and especially the English. The last possibility was what the English agents in France had most feared, the more because of the undeniable strength of the Catholic Crown party, which had won to itself a great number of the nobility, and because of the approaching winter, the lack of money among the Huguenots, the scarcity of food, and the weariness of the country. Such abandonment of the English by the Prince of Condé could hardly have been construed as a breach of faith, seeing the apathy of the English participation after the seizure of Havre de Grace and Elizabeth's slowness in sending him financial assistance. But the prince refused to treat with an agent and continued his march toward Paris. On November 25, his cavalry appeared in sight of the city, and the Queen Mother and the Constable went out to parley further. The Prince of Condé demanded the post of Lieutenant General of the realm. For the Huguenots, the right to have churches in all towns except Paris and its banlieue and frontier towns, the right of all gentlemen to have private worship in their own houses, and the retirement of the foreign troops. To these demands, the Queen replied that no one should have her authority, adding that the government was already well made up of gentlemen, officers, and ministers, among whom the responsibilities of state had been divided, so that the government was capable of being well conducted until the king had attained his majority. As to toleration, she declared that to grant it would only be to encourage civil war. Too late Condé found that he had been trifled with in order to give the government time to bring up reinforcements, and that the terms he offered had not even been considered. The blame for this unfortunate turn in the war must rest, not upon the Queen Mother, but upon the Guises. For the Duke of Guise and his brother with the Constable could not but fear that in the event of peace they would be ruined, and the Duke used his own popularity with the masses, and the enmity felt by the Parisians toward the Queen to gain his ends. When duplicity failed, then Catherine's adversaries used intimidation, and the Spanish ambassador at their instigation was sent to her, either threatening or protesting, or promising and offering aid, and thus upsetting everything. When Paris was full of soldiers, negotiations were broken off, the Prince of Condé declaring defiantly that the Huguenots would sharpen their swords as they would have need of them. The only advantage the prince had gained was that he had been able to draw his force close in toward Paris, so that in the last week in November he was camped near the Pont de Charenton. On the 26th, he planted his camp on the left bank, a mile from the faubourgs. If the Prince of Condé had attacked Paris at once, instead of wasting time at Corbel in vain pourparlers, the whole Huguenot cause might have triumphed, for the government would have been forced to yield almost everything. He might have won the suburbs with little loss, although in want of heavy artillery, and the city could not then have held out long. But now the case was such that he either had to fight, with small hope of winning, let alone of taking Paris, or else come to an accord upon his enemy's terms. The prevailing opinion was that the prince would not be able to keep his army together for want of provisions and money, especially in midwinter. This proved to be true. On December 9, he broke camp and marched off crestfallen toward Normandy, after burning the camp, to effect a juncture with the English. By this time, he had barely 7,000 men, the time of the year telling hard upon the army, for it was compelled to live in the open, while his adversaries had 15,000 or 16,000 men of all nations, 1/4 of whom were mounted. The difficulty of his position was the greater because he was on the left bank of the Seine, with no prospect of passing the river, for the Duke of Guise lay at Poissy, while the Rhinegrave and Villebon were guarding Pont de l'Arche lower down. Warwick was unwilling to venture forth from Havre to the prince's assistance, but hoped, by stopping the shipment of salt and other merchandise up the Seine, to be able to compel the towns of Normandy, as Honfleur, Harfleur, Caudebec, and Rouen, for necessity's sake to come to terms. Being unable to pass the Seine, Condé drew off toward Chartres, followed at the distance of about 5 leagues by the Duke of Guise and the Constable, and came to a halt near Montfort not far from Evreux, while Guise lay at a point about 10 leagues west of Saint Denis, from whence, including Paris, he drew his supplies. All around the two armies the country was destroyed. Illustration: Battle of Dreux, December 19, 1562. Bib Nat, Estampes Histoire de France QB. The prince's inability to secure provisions, combined with the failure of English support, finally compelled him to give battle to the Duke of Guise near Dreux on December 19, the engagement being precipitated by his attempt to force the passage of the Jura, although the odds were against him in every particular. For the Duke of Guise was posted at a point so chosen that he could fall back on Dreux if compelled to do so. His flank was protected by a stream and a wood, and his artillery was more numerous than that of Condé. The advance guard of the Huguenots was commanded by the admiral, the battle, in which were the German reiters, by Dandelot, the rear guard by the Prince of Condé himself. The Huguenot ministers and preachers, armed and mounted, moved about among the men, who sang their psalms in such a loud voice that the camp of the king could easily hear them. On the Catholic side, the Marshal Saint-André was pitted against Dandelot. The Constable Montmorency commanded the rearguard, with instructions to hold off until the Huguenot rearguard entered the fight, while the Duke of Guise himself commanded the advance guard against the admiral. The battle was begun about noon by a victorious charge of the Huguenot horse, headed by Condé and Coligny, which drove back the Catholic Swiss and resulted in the capture of 6 pieces of cannon and the Constable Montmorency, who was slightly wounded in the mouth. His captors sent him to Orleans with such speed that he drank but once by the way, and that on horseback. The second charge was less effective owing chiefly to the slowness of the prince's German reiters, who had to have their orders interpreted to them, and partly to the effective artillery fire of the enemy, and culminated in the capture of Condé, whose horse was shot under him. Too late to save the Prince of Condé, the admiral made a partial rally of the French and German cavalry, in the course of whose attack the Marshal Saint-André was killed. Even then the issue might have been different if the Huguenot footmen had not behaved like cowards. The Protestant loss included about 800 of the noblesse, and nearly 6,000 footmen and reiters according to those who buried the dead. The Catholic loss was about 2,000, the most conspicuous among the fallen being the Marshal Saint André and Montbrun, the youngest son of the Constable Montmorency. The Battle of Dreux was fought on the day of the Feast of St. Thomas, almost the shortest day of the year, and the Huguenots had to thank the oncoming of darkness for saving them from pursuit. Under its cover, Coligny drew off toward Anna where he pitched camp, but some of the Huguenot horse galloped all night toward Orleans. Fortunate was the Calvinist who could find a cross to put upon his clothing on the morrow. 22 standards of the Prince of Condé were found upon the ground, which were sent to the king and hung in the Cathedral of Notre Dame. Almost all Condé's German footmen were taken prisoners, about 2,000, three-quarters of whom were sent back to Germany on parole, without weapons, and bearing white rods in witness of their abdication. The rest entered the service of the king and were joined with the Rhinegrave's forces under command of Bassompierre, an Alsatian in the service of Charles Roman IX. Illustration: Campaign of Dreux Neuve, Dec. 1562. Methuen and Co. Illustration: Battle of Dreux according to Commandant de Coinart. Methuen and Co. The Battle of Dreux, while not a complete rout of the Huguenots, was no less a disaster, because it foiled the efforts of Coligny to effect a junction with the English in Havre and compelled him to fall back on Orleans. Even Spain breathed easier, for anxiety lest the English get Calais was dispelled. Moreover, the French Protestants were in need of money, both Coligny's and Dandelot's troops being in arrears of pay, the latter's reiters having gone 3 months without wages. On the other hand, the government was in better financial condition through the efforts of the Cardinal of Lorraine, who collected some money at the Council of Trent in order to continue the war, and the active efficiency of the Spanish ambassador and the papal legate, who were excellent co-workers. Yet, in spite of defeat, Coligny was resolved to continue the fight, though uncertain what policy to follow. At first, he was inclined to go into Dauphiné and join forces with Desiderius against the Duke of Nemours. But the prospect of Catholic relief from Germany in the early spring made it advisable to abandon this plan. The military situation was much as follows in mid-January, 1563. The Huguenot center was at Orleans, where Dandelot lay, in control of the middle line of the Loire above Blois and as far northward as Chédedon and the vicinity of Chartres. Coligny lay at Villefranche, January 12. Montgomery was in Dieppe and the English in Havre. But communication between the Protestant coreligionists was prevented by the way in which the Catholic troops were disposed. Étampes, which the Duke of Guise recovered in January, restored the necessary connecting link between Blois and Paris, and the whole line of the Seine was in the hands of the Catholics. Warwick was being besieged in Havre by Vieilleville. He had succeeded the Marshal Saint André and was also governor of Normandy, who lay at Caudebec. The Marshal Brissac was at Rouen with 17 ensigns. The Marshal Berthelin, who had been given the baton of the late Marshal terms, was in Piedmont. Paris, of course, was in the government's hands. In Berry, where the upper waters of the Loire and the Seine flow close together, the lines of the two hostile parties came in contact. The admiral in the second week in January, 1563, passed the Loire at Beaugency and distributed his men at Saint-Aignan, Selles, and Montrechard, which lay on the right bank of the stream. At the same time, Guise had been minded to cross the river the other way and attack Orleans. This move on the part of each commander brought about a collision of forces near Cléry, in which Guise was repulsed. The condition of the country at the time was terrible, especially for the Duke, whose troopers were so pressed that they had to forage 12 leagues from camp. Everywhere the reiters were held in terror, for these raiders frequently made long and rapid marches and fell suddenly upon places, carrying death and destruction with them. In the meanwhile, the constable had been kept in light captivity at Orleans, a treatment in contrast with that experienced by Condé, who was first kept under strong guard by Damville in the little abbey of Saint-Pierre at Chartres, both the windows and the street being barred, and later, on January 24, 1563, brought to Paris. Ever since Dreux, the Queen Mother and the constable had been constantly employed in the endeavor to make a settlement. In the case of the constable, self-interest was the chief motive. He chafed under confinement and was envious of the Duke of Guise. On the other hand, Catherine's anxiety was of a political nature. She was fearful lest England permanently acquire havre de grace. Her purpose was to make peace with the Huguenots and then unite the parties in a war for the recovery of Havre. But the mistrust of the Huguenots that the overtures of peace were meant to be in accord in appearance only. The ambition of the Guises who saw their power thrive in the struggle, the opposition of Paris, and perhaps above all, the opposition of Spain, were difficulties in the way. Philip's joy over Dreux was tempered by his anxiety, and he secretly aimed to thwart any terms of peace at all favorable to the Protestants. Catherine probably would have preferred to abide by anything rather than have the Guises gain greater profit. The Queen Mother urged the necessity of peace on account of lack of funds to carry on the war. But her arguments were cast to the winds by the triumphant Guises when money began to pour into France from Spain, Venice, the Duke of Tuscany, and from some of the Catholic German princes. On the other hand, the penury of the Protestants increased from day to day. Coligny was in daily fear lest the Reiters would desert him on account of the delay in paying them. In vain, he wrote to Elizabeth, urging the speedy remittance of money. The cautious procrastination and niggardly policy of Elizabeth in the end was fatal to his purpose. In vain her ambassador in France, the faithful Throckmorton, urged immediate and liberal action. Warwick also added his plea, informing the home government and the Queen that the admiral would be ruined and unable to hold up his head without her aid in men and money. Elizabeth's notorious parsimony led her to deceive the French Protestants with vague promises, a policy so short-sighted that it ultimately lost England the support of the Huguenots and compelled the evacuation of Havre de Grace, which otherwise they might have made another Calais. By February, the admiral's patience was well-nigh exhausted, and his troops in mutiny, the Reiters raiding the country to such an extent that the court and the foreign ambassadors were compelled to retire from Chartres to Blois, not daring to try to go to Paris. As his position became more desperate from want of funds, Coligny determined to strike northward, if possible to effect a juncture with the English on the coast of Normandy. And so while his agents parleyed for peace in order to gain time and deceive the enemy, the admiral, leaving his wagons and baggage behind him in order that his Reiters might ride unimpeded, stole away from Jargeau on the night of February 1 with 2,000 Reiters, 1,000 mounted arquebusiers, and 500 gentry. His purpose was to join Warwick, but when he reached Dreux, where the battle had been fought 6 weeks earlier, he discovered that it was impossible for him to cross the Seine, and hence, after sending word to the Earl that he was in hard straits for money to pay his men and had much ado to keep them together, he drew off toward Caen. While Coligny lay at Dives, Throckmorton, it must have been against his own convictions, was sent to confer with him, informing him that if the admiral counted that the payment of his army and the support of the war depended upon Elizabeth alone, he was to understand that the people of England would not willingly contribute to such an expense, since the war was of little profit to them. Therefore, Elizabeth advised the Huguenots not to refuse reasonable conditions of peace. The English Queen including in the sphere of reasonable conditions, Huguenot insistence that Calais be restored to England. In the meantime, while Coligny's position was growing worse and worse, the position of Dandelot in Orleans had also become serious. The Duke of Guise invested the city on February 4 and got possession of Portereau February 6, a faubourg of Orleans across the river, which had been fortified during the previous summer. But the Huguenots still held the town at their end of the bridge and broke several of the arches down. A tiny island lay in the stream, and this the Duke planned to reach by filling thousands of sacks with sand and gravel and throwing them into the river between the banks at Portereau and the island, from whence he would be more able to attack Orleans with cannon. But it being winter time, the river was too deep and the current too strong. Failing this, he planned to cut the river above Orleans in order to let the water into the meadow lands. The spirited siege lasted many days. Every kind of metal was impressed into service by those of Orleans, including shells made of brass, which was a new device and very terrible, and their ammunition seemed likely to outlast that of their enemy. The Catholic position around Orleans was by no means an enviable one. Food, money, and ammunition were lacking. All Guises' men-at-arms and light horsemen lived at discretion. That is, they quartered themselves on the surrounding villages and forced the poor people of the country to feed them and their horses. The court was doing the same at Blois to the marvelous destruction of the country. The lack of powder bade fair to be fatal to the Duke's success, for the government's powder factories at Chartres, Chatillon, and Paris were all blown up, accidentally or otherwise, about this time, that of Paris having occurred on January 28, 1563, with great destruction of property and some lives. In consequence of these disasters, the Catholic artillery had to send all the way to Flanders for gunpowder. Although some breaches were made in the wall by the Catholics, the Duke of Guise delayed final assault for two reasons. First, because the Queen Mother hoped to take the city by composition. Secondly, because Catholic reinforcements were looked for late in March out of Germany, Switzerland, and Gascony, to the number of 10,000. No such silver lining lightened the cloud on the Huguenot horizon. Dandelot from Orleans, the Princess of Condé, Elinor de Roy, from Strasbourg, her imprisoned husband, and Coligny all implored the English queen in vain for speedy relief. The admiral's position by the end of February was desperate. He had been compelled to move into the western part of Normandy, for his 5,000 reiters were in such rage for their money that he could scarce keep them together, and were being so corrupted by the enemy that he might otherwise have lost them utterly. Powder also was wanting. The condition of Montgomery in Dieppe and of Warwick and Havre was quite as bad. In Havre food was so scarce that rations were reduced to a 2-penny loaf to 4 persons. Wood was unprocurable. The water was bad. The spoiling of Normandy from the devastation of Coligny's reiters, who were levying upon the country without law or order, and burning and destroying villages without regard to religion, was terrible. If the reiters understand that another messenger has arrived here, Con, from the Queen and the money not come, wrote the admiral, it will be impossible to save our throats from being cut. Fortunately, the very next day the English ambassador arrived in Caen with word for Coligny to the effect that 8,000 pounds in English sovereigns, French crowns, angels, and pistolets were on the way from Portsmouth to Keene. Fire opened on Caen Castle on March 1, and the next day the Marquis d'Elbeuf surrendered it. Bayeux also capitulated. The fall of these two places and the fearful state of the country might have broken the resolution of the crown to continue the war. But another fate intervened. Illustration: Assassination of the Duke of Guise, February 18, 1563, Tortoral and Parissin. Henry of Guise was mortally wounded on the night of February 18, 1563, by a Huguenot assassin named Poltrot and died on Ash Wednesday following, February 24. The death of the Duke of Guise was a heavy blow to the Catholics. His following, because of his personal magnetism, was greater than that of any other Catholic leader, for many noblemen and gentlemen adhered to the Catholic cause more for love of him than for loyalty to the established religion. Moreover, he was an able general uniting quickness of intelligence, determination, experience, popularity, and physical endurance in his talented person. Immediately after Guise was hurt, the Queen Mother went to the camp with the desire to see the Constable. The Prince of Condé and the Constable were obviously the men of the hour, and as they could not conduct negotiations while they were prisoners, they were both liberated on March 8 and held a conference together on that day. On March 19, the king, with the assent of his council, formally decreed religious toleration and appointed the Prince of Condé lieutenant general of the realm with exemption for seizure of any of the royal revenues by him during the troubles. It was high time for peace to be made, for the revolt of the provinces was increasing. In La Rochelle, Poitou, Guyenne, and Picardy, the Huguenots had again rebelled in February, and the lieutenants of these provinces sent to Blois for aid. Illustration: Interview on the Ilox Boeufs. Bib Nat, Estampes Histoire de France QB. The terms of Amboise are interesting because they mark the triumph of the aristocratic element in the Huguenot party, whose interests were identified with their political purposes and their feudal position over the Geneva party, who were austere Calvinists, and who had an eye single to religion only. Dandelot, and to a less degree the admiral, were representatives of this latter group. The terms of peace provided that the Prince of Condé was to succeed to the place of the late King of Navarre, that the Huguenot army was to be paid by the government, that in all towns where the Reformed religion prevailed, save Paris, it was to be protected, that in every bailiwick the king was to appoint one town where the gospel might be preached, that all gentlemen holding fiefs in low or mean justice might have preaching in their houses for the benefit of their families, that all nobles enjoying high justice might have preaching on their estates, that property confiscated from either church was to be restored. Paris firmly refused at first to tolerate any terms of peace, its Catholic prejudices being aggravated by desire to revenge the murder of the Duke of Guise. But the king replied to the demur of the Parliament that the city must make up its mind to accept the conditions. On the other hand, Lyon as obstinately refused to receive the Mass so that the country round about it remained turbulent well into the autumn. Rouen, Dijon, Toulouse, encouraged by the opposition of the Parliament, refused to recognize the edict. The roads were filled with robbers, and the continued presence of the reiters, to whom an enormous sum in wages was due, was a perpetual menace. The Germans who had been in the service of the king and those of the Prince of Condé fraternized on the road home. They made a great troop to the number of 10,000 or 12,000, taking the road from Orleans by way of Pluvieres and Étampes to Paris, and arrived there in Easter week, where they stayed for 5 weeks at least. When they left, they were an entire day crossing the bridge over the Seine, because of the enormous amount of baggage which they had. After having crossed the Seine, the reiters divided into 2 bands for better living, one of them skirting the right bank of the Seine, the other crossing Brie to the Marne, in order to find better provisions for themselves and their horses. These latter traversed Champagne to the river Aube and encamped at Montier-Rendaire near Vassy for 6 entire weeks, marauding the country for 5 or 6 leagues about. Their depredations drove the peasantry to such despair that protective associations composed of the peasantry and nobles were formed to resist their aggressions, and these fell upon stragglers whenever they found a little group of them and cut their throats. Gradually, however, these despoilers were drawn off out of the land, being accompanied to the frontier by the French infantry under the command of the Prince de Porcian, who was then at Metz, where he had been stationed to foil any effort the emperor might make for its recovery. The priest historian of Provence has graphically depicted the depredations of the reiters. At the beginning of this war, the people of the villages were so rich and well provided for, so well furnished in their houses with all kinds of furniture, so well provided with poultry and animals, that it was noble to see. But the soldiers destroyed their beautiful tables, their shining brass-bound chests, and killed a great quantity of poultry without paying for it, or else offering a paltry sum in proportion to the number of soldiers who were lodged in the house. It was all one whether one man or many were so lodged, because the soldier who had a house to himself seized everything to his own profit. The wives and daughters of the peasantry were compelled to defend their honor. Property was seized, and every sort of villainy was done by the soldiers, within the space of the 3 or 4 days that they might remain at a place. Not since the 100 Years' War had France beheld a people more fearful and formidable than were these reiters. They plundered the wretched people of all their goods, loading their horses and wagons therewith. Amid their equipment, they carried winnowing fans to winnow the grain, flails to beat it in the granges, and sacks to bind it up in. They had with them mills to grind the grain and little ovens to bake bread in. Wherever they lodged, they tore up floors, broke into closets, and ransacked gardens, courts, and chimneys in order to find booty. They even fell upon the houses and shaddocks of the nobles, where they passed, if they saw they were not strong or well defended. For this reason, those living in poorly fortified houses vacated them and fled to the towns. Those who owned strong and well-fortified houses levied soldiers for their defense. What happened at Provence happened, doubtless, in many other places too. In the carrefours of Provence, it was proclaimed that no inhabitant of the town, under pain of a fine of 100 livres tournois and imprisonment, should leave it, and that every man at the hour of 10 in the morning must report with his arms before the house of his sergeant, Dizinier, for the purpose of mounting guard upon the walls, each in his own part of the city. Everybody in the surrounding country began to vacate their houses and to drive their cattle into the town. On the evening before Easter, messengers of Provence reported that the reiters were near. At this news, watchers were set upon the wall of the town, and a corps de garde posted by the town authorities. On the morning of the morrow, which was Easter Sunday, the gates of the town were not opened until 8 o'clock, upon which there poured into the town an infinite number of wagons and pack animals laden with the possessions of the villagers round about. There was hardly room to bestow so many people and so many animals. Divine service was celebrated in the parish churches, for it was expected that the reiters would take their course toward the town, and the people were resolved not to let them enter. but to resist to the very last drop of blood. In order to ascertain what was the equipment and the arms of each inhabitant of the town, a general meeting was called at midday for a view of arms, but it was not possible to hold the meeting because all the streets and squares were packed with the refugees and their animals. In consequence of this, local meetings were held in each of the quarters of the city. Thus the day wore on, and consternation abated only when it was learned that the rioters had gone off toward the Marne, which they crossed above Coulommiers on the morrow, Easter Monday. There was no procession in the streets as usual, for fear of a surprise, and it was not until evening that the people who had found refuge within the town began to depart. But the undisguised hostility of Spain to the Edict of Amboise was a greater source of danger to France than protests of the Parliament or popular violence. If the heretics obtained their demands with the aid of the English Queen, Chantenay had threatened on March 6, the Catholics in their turn will rise, and they will be sustained by the king my master and by all the Catholic princes. But Catherine was in no mood to be intimidated. She openly told him that he treated her as if he governed the country, and charged him with willful fabrication, sarcastically adding that she could excuse him for so doing in some degree because she knew from whom he derived his opinions, meaning the constable and the two deceased members of the triumvirate. Philip II's religious convictions were outraged by the toleration of Calvinism allowed in the Edict of Amboise, the more so because the Queen Mother, in justification of the course of the government, compromised the Church at large by declaring that the sole practical solution of the difficulty could be accomplished by a true general council of the Church, and not by the one sitting at Trent, in defiance of whose conclusions she asserted the legality and inviolability of the edict. Catherine de' Medici was deeply concerned over the conduct of the Council of Trent. For the program of zealous advocates of the Counter-Reformation, they're aimed at church consolidation and the enlargement of papal authority to such an extent that the immemorial liberties of the Gallican Church, confirmed by the Great Concordat of 1516, and the rights of the crown over the temporalities of the Church in France were seriously threatened. The complication of the Huguenots with England and the murder of the Duke of Guise had brought this issue to a head. In the month in which the Duke was assassinated, there was a significant meeting of the ambassadors of the ultra-Catholic powers resident at the French court, in which it was resolved to support the council in matters of religion, to prevent future appropriation of church revenues by the state under pain of excommunication, to stamp out heresy, and to avenge the murder of the Duke of Guise. The Cardinal of Lorraine was the chief representative of France at Trent and perhaps the most conspicuous prelate there. He was bitter against the policy of Charles Roman IX, advocating utter suppression of the Huguenots. His continuance at Trent, therefore, became a danger to France, and Catherine de' Medici dexterously found means to remove him by sending him on special errands to Vienna and Venice, leaving the case of France at Trent in the hands of the Sieur de Lansac, whose loyalty to the Catholic faith did not subvert his patriotism. Aside from his religious antagonism, Philip Roman II regarded his own political interests as also jeopardized by the French situation. He was alarmed at the possible recovery of Calais by England, and the progress of heresy and rebellion in the Netherlands, especially at Valenciennes and Tournai, was certain to be encouraged by the example of France, while a common effort of the Huguenots of Picardy and those of the religion across the Flemish border was seriously feared. Chapter 8. The War with England, the Peace of Troyes, 1563-64. The closure of the Civil War was a necessary condition precedent to the war France now planned to wage with her adversary of England for the recovery of Havre de Grace. Catherine de' Medici had paid Coligny's rioters in order to close the chasm as soon as possible. The keen-witted representatives of Queen Elizabeth in France, Throckmorton and Smith, had done all in their power to dissuade the Protestants from making peace. Too late, Elizabeth perceived the result of her procrastination. War between England and France over Havre was inevitable, though in March the French government dissembled its real intention, giving the English to understand that the last portion of the fourth article of the peace, which referred to putting strangers out of the realm, applied to the German rioters. The English declared that if the French would restore Calais to the Queen, Elizabeth would surrender Havre de Grace and Dieppe, with all that was held by the English in Normandy. But the French contended that the English, having occupied Havre de Grace, were deprived of all right to Calais, and declined to entertain such a proffer. Hoping to recover Havre de Grace by force and also to remain masters of Calais by virtue of the Treaty of 1559, which provided that if during the term of the treaty, which was to endure for the space of 8 years, the English acquired other possessions in France, they would immediately lose their right to Calais. To this England replied that France had been the first offender, when French troops were sent into Scotland in aid of Queen Mary, and that thereby the treaty was broken and Calais was due her. Elizabeth refused to see that her own selfish conduct had compelled the Huguenots to make terms, and bitterly upbraided the Huguenot leaders for their desertion. The determination to push the war proceeded entirely from the Queen, the chief members of the government having opposed it, both because of the strength of the fortress, which they thought difficult to take, and also because of the confusion which still prevailed in the kingdom. On April 7, the Prince of Condé was established in the lieutenantship. Marshal Brissac, who was chief military commander, a week later quitted Paris for Normandy in company with the Swiss, and the whole artillery lately used before Orleans was sent forward. Artillery and ammunition were sent by the river, and provisions also were forwarded. The campaign was delayed until this time for 2 reasons. First, to ascertain whether the internal disturbances could be quelled and the reiters gotten out of the kingdom, as otherwise it would have been perilous to make any movement in the direction of the coast. Secondly, all the territory of Normandy had been so devastated by the war that the army could not be maintained except at very great cost and inconvenience. Fortunately for the French government, anxiety with reference to the emperor's designs regarding Metz was now removed, the Cardinal of Lorraine having persuaded Ferdinand that if the 3 bishoprics were restored, they would become a refuge for the heretics from Lower Germany and Luxembourg. The Queen Mother appealed to Paris to obtain 200,000 crowns, and a royal edict commanded the clergy to contribute 100,000 écus de rents annual revenue. At the same time, a government octroi upon wines was laid for 6 years, to the dismay of many towns, which opposed the execution of the edict, claiming that the vine and wine were their sole means of livelihood. The king also went to Parliament to obtain pecuniary supplies there against England, saying that the 200,000 crowns from the city was to be used to pay the reiters of the Rhinegrave, who had mutinied for their pay in Champagne, to quit the kingdom. Paris readily responded, the Parisians caring not what they gave to recover Newhaven. It had been a scourge and loss to them of many millions of francs during that year. Meanwhile, the position of Warwick and Havre had grown so bad that he had expelled all strangers from the town. Anticipating a siege, a new fosse 30 feet wide, 10 feet broad, and 8 feet deep had been constructed outside of the old ditch around the town. The delay of the English government, however, was fatal to the success of Warwick. All his labors went for naught. On May 22, the French assault upon Havre began in earnest. In the midst of the tedium and the anxiety, Catherine de' Medici dominated all, having no regard for her own convenience, but being in vigorous action at all hours, and under great mental strain most of the time. Yet her patience, her address, and her assiduous attention during the time of the siege to the counsels of the government and to her continual audiences were remarkable. "Her Majesty," wrote the Venetian ambassador, "exceeds all that could be expected from her sex, and even from an experienced man of valor or from a powerful king and military captain. She insisted on being present at all the assaults, and even in the trenches, where cannonballs and arquebus bullets were flying." The character of Catherine de' Medici from this time forth, throughout her long and varied career, continued to fill her subjects with astonishment. Not even the most consummate courtier could have praised her beauty. She had big eyes and thick lips like Leo X, her great uncle. She possessed, too, the characteristics of her family. She loved to erect public edifices, to collect books. She made a profession of satisfying everybody, at least in words, of which she was not saving. Her industry in public business was the subject of astonishment. Nothing was too small for her notice. She could neither eat nor drink without talking politics. She followed the army without regard to her health or even her life. Her physical characteristics, if not the admiration, were certainly the wonder of all. She was fond of good living, eating much and irregularly, and was addicted to physical exercise, especially hunting, which she also followed for the purpose of reducing her weight. With this design, incredible as it may seem, she often rode clad in heavy furs. When 50 years of age, she could walk so fast that no one in the court was willing to follow her. The difficulties of the French in the siege of Havre de Grace were very great. The locality was surrounded for the distance of a mile by marsh and by the waters of the sea, which were cut by inaccessible canals. There was a strand of sand on the seaside only about 30 yards distant from the wall at low tide. The besiegers passed along the shore, somewhat concealed by the sand and gravel cast up by the sea, and wedged themselves and their artillery between this strand and the sea, and opened fire. By the end of July, the French had approached so near the walls of Havre de Grace that they were almost able to batter them point-blank, and the besieged went out to parley and demanded 4 days' time to communicate with England. Illustration: sketch map of the fortifications of Havre de Grace. Dated July 15, 1563. Original in Public Record Office, State Papers, Foreign, Elizabeth, Volume XL, number 919. The garrison was reduced to a sorry plight, for the French were about to storm the place, as they had already battered effectually and dismantled a bulwark and several towers of the fort and filled up the whole moat, so that with but a little more work they would have opened a road for themselves securely with a spade. They had, moreover, a battery of 40 cannon, so that while only 20 or 30 shots each day formed the usual feature of a siege at this time, the French now fired more than 120 shots. At last, on July 28, Warwick agreed to surrender Havre de Grace and to embark in 4 days. 2 days later, the English Admiral Clinton appeared in sight, with 30 ships and 5 galleots. The French artillery was then directed toward the sea, so the admiral set sail the next evening with the fleet, and the French army entered on Sunday, August 1, 1563. The capture of Havre was of immense immediate advantage to France, especially to Normandy, Havre being the door through which all the traffic and commerce entered, not only to Rouen, but also to Normandy and to a great part of France. Without this commerce, Normandy of the Seine suffered greatly. But Elizabeth was reluctant to believe that she had been beaten, and the autumn of the year witnessed tedious negotiations. The chief difficulty between the two crowns turned on the restitution of Calais. The French insisted that they were absolved from the terms of Cadeau-Cambrésis through the action taken by England in the matter of Havre de Grace, that thereby forfeiture of the English right to Calais was made. Elizabeth, on the other hand, would not make peace unless her pretensions were recognized. In the meanwhile, in the seas of Flanders, France, and England, thousands of acts of piracy were committed, and trade in the Channel was quite interrupted. A partial agreement at last was patched up. On April 11, 1564, the Treaty of Peace was signed at Troyes, the articles yielding Havre de Grace to France, in return for 120,000 gold crowns, a sum which the English grudgingly took, though they had demanded 500,000, the terms also providing for property indemnifications and freedom of commerce between the two nations. Nothing was specified as to Calais. After 3 years of negotiations, the question still remained unsettled. In June 1567, Sir Thomas Smith, Elizabeth's ambassador, demanded the restitution of Calais. Charles was evasive, saying that the messenger must be content to wait till the king had obtained the consent of his council, before whom the king told Smith openly that he would not restore Calais, but would hold it as the possession of his ancestors, to which the Queen of England had no just right. When the ambassador replied, citing the word of the treaty, the Chancellor answered that the promise had been given under the express conditions that the English Queen should not in any way molest the subjects or territory of France or Scotland. But from what had taken place at Havre de Grace, it appeared manifest that she had forfeited all claims which she might have had to Calais. The king's rejoinder was notable in that it is so excellent an example of the French doctrine of natural frontiers. Charles Roman IX replying to the effect that the Queen ought not to regret the loss of Calais, knowing that of old it was the possession of the crown of France, and that God had willed it to return to its first master, and that the two realms ought to remain content with the frontiers created for them by nature, and with a boundary so clearly defined as the sea. Chapter 9. Early local and provincial Catholic leagues. Thanks to her own enterprise in pushing the war which had culminated with so much honor to France, and partly also to her skillful handling of the factions at court, Catherine de' Medici was now in enjoyment of supreme power. The entire weight of the government rested on her shoulders, there being no longer any other person who controlled public affairs. The Guises and Chatelain factions were full of animosity toward one another, for Madame de Guise refused to recognize the admiral's acquittal for the murder of her husband. Montmorency was deeply offended because the young Duke of Guise received the Grand Mastership and the gift of the Duchy of Châtellerault, and so feigned to have the gout in order to avoid service before Havre. Condé was doubly angry at the Queen, both because she withheld the promised lieutenant's commission and because the daughter of Marshal Saint-André, who left a great fortune, was not permitted to marry his son. The parties were, therefore, in a triangular relation toward one another, and Catherine's art was bent upon maintaining the balance in order to hold her own. The population of the wittiest city in Europe was quick to perceive the animosities and paradoxes that existed. The Parisians have three things to wonder at, the saying went: the constable's beads, the chancellor's mass, and the cardinal chatelain's red cap. One is ever mumbling over his beads, and his head is ever occupied with other affairs. The other hears mass daily and is the chief Huguenot in France. The third wears a cardinal's cap and defies the Pope. The Queen Mother had hoped that religious animosities would be forgotten in the course of the war with England, but she was disappointed. The Peace of Amboise could not be enforced. Even in Paris, armed troops and armed guards had to patrol the streets to prevent outbreaks of violence. It was impossible to disarm the Catholics, who made house-to-house searches to ferret out Huguenots. Under the terms of pacification, the Protestants were permitted to return to Paris, but who dared avail himself of so precarious a liberty? Instead, they were compelled to sacrifice their property. In the provinces, the same condition of things prevailed, in Languedoc, in the Orléanais, in the Lyonnais. In Languedoc, the Association of the Huguenots maintained its organization, raised money, levied troops. Yet, in spite of its failure to enforce pacification, the government required the demolition of the walls of towns known to be Huguenot strongholds, as Orleans, Montauban, and Saint-Lô, a procedure which the Protestants strongly resisted, so that a condition of petty civil war existed throughout much of France, the Edict of Amboise notwithstanding. Summarized, the troubles of France at this time may be said to have been the feud between the House of Guise and that of Chatelain, a feud which compromised the crown and most of the other great families of the kingdom. The Queen's ambition to govern, which led her to nourish the quarrel, religious intolerance, the poverty of the crown, the uncertainty of its foreign relations, and finally the detriment to its commerce on account of the war with England, which deprived France of 4 or 5 millions of gold. Even before peace was made between France and England, it had been decided that the king should make a tour of the provinces for the better pacification of the country. A program of administrative and financial reform was developed at the same time. The army was to be reduced. In place of the royal garrisons, there was to be a bel milice of 40 ensigns of footmen, 10 each in Picardy, Normandy, Languedoc, and Dauphiné. These troops were to be supported partly by the crown, partly by the provinces. The Scotch Guard was to be cut down. Through the churches aid 12 millions of the public debt, including the unpaid balance of the dowries of Elizabeth of Spain and the Duchess of Savoy, were to be paid off within 6 years and the alienated domains of the crown redeemed. Already, Charles Ix's majority had been declared at Rouen during the course of the Siege of Havre, a dexterous stroke of the Queen Mother to thwart the ambitions of the factions. In the early spring of 1564, the court set out from Fontainebleau, and thence went to Sens and Troyes, where the peace was signed. From Troyes, the way led to Bar-le-Duc and Nancy. But the journey of the king, instead of allaying the disquietude of the Huguenots, alarmed them still more. For the strongest overtures were made to the king to break the Peace of Amboise, not only by provincial authorities, but also through the ambassadors of certain of the Catholic powers. The Council of Trent had finished its labors with somewhat unseemly haste on December 4, 1563, on account of the anticipated decease of Pius Roman IV, and strong pressure was brought upon the French and Spanish governments to accept its findings. The Pope, in consistory, accepted them in their integrity on January 26, 1564. But various European governments, especially France, strongly objected to the findings as prejudicial to the interests of monarchy. On the first Monday in Lent, the Cardinal of Lorraine presented the decrees of Trent to the king in council and others of the Parliament, urging that their adoption was necessary for the repose of the kingdom. The debate which followed, in a certain sense, was a test of strength between the moderate Catholic party, led by the Chancellor El Hospital and the Guises. Much objection was made to the findings, especially by the Chancellor, who asserted that they were contrary to the privileges of the Gallican Church, and that the Cardinal's party was now trying to compass by craft what they had failed to do by force of arms. The Cardinal rejoined with words to the effect that El Hospital was unmindful of the benefits he had received of them, the Guises, using the word ingrat. To this, the Chancellor haughtily returned that he had never received any benefits from the Cardinal or his family, that he had only filled the post of Maître de Requerts, which was not a high office, and that he did not desire to pay his debts at the expense of the king's sovereignty by voting in favor of the decrees. In the end, France refused to accept all of the findings. With the closing of the Council of Trent, the representatives of the ultra-Catholic powers, notably Spain and Savoy, intimated to Charles Roman IX that their sovereigns would assist him in the extirpation of heresy in France. The offer was both a promise and a menace, the implication being that the Catholic world at large would not tolerate the recognition of Protestantism accorded by France, and that a joint action of the powers most concerned might compel the King of France to live up to his title of Most Christian King. The Cardinal of Lorraine had carried the idea of the triumvirate to Trent with him, and on the floor of the council had proposed the formation of an association to be called the Brotherhood of Catholics in France. He offered to secure the cooperation of his nephews, relatives, and friends, and returned to France with the consent of the Pope for that purpose. The triumvirate, as we have seen, had already made overtures to Spain, to which Philip Roman II had responded with cordial, if no very definite sentiments, and from the time of the promulgation of the Edict of January and the formation of the triumvirate, the idea of a Catholic leg in which the Pope and the King of Spain were to be the chief pillars begins to take shape. The mission of Louis de Saint-Gelais, Sieur de Lansac, to Trent and Rome in this month was partly to prevent the formation of such a league, and partly to persuade the Pope to approve the French government's appropriation of the property of the Church. Granvella was not unfavorable to the idea, though in his eyes such a league should be formed, not for the purpose of intervening in France, but as a defensive measure, lest Catherine endeavor to profit by the critical situation prevailing in the Spanish Netherlands and interfere there in order to divert the discontent of the French from home affairs, and to prevent the Protestants of the Netherlands from assisting their coreligionists in France. The outbreak of civil war after the massacre of Vassy and the seizure of Havre de Grace by the English had convinced Philip Roman II that the time to act had come in France, and Spanish troops and Spanish money were put at the disposal of the Guises, although Philip denied to England that he was giving succor to Catholic France. In May, and again in August of 1562, the triumvirate appealed to Philip Roman II, and on June 6, the Spanish king wrote to the regent in the Netherlands to send the triumvirate assistance. But the order was easier to give than to execute, and exactly a month later, July 6, both Margaret and Granvella replied, asserting the impracticability of carrying out Philip's wishes on the ground that no money could be procured from the estates for such a purpose. In the meantime, the cardinal legate in France, convinced that, in order to lay the axe at the root of the evil, there was no shorter way and no better expedient than recourse to arms, and impatient of Spain's slow reply to the petition of the triumvirate, stirred up both the Vatican and the court of Madrid to livelier action. As a result, although it was against their better judgment, Margaret and Granvella prevailed upon the Council of State in August to appropriate 50,000 écus for the war in France, and in September 3,000 Italians were sent from Franche-Comté to the aid of Tavannes in Burgundy. The elements of the future Holy League are here manifest as early as 1561-62. But apart from the course being followed out in high political circles, at the same time, popular associations for the maintenance of the Catholic religion were being formed within France. The years 1562-63 witnessed the formation of several provincial leagues and town associations, which were the real roots of the Holy League. The people of the capital had begun to manifest their prejudices in an organized military form as early as 1562, and the government, instead of suppressing this tendency, encouraged it. On May 2, 1562, the Parlement of Paris passed an ordinance ordering the Échevins and all loyal Catholics in each quarter of the city to organize under arms, with captains, corporals, and sergeants. But the preponderance of Paris in the formation of the Holy League has been exaggerated. When it became a national affair, Paris, as the capital and most Catholic city of France, seized hold of it and made it her own. But it is inverting things to say that Paris gave the League to the provinces. Rather, Paris identified herself with their interests and reflected their passions and their character, fierce in Languedoc, sullenly obstinate in Brittany, everywhere modified in its nature and its devotion by the politics of the towns. The south of France was far more aggressive than the north in this particular, and anti-Protestant associations were formed in many provinces to the disquietude of the government, which knew not how to control them. The earliest of such local associations formed by the Catholics seems to have been one of Bordeaux, where the people were organized after the Protestant attempt to gain possession of the Château Trompette in Francis I's reign. This association formed in Bordeaux is the germ of the Catholic League, which later expanded over the Bordelais and Gascony. Other portions of France followed suit. In November 1562, the Association of Provence was formed at Aix and terrorized the Huguenots. Toulouse was notoriously Catholic, and street wars between Catholics and Protestants were of common occurrence. A more than usually violent outburst of popular fury here culminated on March 2, 1563, in the formation of a Catholic League, of which the Cardinals Armagnac and Strozzi, lieutenants of the king in the sénéchaussées of Toulouse and Albi, the president of the Parlement, Dufour, who was advocate general of the crown, certain eminent knights of the order, and the famous Montluc were sponsors. The immediate occasion of this outbreak at Toulouse seems to have been the combination of fury and fear of a plot which the Catholics felt when they learned of the Duke of Guises' assassination. When the outbreak began, the president of the Parlement of Toulouse hastily dispatched a messenger to Montluc, entreating him to come to their assistance. Upon Montluc's arrival at Toulouse, the leaders prayed him to put himself at the head of the troops in the province against the Huguenots. Montluc at first made some difficulty about consenting to this request, because he had no permission from Damville, the governor of Languedoc, in which province Toulouse was located, and who, moreover, was not one of his friends. Finally, however, he yielded to their request, and measures were taken to put an army on foot in 30 days. Those who composed this assembly drew up the compact of a league or association on March 2, 1563, which was to be observed by the clergy, the nobility, and the third estate in the towns and dioceses within the jurisdiction of the Parlement of Toulouse, both in Languedoc and Guyenne. According to the articles of this association, the members engaged to bear arms, and to make oath between the hands of those commissioned by the Parlement or by the king's lieutenant in the country, to march whenever required for the defense of the Catholic religion. The Parlement of Toulouse approved and authorized this association on March 20, provisionally and without charges, subject to the good pleasure of the king. In the name of this league taxes were laid, men were levied, and an inventory of arms made in every généralité and diocese. Montluc had come to Toulouse, fresh from the formation of another and earlier league for the preservation of the Catholic faith, in Agen, which had been organized on February 4, 1563. This league was a direct consequence of the siege of Lectoure and the Battle of Vergt. Montluc had received orders to report, with the martial terms, to the king in the camp before Orleans. But the Agenois was not quite pacified, and the gentry of the country were so filled with alarm that they concluded, so Montluc naively says, that in case I should resolve to go away to the king, as his majesty commanded, and offer to leave them without a head, they must be fain to detain me in the nature of a prisoner. The upshot of things was that the Confederation and Association of the Town and City of Agen and other towns and jurisdictions of Agen was formed and organized on February 4, 1563, with a captain, lieutenant, sergeants, corporals, and other necessary officers, in order to extirpate the Huguenots from the region. It was an oath-bound covenant. The examples of Agen and Toulouse were contagious, and the popular hatred of the Huguenots, on account of the assassination of the Duke of Guise, induced the spread of these local leagues. On March 13, 1563, the Catholic lords of Guyenne also entered into a league at Cadillac on the same plan and for the same object as that of the Catholics of Agen and Languedoc. Like the earlier ones, the League of Guyenne was organized by parishes, districts, sénéchaussées, and provinces, under the direction of one supreme chief assisted by a council chosen from the Third Estate. In the north of France, as has been observed, the tendency of the Catholics to associate was not so strong as in the south. There is evidence of a weak association of the Catholics in the towns of the Rouennais and the lower part of the Ile-de-France in 1563, and of a town league in Anjou and Maine. But no formidable Catholic association was formed north of the Loire, until the appearance of the Confrérie du Saint-Esprit in 1568, under the Marshal Tavannes. The nucleus of many of these Catholic associations, before they expanded into provincial leagues, in most cases seems to have been a local guild or confraternity of some nature. These were closely connected with the body of tradesmen, each trade having its patron saint, its sacred banner, and devoted bands, but some of the more aristocratic people were joined with the artisans. The members had fixed places of meeting and certain days on which to assemble, common exercises, and often a common meal. They swore to use their wealth and their life, if need be, for the defense of their faith. The new role now begun to be played by these ancient guilds is an interesting phase of the religious wars. If France in the 16th century was laboring in the throes of a religious revolution, she was also in a state of industrial transformation. In origin, the economic revolution was independent of the Reformation, yet so influential were its social and economic effects upon the Reformation that in a very true sense the religious movement may be said to have been the subordinate one. The identity and fullness of this change in the old order of things coincides with the Reformation, which in large part became the vehicle of its expression. The crisis coincides with the reign of Charles Roman IX and Henry Roman III, although the beginnings of it are very manifest in the time of Louis I, cf. The ordinances of 1467, 1474-76, 1479. The change particularly involved the guilds, whose traditional practices had now reached the point of an industrial tyranny. More and more, from the middle of the 15th century, control of the guilds had tended to fall into the hands of a few. This growth of a social hierarchy within the guilds had serious political and economic results. For inasmuch as city government was so largely an outgrowth of guild life, this exclusiveness threw political control of the cities into the hands of a ring, composed of the upper bourgeoisie, who formed an oligarchy and gradually squeezed the lower classes out of all participation in the government. The general body of the commonalty everywhere, in France, in Germany, in England, tended to disappear or to be replaced by a select group from the inner circle of the guild. The lower bourgeoisie was shut out of the council at Nevers in 1512, at Sens in 1530, at Reims in 1595. But the economic revolution implied in this change was of far greater importance than the political. The gens de métier became a monopolist, a capitalist class, controlling the hordes of the guilds as well as being the ruling class in local politics. The old guild was transformed into a mercantile association, operated in favor of a few rich families who were possessed of capital and regulated wages, and fixed the term of apprenticeship to their own advantage. In order to secure cheap labor, the masters increased the number of apprentices, lengthened the time of service, raised the requirements of the chef d'oeuvre, made membership in the guild increasingly difficult, and reduced wages by employing raw, underpaid workmen in competition with skilled labor. The result was that the distance widened continually between the upper and lower working classes. The social democracy and honorable estate of guild life, as it had been in the 13th and 14th centuries, passed away and was replaced by a strife between labor and capital, between organized labor and free labor, which brings the 16th century, remote as it is in time, very near to us in certain of its economic conditions. To be sure, there were some things which partially neutralized this antagonism, such as better facility in communication, the increase of production, the activity of exchange, the invention of new industrial processes, and the opening of new industries, notably printing and silk manufacture. but nothing compensated the workmen for the rise in the price of necessities of life due to the influx of gold and silver from America, for his wages did not rise in proportion. In consequence, the cleavage grew more and more sharp. The result of this tendency was that poor workmen, despairing of getting economic justice from the guilds, took to working in their own quarters. So common was this practice in the 16th century that a new word was coined to define this unapprenticed class, chamberlains. These plied their trades in their own houses and sold the product of their handicraft anywhere. As early as 1457, and again in 1467, the masters complain of this practice. It is easy to understand the disastrous influence of this new form of industry upon guild labor, since the new class of workmen was not subject either to the same money charges or to the same restrictive regulations. It was unfair competition for the old order of things, which reposed upon the maintenance of an economic equilibrium between demand and supply, between labor and capital, was upset by the new tendencies. To the toiling masses trodden down by the masters and economically tyrannized over, the Reformation came as the first organized movement of discontent, and hosts of dissatisfied workmen throughout Germany and France hastened to identify themselves with Protestantism, not for religious reasons, but because the Reformation constituted exactly that for which they were seeking, a protest. The situation was further aggravated by the influx of foreign workmen, chiefly from Germany, where this economic revolution was earlier and more fully developed than elsewhere in Europe, in great industrial centers like Nuremberg, and where small German workmen were more completely shut out than was the case in France or England. These men, such as cobblers, shoemakers, carpenters, wool carters, and other simple artisans, wandered over the country from one province to another, carrying the economic gospel of free labor and the religion of Lutheranism with them. Naturally, they imbued their French fellow workmen with their sentiments, and to such an extent that for years, during the early course of the Civil Wars, the Huguenots were commonly called Lutherans. Before 1560, the greater portion of the Protestant party was made up of woolcombers, fullers, drapers, weavers, shoemakers, hosiers, dyers, tailors, hatters, joiners, glaziers, bookbinders, locksmiths, cutlers, pewterers, coopers, etc., even as late as 1572, when the Huguenot movement had for 12 years been led by noblemen like the Chatelains and the Rohans. The Venetian ambassador still characterized the Huguenots as a sect which consists for the most part of craftsmen, as cobblers, tailors, and such ignorant people. Coupled with this religious and economic revolution went also a change in the manners of society, which pervaded all classes, a change which began in the reign of Francis I and was continued under Henry Roman II. The new internationalism of France, due to the Italian wars, was probably the initial cause of this. Returned soldiers, laden with the pay of booty of warfare, brought back into France the manners and customs of Italy, which commingled with the manners and customs introduced by wandering workmen from Germany and Switzerland. The revision of the statutes of the guilds was one of the minor features of the reform program of the political Huguenots in the States General of Orleans, and the Cahier Général of the Third Estate, which was compiled from the local cahiers presented by the deputies, shows traces of the interest of France at large in the issue. Unfortunately, these fuller local records are lost. But this revision only looked to a modernizing of the medieval language of the ordinances, which chiefly dated from the 14th century, and did not contemplate an entire recasting of them so as to make them harmonize with the new industrial conditions. Only one man in the assembly seems to have appreciated the real condition of things. This was the Chancellor El Hospital. Not content with the mild reorganization of the guilds recommended by the Third Estate, on the last day of the session, January 31, 1561, the Chancellor drew up the famous Ordinance of Orleans. The intent of this statute was indirectly to restrain the enlarged economic tyranny of the guilds, to lessen the burden of apprenticeship, and to establish freer laboring conditions. This purpose the government aimed to attain by dissolving the confraternities, for by striking at these, it really struck the guilds, since many of these associations were one and the same. No distinction was made between associations whose character was religious or charitable and those composed of patrons and workingmen. All the confraternities were grouped together and governmental supervision was provided for. They were not legislated out of existence by the new action, but reduced to a partial dissolution. Their accumulated hoards of capital were ordered to be expended for the support of schools and hospitals and similar institutions in the towns and villages where these various guilds were, and only a limited amount of money was left in their hands. The municipal officers, in cooperation with those of the crown, were made personally responsible for the execution of this measure in every bailiwick. It is important to notice the significance of this course. The government, in fact, was pursuing a policy of partial secularization of the property of these confraternities for the benefit of the people at large, and compelling distribution of the great sums locked up in the hands of the guilds in much the same way that the Church had come to possess enormous sums in mortmain. This legislation, if it had really been effective, would have destroyed the guilds. The guilds thus put upon the defensive, owing to the reforming policy of the crown and the political Huguenots, sought to save themselves by pleading that they were religious associations. By this adroit movement, they gained the support of the Catholic party. But the crown refused to yield, and we find the Confrères de Martyrs directly supervised in letters patent of February 5, 1562, and December 14, 1565. Coupled with these measures, we find others forbidding banquets, festivals, and like celebrations, edicts of December 11, 1566, and of February 4, 1567, which by this time had become centers of religious agitation among the Catholics. But the government could not maintain its course. The identification of the guilds and confraternities with the Catholic party gave them great and unexpected support. Under the new order of things, they became the nuclei of local and provincial Catholic leagues. In other words, the Labour Party became identified with the Huguenots, while the upper bourgeoisie, controlling the guilds, adhered to the Catholic cause. At Rouen in 1560, the merchants actually declared a lockout against workmen who attended preachings, and became the nuclei of the provincial leagues. Exactly as in France in 1793, every Jacobin club became an arm of the Terror government. It was said at the time, and has often been asserted since, that these local Catholic leagues were but protective associations in the beginning, and formed to repel Huguenot violence. The Huguenots practiced as violent methods as their religious opponents, and their offenses were as numerous. But with the exception of the Huguenot Association in Dauphiné, there is no early example of a Protestant association similar to the leagues of the Catholics in the provinces. The Protestant local organizations were not so highly developed, in a military sense, as early as this, nor were they of the same form as those of the Catholics. Montluc himself, than whom there is no better judge, testifies that in the war in Guyenne in 1562, they showed themselves to be novices, and indeed they were guided by their ministers. The Protestants had a sort of triumvirate, it is true, in the two Chatelain brothers and the Prince of Condé, but their work only remotely partakes of the policy of the real triumvirate. Even their appeal to Elizabeth did not contemplate such radical conduct as the triumvirate displayed. No Huguenot leader ever thought of subordinating the government of France to a foreign ruler for the maintenance of the faith he believed in, as the Guises, Montmorency, and Saint Andre did. Condé's declaration that the Civil War was caused by the triumvirate's action had much truth in it. The rules of the association which the Huguenots formed at Orleans on April 11, 1562, were as much a body of military regulations for the discipline of the army as they were a political compact, as a reading of the articles will prove. There was little of the politico-military character of the Catholic leagues about it. It is not until after the Bayonne episode that we find a solid federation of the Reformed churches beginning to form, and the first test of the Protestant organization was made at the beginning of the Second Civil War. This is not the place, however, to dwell upon its development. In due time, the subject will be taken up. The edict confirming the Act of Pacification, March 19, 1563, in its 6th article, forbade the formation of any leagues in the future, and ordered the dissolution of those already in existence. This prohibition was a dead letter from the beginning. The government not only was unable to prevent the formation of new leagues, it was even unable to suppress those already in existence. When the First Civil War ended, there were three well-organized Catholic leagues in southern France, namely those of Provence, of Toulouse, and of Agen. Catherine de' Medici, who, for some months to come, continued to give substantial manifestation of her desire for peace, in announcing the Act of Amboise to Montluc, demanded the dissolution of these associations. Instead of so doing, however, Candel, Montluc's chief agent in Guyenne, continued his activities. On March 13, 1563, as has been noticed, in defiance of the impending Edict of Pacification, which was completed and only awaited promulgation, the Catholic seigneurs of Guyenne, at Cadillac near Bordeaux, entered into a league identical in purpose and in form with those of Agen and Languedoc. This league, which is the germ of that which spread over Gascony, seems to have been denounced to the government by Lagebaston, the president of the Parlement of Bordeaux, between whom and Montluc there was friction, partly because of Montluc's preference for Agen as a working capital for the region, partly because of his notorious dislike of the lawyer class, whose disposition to regard forms of law and vested right interfered with Montluc's high-handed and arbitrary management of affairs. This new league, in such glaring violation of the edict, called forth a sharp letter of rebuke from the Queen Mother to Montluc on March 31. After alluding in a general way to les malques, due to the existence of les partialités et les associations, qui si sont faits, she says, Ja este adverti quil sn est facte un, otter en la Guyenne dont isti chef Monsieur de Candel, laquelle encores quelite este facte a bonne intention durant la guerre. Cns sique, cessant la dict guerre et si facent la paix, ln est plus nécessaire et ni la pultung retrouver bon. Ny quesulx qui violent ester estimes obeisans, ni puvent soustenir sans, incurrir le mesme crime de rebellion dont ils ont accusé leurs adversaires. Et pour cette cause, et quellerait Monsieur Monfils en est pas délibéré d'en souffrir plus aucun, de quelque coste quel procède ny permecter plus à ses subjects, de quelque religion quils soyant, de voir otter association quavic liet sellen son obeisance, il fault Monsieur de Montluc, que pour le bien de son service, comme il le vous commande expressément par ses letters, que vous, qui est son lieutenant général par de la. Facies romper cell qui est facte sans permecter quils ayant aucune force, puissance ou autorité que celle que vous leur bailerez, ny aucune volonté que d'obéir si que par vous, pour le bien du service du roi Monsieur Monfils, leur sire commandé. Pour lequel effect jn scripts, comme facte le roi Monsieur Monfils, un lecteur audit est candel et à tous ceux qui sont comprens, comme nous en avons esté bien amplement advertis. Until the ambition of the Guises created an opposition to them among the old line nobility, and so identified the Huguenot movement with the interests of the aristocracy, the French Reformation found its chief support among the lower bourgeois class in the towns. The proportion naturally varied from place to place. Lyon, partly from its proximity to Geneva, but more because of its strong commercial position and its great manufacturing interests, among which the silk industry was of most importance, was the greatest Huguenot city in France. Where we find Protestantism prevailing in feudal districts, it is largely to be ascribed to the influence of Protestant gentlemen farmers, often retired bourgeois, who purchased the county estates of the older nobility who had been bankrupted by the wars in Italy and Flanders, or else preferred to live at court. The strongholds of French Protestantism were the river towns, on the highways of trade, or seaports like Rouen and La Rochelle. Dauphiné, which fattened on the commerce out of Italy through the Alpine passes, and Provence, which bordered the Mediterranean, both of which cleared through Lyon, Lower Poitou, where La Rochelle was, and Normandy on the Channel were the chief Protestant provinces of France. Normandy was probably the most Protestant province of all, for here Calvinism not only obtained in the ports and good towns, but in the country areas as well. But there are evidences of the penetration of Protestantism into the country districts elsewhere as well in Orléanais, Nivernais, Blaisois, the Diocese of Nimes, and even in isolated parts of Champagne and Gascony. In general, however, the French peasantry were strongly Catholic. The reason for this is, first, a social one. While the revolution of the 15th and 16th centuries was ruinous for the artisan, it was profitable to the peasant. The rent paid to the landlord, immutably fixed in the 12th or 13th century, represented under the new values of money a very light burden, while the fall in the price of silver considerably raised the nominal worth of the products of the soil when the villeins sold them. The price of land was falling rapidly at the very time when the French gentry, ceasing to be an aristocracy of gentlemen farmers and becoming a court nobility, were compelled to sell their estates to meet their expenses and, as was said, to put their mills and meadows on their shoulders. When a lord wished to sell at any price a part of his estates, there was always in the parish a countryman who had been, as one may say, saving money for centuries, and who, realizing at last the dream of bygone generations, bought land. Thus did the French villein become a landowner. The reign of Louis Roman XII and the beginning of that of Francis I was for the French peasants an epoch of real prosperity. His situation presented a striking contrast with that of the German peasant who, at the same date, was in danger of relapsing into bondage. We may easily understand why there was not in France, as in Germany, a peasants' revolution both social and religious. But there are other reasons for the religious growth of the Huguenot cause among the people not so hard to find. Their ministers preached in the French language and avoided the use of Latin, which tended to mystery and obscurity. After sermons, the service was continued with prayer and the singing of psalms in French rhyme, with vocal and instrumental music in which the congregation joined. In their church polity, the Huguenots had carried changes farther than had the Reformation elsewhere in Europe. In Germany and England, the Reformation still adhered to many of the institutions of the medieval church, retaining the episcopate and inferior clergy as deacons, archdeacons, canons, curates, together with vestures, canonical habits, and the use of ornaments. No reliable estimate can be made of the proportion between Catholics and Huguenots in the 16th century. A remonstrance of 1562 to the Pope declared that 1/4 of France was separate from the Communion of Rome. The Venetian ambassador thought hardly a third part of the people heretical in 1567. The Echevins of Amiens declared 3/4 of the inhabitants of Amiens were Protestant in the same year. Charles Roman IX, in a remonstrance to Pius Roman IV, asserted that a 1/4 part of France was Protestant. Montluc, no mean observer, estimated that 1/10 of the population of Guyenne was Protestant. If this proportion be applied to France at large, the Huguenots would have numbered something like 1,600,000. Beza, who presided over the Synod of La Rochelle in 1571, claimed that the Huguenots had 2,150 congregations, some of them very large, as in the case of the Church of Orleans, which was said to have 7,000 members. At the time of the Colloquy of Poissy, Normandy was said to have 305 pastors, Provence 60. But the number of Huguenots in Normandy, Provence, or the Orléanais was exceptionally large. The average congregation must have been small. If we assume that the population of France was 16 millions and that 1/10 of the people were Calvinist, we would have a total of 1,600,000 Protestants for all France, which would give an average of about 750 members to each congregation on the basis of Beza's statement as to the number of the Huguenot churches. This is certainly much too high a figure. Personally, I believe the average was less than half of this. If the congregation averaged 400 members each, on Beza's calculation, there would have been 860,000 Huguenots in France. A Venetian source of the year 1562 sets the number at 600,000. This may be too low, but all things considered, I believe it not far from the truth. The total Protestant population of France, I do not believe to have exceeded 750,000 before 1572. And after that date, it is often difficult to distinguish between Huguenots and politiques. Such was the state of things when the First Civil War came to an end. Chapter 10. The Tour of the Provinces, the Bayonne episode. I am always en voyage, wrote the Venetian ambassador to the Senate. Since the beginning of my embassy, the king has not stayed more than 15 days in any one place. He goes from Lorraine to Poitou, and then to Normandy and the edge of Belgium, back again to Normandy, then to Paris, Picardy, Champagne, Burgundy. Dr. Dale wrote in the same strain to Lord Burghley. The Spanish ambassador has a saying that ambassadors in France are eaten up by their horses, since they are constrained to keep so many because of the habit of the court of moving from place to place continually. but there was point to Charles Ix's famous tour of the provinces in 1564-66. The unsettled condition of the country, if no other reason accounts for Catherine's great design of completing the pacification of the kingdom by having the king tour the realm. The route lay through Sens, March 15, to Troyes, March 23, where the peace with England was signed on April 13. Thence to Chalons-sur-Marne, Bar-le-Duc, Dijon, May 15, Macon, June 8, and thence to Lyon, where the court arrived on June 13. The king traveled with his ordinary train, that is, with his mother, his brother, the Duke of Anjou, the constable, and the archers of the guard, in order to spare the people the burden of great entertainment, and those princes and nobles who wished to follow were accompanied only by their ordinary servants. If the Huguenots viewed the king's sojourn at Bar-le-Duc with apprehension, it was not without anxiety that his Catholic subjects saw Charles Roman IX visit the great city located at the junction of the Rhône and the Saône rivers. Lyon seems to have imbibed something of Calvinism from the very waters of the Arrowy River, whose source was the lake of the citadel of Calvinism. The rumor was current that a greater conspiracy than that of Amboise was on foot, that the king and queen were to be deposed and slain, and that Lyons would unite with Geneva to form a greater Calvinistic republic. But Lyon welcomed the king graciously and gave him sumptuous accommodation. Charles was charmed with the reception given him and amazed at the wealth and commercial prosperity of the city. Situated at the confluence of the Rhône and the Saône rivers, the wines and grain of Burgundy came to Lyon for market, while it was the natural entrepot of the commerce out of Italy, besides much that came from Spain and Flanders. There were 4 fairs there each year. The great industry of the city was silk manufacturing. In 1450, Charles Roman VII had granted it the monopoly in this. Francis I, in 1536, relieved the silk operatives of all taxes and military service. The bulk of the commerce was in the hands of Italians, of whom there were said to be above 12,000 in the city, chiefly Florentines, Genoese, and Milanese. There were also many Germans and Swiss, whose presence gave the governor, the Duke of Nemours, great anxiety, because large quantities of arms were smuggled into the city in the guise of merchandise. The court had not been long upon its tour through the provinces before Catherine de' Medici discovered that the petition of the Estates of Burgundy for the abolition of Protestant worship was not merely a local prejudice, but the sense of the provinces. The elements of this public opinion were various. The clergy, not all, however, wanted the findings of the Council of Trent accepted in toto. All of them were dissatisfied with the recognition of the rights of the Protestants. The alienation of their lands was a grievance to the clergy, the more so because speculators had bought them at a low price because of the doubt as to the validity of the title. The Guises were angry that the prosecution of Coligny for the murder of the Duke had been abandoned. Among high and low alike, there were unprincipled folk who had hopes of profiting by confiscations and forfeitures imposed upon the Huguenots. The Queen Mother was too good a politician not to pay heed to these signs of popular feeling, more especially as the voice of the provinces chimed with those in high authority, who not only urged that the war be renewed against the Protestants, but also hinted broadly of foreign support in aid of the crown. At first, Catherine answered graciously, yet guardedly, to the effect that a peace which had been so solemnly made, by the advice of the princes of the blood and the council, could not be too lightly cast aside. The miserable effects of the war were everywhere evident. Agriculture had almost ceased in a country famous for its fertility, and the whole country had been so plundered and harassed by both parties that the poor people, being stripped of all their substance, often preferred to fly to the forests rather than to remain continually exposed to the mercy of their enemies. Wandering soldiers and dissolute women, with stolen goods in their possession, infested the roads. As to trade and manufacturing, the mechanic arts still were plied only in the largest and strongest towns. Even here merchants and tradesmen had shut up shop and gone off to war, not always out of religious zeal, but in the hope of enriching themselves by spoliation. The nobility were divided, the clergy incensed. The Civil War had been accompanied by the attendant aids of violence, robbery, murder, rape, and justice had not been administered in the courts for months. The very methods resorted to for the preservation of religion rendered it hateful in the eyes of many men of both parties. Both parties were bigoted in belief and in practice. the iconoclasm of the Protestants, who tore down church edifices hoary with age and sanctified by tradition, expelling the inmates, both male and female, if doing them no worse injury, familiarized society with changes wrought by violence, and made the people callous to one of the most precious possessions of a nation, a reverence for tradition. To all these difficulties, the prevalence of the plague must be added, since the century of the Black Death Europe had not so suffered from this scourge as in the 16th. It recurred intermittently, being especially violent in the years 1531, 1533, 1544, 1546, 1548, 1553, 1562-64, 1568, 1577-80. No part of Europe was spared. France, England, Spain, the Low Countries, Germany, and Italy all suffered, but certain portions of France suffered more than others, as Basse-Languedoc, Provence, the Lyonnais, Burgundy, Champagne, the Ile-de-France, and Normandy. The West, and especially the Southwest, were relatively exempt. Apparently the disease followed the trades routes along the river valleys. For Toulouse, Lyon, Chalon-sur-Saône, Macon, Chalon-sur-Marne, Langres, Bourges, La Charité, Orleans, Tours, Moulins, Sens, Melun, Dijon, Troyes, Châteaudière, Soissons, Beauvais, Pontoise, Paris, Rouen, and the Norman ports suffered most. As always, Italy was the immediate source of the epidemic, which was communicated from place to place by the movements of trade. Lyons paid dearly for its commercial preeminence, for the ravages of the plague were terrible there. It was at its height when the court was there in July, 1564. The English ambassador, Smith, gives a fearful picture of the state of the city. Men died in the street before his lodgings. His servant who went daily for his provisions sometimes saw 10 and 12 corpses, some naked, lying in the streets where they lay till men clothed in yellow removed them. A great many bodies were cast into the river, because they will not be at the cost to make graves. This day, he writes on July 12, from break of day till 10 o'clock there laid a man naked in the street, groaning and drawing his last breath, not yet dead. Round the town there are tents of the pestiferous, besides those which are shut up in their houses. Almost every third house was closed because of the plague. The city authorities vainly tried to combat the disease by providing that visits were to be made twice a day by those appointed. But as there were but 5 master surgeons in the whole city, medical attention must have been slight. Persons affected with the plague were to be removed to the hospital, the oldest and one of the best in Europe at that time. Corpses were to be buried at night, and the clothes of the dead burned. About the Rhone men dare eat no fish, nor fishers lay their engines and nets, because instead of fish, they take up the pestiferous carcasses which are thrown in. New sanitary regulations were made. All filth was to be cast into the river and not allowed to pollute the streets or the river banks. Fires of scented wood were kept burning between every 10 houses in the street. Pigs and other animals were not allowed at large. Meat, fish, and vegetable stalls were to be inspected, and all decayed provisions destroyed. It is interesting to observe the efforts made by local authorities to prevent the spread of the disease and the relief measures that were taken. As soon as the plague was discovered, the town authorities usually set guards to watch the houses of those stricken and appointed barbers and gravediggers to treat ill and to inter the dead. These attendants were supported and paid by a tax laid upon the town. Those who were ill were sent to a house of isolation appointed to be a hospital, which was often upon the walls of the town, remote from the people. In Provence, the church and cemetery were immediately adjacent to the hospital. The mortality was great. In Provence in 1562, there were 80 persons stricken, of whom 60 died, among them 4 of the attendants. 2 of the barber surgeons refused to serve and were proceeded against by the town bailiff and were hanged in effigy because the principals in the case had made their escape. Diseased houses were sprinkled with perfumes and aromatic herbs were burned in them in order to purify them. As always, the dislocation of society and the deprivation of morals worked havoc in the community. Crimes of violence were common. Little by little, however, this picture of misery faded into the background of the Queen's mind, and the question of political expediency, which was always the lodestar of her policy, became her primary consideration. The Catholics plucked up courage as the court progressed and Huguenot suspicion of the Queen's course was early aroused. Shortly after the tour of the provinces had begun, and while the court was still at Troyes pending the signature of the Treaty of Peace, there was a jar between Dandelot and the Queen Mother, who would not permit him to choose his own captains and other officers as was customarily permitted to colonels. Partially in consequence of this affront, and partially to avoid being compromised more with Queen Elizabeth, Dandelot, the Prince of Condé, and the Cardinal Chatelain all remained away from the sessions of the council while the terms of peace were under consideration, and when the court resumed its migration, no one of these attended it. Indeed, after the court left Chalons-sur-Marne, so wide was the breach between the Prince of Condé, the admiral and all of that faction, and the court, that the Chancellor El Hospital was the only official who continued to treat them with deference. The consideration shown Jean d'Albret only partially relieved the suspicions of the Protestants. We find the anxiety of the Protestants over the situation reflected in the proceedings of the Provincial Synod of the Reformed churches of the region through which the court had been traveling during this season, namely the churches of Champagne, Brie, Picardy, the Ile-de-France, and the French Vexin. This synod assembled on April 27, 1564, at La Ferté-sous-Jouarre, and was composed of 45 ministers. Letters were read from many parts of France and abroad, among which was one from Béziers bidding the Huguenots to be on their guard, as the priests were contributing money for the purpose of rooting out the truth. It was agreed by the body to reply that the Protestants were suspicious of the intentions of the Queen Mother. In its resolutions, the Synod condemned the policy of the magistrates who cloaked their religious animosity under the guise of the law, and complained that the Catholics were carrying the king about the country in order to show him the ruin of their churches. The moderate La Roche even went so far as to declare that the Reformed Church never could have peace while the Queen Mother governed. Justice and historical accuracy, however, require that it be said that the Huguenots' own conduct was sometimes in violation of the privileges granted them by the Edict of Amboise. Their iconoclasm toward the images and the pictures which the Catholics considered sacred was outrageous. They failed to confine their worship to authorized places, so that the magistrates were acting within their rights in so far repressing Protestant worship. Their provincial synods not infrequently were inflammatory political assemblies. On the other hand, the Catholics willfully molested the Huguenots, interfering in their congregations, and compelling them to pay tithes and other dues for the support of the Catholic poor, and even, Castelnau says, to support their provincial leagues. But the Huguenots went too far in their suspicion of the government. Béziers, at the Synod of La Ferté-sous-Jouarre, had been apprehensive of a joint attack of France and Savoy upon Geneva, not knowing that the French aim was to renew the alliance with the Catholic cantons in order to prevent Spanish ascendancy there. Bern and Zurich were the pillars of French ascendancy in the Alpine country. France counted upon them more than upon all else to prevent Spanish recruiting, and to close the Alpine passes to Spain's army. To this end, Bellievre, the Marshal Vieilleville, and the Bishop of Limoges, who had returned from Madrid, where he was succeeded by Saint Sulpice, were sent into Switzerland in the early spring of 1564 to penetrate the designs of Spain, and to promise an early payment of the French debts due to the cantons in return for their military support in the wars of Henry Roman II. Bellievre's particular mission was to the Grisons. The position of the Grisons was a precarious one, for Spain could attack them from the Valteline or starve them by prohibiting the exportation of grain into the country from Lombardy. By using such threats, the Spanish governor of Milan hoped to compel the adherents of the Grisons to a treaty which would open to Spanish and imperial arms the great Alpine routes of the Splugen, the Bernina, and the Stelvio, thus connecting the territories of the two branches of the Habsburg House and shutting France out from eastern Switzerland. Bellievre fraternized with the popular element, and by May 1564 had almost completely neutralized the success of his Spanish rival in spite of Spanish gold. Fortunately for France, the 10 jurisdictions declared in her favor and the Grisons, though very Spaniardized, luckily had a French pensioner as its chief magistrate, the Swiss Captain Florin. Meanwhile, the negotiations of the Bishop of Limoges and the Marshal Vieilleville had progressed so far that the Treaty of Alliance was all but signed. Late in October, Bellievre received from Freiburg the text of the Articles of Alliance, which the Bishop of Limoges and the Marshal Vieilleville proposed to submit to the Swiss Diet. Encouraged by this success, he went to Glarus in order to overcome the influence of the Zurich preachers who were outspoken enemies of the French alliance, and if possible to settle the difference between that state and Schwyz. By great dexterity, he prevailed upon the two cantons to accept a uniform treaty. But he could not push negotiations to a conclusion until hearing from his colleagues. Spain made a supreme effort to secure the opening of the passages between the Tyrol and the Milanese, but failed because the Guises promised France that they would accept the principle of a renewed alliance, leaving the settlement of details pending, so that although the supremacy of France in Switzerland was not absolutely assured, at least the adherence of the three leagues to her seemed assured. But the Escurial and the Vatican were leagued to destroy French influence in Switzerland. Spain gave up hope of compelling the cantons to make a direct alliance with her, but by means of commercial threats and commercial inducements counted on still keeping the Alpine passes open to her arms. Her maxim was, where the grain of Lombardy goes, there Spain's armies may go, too. To neutralize this danger, the French energetically opposed any renewal of an alliance between the Vatican and the Swiss cantons. The Grey League, later won by the commercial promises of Spain, separated from the other two in the end. But its defection was not so serious as it might have been, since according to the joint constitution, the vote of two leagues in matters of foreign policy compelled the adherence of the third. But in order further to strengthen the hold of France, the French ambassadors had recourse to a sort of referendum in order to secure an approval of the majority of all the Swiss towns in favor of the French alliance, in addition to the official action of the three leagues. The success of this stroke was complete, and the General Diet of the three leagues gave its adherence to the Treaty of Freiburg, concluded by the Bishop of Limoges and the Marshal Vieilleville on December 7, 1564. The poverty of France, however, seriously endangered the continuance of this alliance. When it was concluded, France tried to stave off payment of her debts, which amounted to more than 600,000 livres, yet demanded the execution of the Articles of Freiburg. Glarus, Lucerne, Schwyz, Appenzell, Valais, the Grisons, Schaffhausen, and Basel bitterly complained, the last also because of the burdens laid upon the importations of her commerce into France through Lyon. In this conflict which France carried on against Spain and the Holy See in Switzerland, Charles Roman IX was supported by the German Protestants, who of course were hostile to both houses of Habsburg, and France may be credited with considerable address in smoothing the ruffled feelings of Basel and Schaffhausen and softening the Protestant prejudices of Zurich. This is simply another way of saying that the foreign policy of France in Switzerland was a Protestant policy. Even Bern yielded and joined the General Treaty of Alliance instead of insisting upon a particular treaty, as she had at first done. The Huguenots, however, suspicious of the impending reaction at home and misreading the diplomacy of France in Switzerland, grew more and more fearful and began to turn their eyes again toward the Prince of Condé as a leader. But fortune and the craft of Catherine had lured the prince away from his own. He had become a broken reed, dangerous to lean upon. In July 1564, Elinor de Roy, the brave Princess of Condé, died. The Guises and the Queen Mother, who were now in cooperation, at once began to practice to lure Condé away forever from his party, and the former at the same time, in order to make the alliance between France and Scotland more firm, conceived the idea of marrying the Prince of Condé to Mary Queen of Scots. As another possibility, the Guises cherished the hope of marrying their niece to Charles Roman IX, and thus recovering the ascendancy they had enjoyed under Francis Roman II. The corollary of such a plan was the reduction of the Protestants of France. To these ideas Philip Roman II was stoutly opposed, though he concealed his opposition thereto. Mary was too valuable for his projects to be suffered to become a tool of the Guises. Their purposes were limited to France, his purposes embraced Christendom. In 1575, the Venetian ambassador wrote, apropos of one of the courtships of Queen Elizabeth, "Princes are wont to avail themselves of matrimonial negotiations in many ways." These words sagely summarize the efforts of much of the diplomacy of the 16th century. By a singular combination of events and lineages, Mary Stuart was necessarily almost the cornerstone of the universal monarchy Philip Roman II dreamed of forming in Europe. Her possession of the Scottish crown, her claims to England, her relationship with the Guises, united with the religion she professed, made the furtherance of her power the most practicable means to that end. Whether Mary's future husband were Don Carlos or the Austrian Archduke was a matter of detail in Philip's plan. The end remained constant. Mary Stuart was of too much value to Philip's political designs to risk such a marriage as the Guises contemplated. Her hand might be disposed elsewhere with greater advantage. Those intense religious convictions of the Spanish king, which made him believe he was the divinely ordained instrument of the Counter-Reformation, united with his political purposes and ambitions, required him to keep a watchful eye upon France. The Netherlands, France, Italy, England, Scotland were like so many squares of a vast political chessboard upon which he aimed so to move the pieces he was in command of as ultimately to seize possession of those countries and redeem them from heresy. Mary Stuart was an important personage in Philip's purposes. He wanted to put her on the throne of Elizabeth and thus unite Scotland and England under a common Catholic rule. For a time, he dreamed of marrying her to his own son, Don Carlos, until Catherine interfered and offered her daughter Marguerite as a less dangerous alternative to France. The death of Don Carlos, the eternal irresolution of the Spanish king, the development of new events, continually altered the details of Philip's purposes, but his essential aim never varied an iota. The subjugation of France, not in the exact terms of loss of sovereignty, perhaps, but no less in loss of true national independence, was a necessary condition of Philip's purposes. The Kingdom of France was situated in the very center of those dominions, whose consolidation was to be the Spanish king's realization of universal rule. Spain bordered her on the south, the Netherlands on the north, in the east lay Franche Comté. Besides these territories which were directly Spanish, the Catholic cantons of Switzerland and Savoy were morally in vassalage to Spain. Beyond Franche Comté lay the Catholic Rhinelands, bound to the other branch of the House of Habsburg. Beyond Switzerland and Savoy lay Italy, save Venice entirely, and Rome in part, a group of Spanish dominions. Catherine de' Medici combated Philip Roman II both at Madrid and Vienna. But by the side of the negative purpose to thwart Philip's proposed alliances, Catherine de' Medici had purposes of her own of the same sort. The daughter of a house made rich by banking, and which never lived down the bourgeois tradition of its ancestry, in spite of all its wealth and power, even though popes had come from its house. Catherine was fascinated by the thought of marrying Charles Roman IX to the eldest daughter of the Habsburgs, and her favorite son, the future Henry Roman III, then known as the Duke of Orleans-Anjou, to the Spanish Princess Juana, sister of Philip. Hoping to see some of Spain's numerous dominions pass to France as part of Juana's dowry. In the pursuance of this double marriage project, the Queen early began to beset Philip Roman II for a personal interview, and urged her daughter to persuade the king to the same end, using Puys-Yves' cherished idea of a concert of the great Catholic powers to consider the condition and needs of Christendom, with some adroitness as a screen to her own personal purposes. Much of her correspondence with Saint Sulpice relates to an interview with Philip Roman II for the purpose of arranging these matters, upon which she had set her heart, and the time of both the ambassador and the Spanish king was consumed with repeated interviews, none of which was ever satisfactory, and all of which were tedious. The natural reluctance of Philip Roman II to commit himself to any positive course, united with the great aversion he felt toward the Queen Mother, because of her wavering religious policy. For rigid adherence to Catholicism was Philip's one inflexible feature, led the king to follow a course of procrastination and duplicity for months, during which, however, he never evinced any outward sign of impatience. His countenance remained as imperturbable as that of a Hindu idol, and never by any expression reflected his thought. Foolish pride and undue affection led Catherine even to use the Turk as a means of pressure upon Spain in order to accomplish this double marriage project. In the year 1562, an ambassador of the Sultan passed through France, having come by way of Venice to Lyon, and going thence via Dijon and Troyes to Paris. Turkey, after crushing the revolt of Bajazet, was seeking to avenge the accumulated grievances which she had suffered from Austria and Spain, especially the latter, for Philip's expedition to Oran and his capture of its fortress, which was regarded as impregnable, had been a bitter blow to the Porte. Exasperated by Spain, Turkey, whose war policy was guided by the able Grand Vizier, Mohammed Sakali, prepared a vast expedition to expel her from all points which she occupied in Africa. But such a campaign was not possible until Malta, lying midway in the straits of the Mediterranean, was overcome. Europe, which still preserved an acute memory of the protracted siege of Rhodes, looked forward with dismay to the prospective attack upon Malta, so that Catherine de' Medici's cordial reception at Dax of another Turkish ambassador. He was a Christian Pole in the employ of the Sultan. In the course of the tour of the provinces was a political act that was daring to rashness. In order to force Philip II's hand, Catherine even intimated that Charles Roman IX might marry Queen Elizabeth, although this proposition was too great a strain upon the credulity of Europe to be given any consideration. Soon after St. Sulpice reached Spain, we find Toulouse suggested as the place for the desired interview, and thereafter for 38 months this conference was one of the dominant thoughts in Catherine's mind. The Queen Mother's original plan had been to avoid the heat of the south by passing the winter at Moulins and visiting Languedoc and Guyenne in the next spring. But the influence of impending change impelled her forward in the maze of tournaments, balls, and masques. Although she was in a country full of mountains and brigands, so that she feared, quais et canal sacre jacent quelques uns de sa cour, and strengthened Strozzi's band as a precaution, nevertheless Catherine's resolution seems to have increased in degree as she moved southward. Probably the fact that the Prince of Condé was in the toils encouraged her. Certainly the necessity of exhibiting something positive that would please Spain in view of the approaching interview actuated her. But apart from her own motives, outside pressure had been brought to bear upon her to this end, when at Bar-le-Duc, where the king went to attend the baptism of the infant child of Charles Roman III, Duke of Lorraine, who had married Charles IX's sister, Claudine, in March. Later, when the court came to Lyons, information was brought to it that if the king and his advisers should continue to resist the general rising against the Huguenots, it would be turned against itself. In this instance, however, the pressure came, not from Spain, but from Pope Pius Roman IV, whose agent, the Florentine Ludovico Antinori, was sent to France to urge the extirpation of Calvinism and to plead the cause of the findings of the Council of Trent. Catherine obeyed the signs, but as a sudden rupture of the Peace of Amboise would have been attended with dangerous consequences, she proceeded cautiously. The first definite intimation of the reaction was an edict issued on July 24, prohibiting Calvinist worship within 10 leagues of the court, notwithstanding the fact that authorized places of Protestant worship were affected by it. A fortnight later, on August 4, came a more sweeping edict, the so-called Edict of Roussillon, which forbade all persons of whatever religion, quality, or condition to molest one another, or to violate or maltreat images, or to lay hands upon any sacred objects upon pain of death. Magistrates were likewise enjoined to prevent the Huguenots from performing their devotions in any suspected places, but to confine them to such places as had been specified. Finally, the Huguenots were forbidden to hold any synods or other assemblies, except in the presence of certain of the king's officers, who were appointed to be present at them. The pretext of both of these edicts was the trespass upon the terms of Amboise by the Protestants and fear of a Protestant conspiracy. But in reality, the action of the government constituted a partial yielding to that Catholic pressure which already had made itself manifest at Nancy. The Edict of Roussillon completely ignored a petition of the Huguenots presented to the king while at Roussillon, which shows the pernicious activity of the local Catholic leagues already. The complaint specified that infractions of the Edict of Amboise had been committed by the Catholics, especially in Burgundy, that Catholic associations everywhere were being formed against them, that the priests openly lauded the King of Spain from their pulpits, that their synods were broken up by the enemies of their religion. After a sojourn of a month at Roussillon, the pilgrimage of the court was again resumed. At Valence, August 22, Catherine received word that Elizabeth of Spain had given birth to stillborn twin babes. On September 24, Avignon was reached, where a stay of 2 weeks was made during which Catherine consulted the famous astrologer Nostradamus. Hyères and Aix were stages on the road to Marseille, November 3-10, whence it led to Nimes, December 12, and Montpellier, December 17, and thence to Agde and Béziers, where progress for some time was blocked by heavy snowfalls. The snows irritated Catherine, and to placate her impatience, she was shown historical evidence that both Blanche of Castile and the Queen of Charles Roman VII had once been snowed in these parts for 3 months. Unlike his mother, Charles Roman IX enjoyed it, building a snow fort in which he and his pages withstood a siege by some of the gentlemen of the household. During this enforced sojourn, Catherine de' Medici received word of the famous conflict between the Marshal Montmorency, who had been made governor of Paris, when the court started en Tours, and the Cardinal of Lorraine. On January 8, 1565, the Cardinal of Lorraine sought to enter Paris with a great rout of armed retainers. The Marshal demanded the disarming of the company, in compliance with a royal ordinance of 1564 forbidding the carrying of arquebuses, pistols, or other firearms, not knowing that the cardinal had a warrant from the Queen Mother authorizing his men to wear arms if so desired. The cardinal haughtily refused to obey, and a fight took place in the street near the corner of St. Innocents, in which one man was killed. The reactionary policy of the government stimulated the local Catholic leagues in Languedoc during this winter of 1564-65. The religious prejudice which these associations manifested was influenced by the bitter jealousy existing between the Guises and the Montmorencys. From the hour of the clash between the cardinal and the marshal, the Guises plotted to compass the ruin of the House of Montmorency and sought to find support in the Catholic leagues of the southern provinces. The tolerant policy of the Marshal Montmorency and his brother Damville was seized upon by the Guises to make them odious. The secular clergy, and still more the Jesuits and Capuchins, were very active in this work, going from town to town and village to village, urging Catholics vigorously to defend their faith, and their fiery preaching materially advanced the tendency to union among the provincial leagues. Under the effective leadership of the Sieur de Candale, the League of Agen had had an astonishing spread over Guyenne, exhibiting a strength of organization and an audacity which foreshadows that of the Holy League of 1576, in whose genesis, indeed, it represents an evolutionary stage. What made the League of Guyenne so peculiarly formidable, however, was not so much its perfection of organization and its wide expansion, as the fact that it was organized and had existence without the knowledge or consent of the Crown, and in transgression of the royal authority, which forbade such associations. This highly developed stage of existence was arrived at by the League of Agen in August 1564, from which date it may properly be called the League of Guyenne. Naturally, the Guises approached Montluc with their plan. While the court was sojourning at Mont-de-Marsan, March 924, 1565, waiting the arrival of the Spanish Queen and the Duke of Alva at Bayonne, an intimation was given to Montluc that a league was in process of formation in France, wherein were several great persons, princes, and others, and an agent of the Guises at this time endeavored to persuade Montluc to join the association. But Montluc was cautious. He had no great affection for the Guises, and, moreover, leagues and such associations were against the law, which he, as a crown officer, was pledged to support. Gramont, who was opposed to Montluc, had already complained of his conduct to the Queen Mother. Besides, there were private reasons, whose nature will be soon developed, which made him hesitate. Montluc carried his information to Catherine de' Medici, who, not yet perceiving that the ambition of the Guises was the chief motive, was not at once seriously alarmed, since the anti-Protestant policy of the government made it indifferent now to such associations. Accordingly, when the court reached Bordeaux, it arrived there on April 9, and the Huguenots renewed their complaints against Candale and his associates. The king ignored the petition, recognizing that many of the nobles were members of the League of Guyenne. Instead, he gave the League a quasi-legal status by proclaiming that the Crown would not listen to any more complaints against Candale and his associates. But the Queen Mother was genuinely alarmed a few weeks later when the real purpose and scope of the proposed league were revealed to her through an intercepted letter, which the Duke of Aumale had written on February 27, 1565, to the Marquis d'Elbeuf. The Duke of Montpensier, the Vicomte de Martigues, Chavigny, who was a Guise protégé, d'Angens, and the Bishop of Mans, were named in this letter as the chiefs of an association, which had for its avowed end the abasement of the House of Montmorency. Catherine, apprehending the consequences certain to result from such an extension of the feud of the two houses, implored the king, at a large meeting of the council held on May 18, 1565, to divulge what had been ascertained: that a secret association had been discovered in defiance of the law, having political aims detrimental to the monarchy, and a system of government for the levying of men and money without the king's authority. The councillors, with one accord, denied their knowledge or implication and protested their devotion to the cause and the law. Catherine was thoroughly alarmed and appealed to Montluc for advice. What followed may be told in his own words. "I heard then some whisper of a league that was forming in France, wherein were several very great persons, both princes and others, whom nevertheless I have nothing to do to name, being engaged by promise to the contrary. I cannot certainly say to what end this league was contrived, but a certain gentleman named them to me every one, endeavoring at the same time to persuade me to make one in the association, assuring me it was to a good end. But he perceived by my countenance that it was not a dish for my palate. I presently gave the Queen private intimation of it, for I could not endure such kind of doings, who seemed to be very much astonished at it, telling me it was the first syllable she had ever heard of any such thing, and commanding me to inquire further into the business, which I did, but could get nothing more out of my gentleman, for he now lay upon his guard. Her Majesty then was pleased to ask my advice, how she should behave herself in this business, whereupon I gave her counsel to order it so that the king himself should say in public that he had heard of a league that was forming in his kingdom, which no one could do without giving him some jealousy and offense, and that therefore he must require everyone without exception to break off this league, and that he would make an association in his kingdom, of which he himself would be the head. For some time it was called, though they afterwards changed the name, and called it the Confederation of the King. The Queen at the time that I gave her this advice did by no means approve of it, objecting that should the king make one, it was to be feared that others would make another. But I made answer, and said that the king must engage in his own all such as were in any capacity of doing the contrary, which, however, was a thing that could not be concealed, and might well enough be provided against. 2 days after, Her Majesty being at supper, called me to her and told me that she had considered better of the affair I had spoke to her about, and found my counsel to be very good, and that the next day, without further delay, she would make the king propound the business to his council, which she accordingly did, and sent to inquire for me at my lodging, but I was not within. In the evening she asked me why I did not come to her, and commanded me not to fail to come the next day, because there were several great difficulties in the council, of which they had not been able to determine. I came according to her command, and there were several disputes. Monsieur de Nemours made a very elegant speech, remonstrating that it would be very convenient to make a league and association for the good of the king and his kingdom, to the end that if affairs should so require, every one with the one and the same will might repair to his Majesty's person, to stake their lives and fortunes for his service, and also in case any one of what religion soever should offer to invade or assault them, or raise any commotion in the state, that they might with one accord unite, and expose their lives in their common defense. The Duke of Montpensier was of the same opinion, and several others saying that they could not choose but so much the more secure the peace of the kingdom, when it should be known that all the nobility were thus united for the defense of the crown. The Queen then did me the honor to command me to speak, whereupon I began and said that the league proposed could be no ways prejudicial to the king, being that it tended to a good end for his Majesty's service, the good of his kingdom, and the peace and security of his people. But that one which should be formed in private could produce nothing but disorder and mischief, for the good could not answer for the evil disposed. And should the cards once be shuffled betwixt league and league, it would be a hard matter to make of it a good game, that being the most infallible way to open a door to let strangers into the kingdom, and to expose all things to spoil and ruin. But that all of us in general, both princes and others, ought to make an association, which should bear the title of the League or the Confederation of the King, and to take a great and solemn oath not to decline or swerve from it upon penalty of being declared such as the oath should import. And that his Majesty having so concluded, ought to dispatch messengers to all parts of the kingdom, with commission to take the oaths of such as were not there present, by which means it would be known who were willing to live and die in the service of the king and state. And should anyone be so foolish or impudent as to offer to take arms, let us all swear to fall upon them. I warrant your majesty, I will take such order in these parts, that nothing shall stir to the prejudice of your royal authority. And in like manner, let us engage by the faith we owe to God, that if any counterleague shall disclose itself, we will give your majesty immediate notice of it. And let your majesties be subscribed by all the great men of your kingdom. The feast will not be right without them, and they also are easy to be persuaded to it, and the fittest to provide against any inconvenience that may happen. This was my proposition, upon which several disputes ensued. But in the end the king's association was concluded on, and it was agreed that all the princes, great lords, governors of provinces, and captains of gens d'armes should renounce all leagues and confederacies whatsoever, as well without as within the kingdom, excepting that of the king, and should take the oath upon pain of being declared rebels to the crown, to which there were also other obligations added, which I do not remember. In the end all was passed and concluded, and the princes began to take the oath, and to sign the articles. The weakness of the crown's position in these circumstances is evident. Recognizing its inability to crush these local associations and fearing lest control of them would pass over wholly to the Guises, the crown tried to save its power and its dignity by fusing them into a single confederation under the king and forbidding the formation of future associations without royal consent. But the power of the crown was not commensurate with its show of authority. The leagues continued to multiply and to remain independent of the crown's coercion. In the year 1565, the situation is different in degree, but not in kind from that which existed in 1576, when the Holy League was formed. Even the Spanish affiliations of the Holy League existed potentially at this time through the treason of Montluc. For the wily Gascon, whose character was a combination of daring determination, religious bigotry, and envy, in recommending the measures he did was really taking steps to cover up his own tracks. Montluc, despite his professions of allegiance, was angry at the Queen Mother and quite ready to knife her in the dark. His heart was filled with rebellious envy of Vieilleville, because the latter had been given a marshal's baton. Disappointed in this expectation, he asked for the post of colonel-general, which Dandelot filled. Instead, Montluc had to be satisfied with the office of governor of Guyenne, which he regarded as ill compensation of his services. In consequence of these grievances, even before the recovery of Havre, Montluc had entered into correspondence with Philip Roman II, to whom he represented the necessity of Spanish intervention in France, on account of the double danger by which France was threatened through the purposes of the Protestants and Catherine de' Medici's toleration of them. The Spanish king at first hesitated, but soon availed himself of the opportunity thus afforded, for two strings were better than one to his bow. Profound secrecy covered the negotiations. Philip's love of mystery and the delicacy of the matter led him to conceal the plan even from his ambassador in France, and operate through Bardaxi, a cousin of a Spanish captain of that name, who had been pursued by the Inquisition and had fled to France, where he sought service under Montluc, in recompense of which he finally was rehabilitated. Montluc proposed the formation of a league between the Pope, the Emperor, the Spanish king, and the leading Catholic princes of Germany, and Italy to avert a union of the Huguenots with outside Protestant princes for the overthrow of the Catholic religion in France. He enlarged upon the moral benefit of such a league to France, now ridden by the Huguenots to the imminent ruin of the monarchy, and pointed out to Philip Roman II the peculiar interest he had in crushing Calvinism. The plan was for Philip Roman II to kidnap Jean d'Albret, who was to be given over to the Inquisition, and to seize possession of Béarn, and thus accomplish two purposes at once: destroy the hearth of Calvinism in France and establish Spanish power north of the Pyrenees. Fortunately for France, the French ambassador at Madrid, Saint Sulpice, was informed of the plan, though he did not know of Montluc's treason, by a servant of the Spanish queen, and Catherine de' Medici's energetic steps in the protection of Béarn nipped the scheme in the bud. This joint plan of Montluc and Philip Roman II for the seizure of Béarn and the capture of its queen telescoped with another plot against her, to which Philip and Pope Pius Roman IV were parties. On September 28, 1563, a papal bull excommunicated the queen for heresy, and she was cited before the Holy Office for trial. To Catherine's credit, she at once took a firm stand in favor of the Queen of Navarre. It was not in the nature of Philip Roman II to be daring in daylight. Precaution was second nature to him. Lansac's mission to Madrid to protest against the action of Pius Roman IV coincided with Montlac's overtures to the Spanish king. The discovery of part of the plan made Philip timid about pushing it at all until a more favorable time at least. Accordingly, he gave Montlac little encouragement, save offering him an asylum in Spain if events should compel him to quit France on account of his treasonable correspondence, while to Lansac he said that what the Pope had done against Madame de Vendôme was very inopportune and would be remedied. In a word, Philip Roman II dissembled his participation in the Pope's conduct, asserting that the procedure had been taken without his knowledge, and that while he deplored the Queen of Navarre's apostasy, he could not be unmindful of the fact that she was kith and kin of the Queen of Spain, his wife. There probably was a certain amount of spite work in Philip's repudiation of the Pope at this time. One of the important political issues raised at the Council of Trent was the question of precedence between the ambassadors of France and Spain. Lansac, Charles Ix's ambassador to the council, claimed the honor of going before the Count of Lara, Spain's representative, at which Philip was piqué outre measure. The papal party in vain implored Lansac to yield. Lansac replied that La France ne pouvait renoncer aux droits qui lui avaient été reconnus dans tous les précédents conciles. Etque, plutatque de laisser rien universer si point. J. Aidis Racelu, selon le commandement de mon maître, après avoir protesté de nullité de si concile, de mn aller incontinent avec tous les prélats de notre nation, sans entre dans aucune dispute ni composition. Philip Roman II refrained from making any observation to France upon the disputed point pending the decision of the Pope, but such a course was impossible. The contest over the question became the absorbing topic of conversation at Rome. The Pope was between Scylla and Charybdis. Spain claimed precedence for Philip Roman II through the Crown of Castile, chose Piu Veritable, and argued that the services of Philip Roman II to the Church justified her pretension. To which France rejoined that her king was historically first son of the Church, the most Christian king, who had bled and suffered for the preservation of the Catholic religion in his kingdom, for which he had combated to the hazarding of his entire state. Finally being compelled to decide, Pius Roman IV made a choice in favor of France, to the immense chagrin of Philip Roman II, who actually fell sick of the humiliation and recalled his ambassador Vargas from Rome as a sign of his displeasure. The catalogue of Spain's grievances against France, besides the question of religion, the dispute over precedence, and France's refusal to accept the findings of Trent, which Philip Roman II had recognized, included still another complaint. This was the border difficulty between the Spanish provinces of Artois and Luxembourg and France. It was a complex question, partly religious, partly political, partly commercial. Like the Huguenot rebellion, the growing insurrection in the Low Countries was of a double nature, religious and political. Each side looked to the other for sympathy and support, and neither was disappointed. The Huguenots retaliated for the assistance afforded the government of France by Spain during the First Civil War by aiding the revolt of the Netherlands. This intimate connection of events on each side of the line is an important fact to be observed. It was in 1563, as Granvella had divined, that the intrigues of the French Protestants in Flanders became a matter of serious apprehension. Valenciennes was the most aggressive city of the religion in Flanders, and Margaret of Parma actually was afraid of Montigny doing as Maligny had done at Havre. Already the Prince of Orange was the recognized leader of those who sympathized with the Huguenots. To this class England's support of the Prince of Condé, and above all, the assassination of the Duke of Guise, came as a real stimulus. Valenciennes, Tournai, Antwerp, even Brussels were stirred. In May 1563, the demonstrations of the Calvinists at Valenciennes and Tournai became so bold that it required 6 companies of infantry to keep them overawed. But this measure, instead of accomplishing the result expected, aggravated the situation, for the Marquis de Bourges, the commander, was so ostracized by the nobles that he lost courage. Philip Roman II grew alarmed and wrote to his sister on June 13, 1563, that the example of France counseled most drastic suppression. In reply, the regent and the Cardinal Granvella implored Philip to come to the Netherlands, but he pleaded ignorance of the language and poverty as excuse. Meanwhile, the Orange Party practiced so successfully with the Duchess of Parma that she inclined toward conciliation instead of coercion. This threw the regent and de Bourges into alignment, who proposed to convoke the States General to remedy the evils, a program which the nobles enthusiastically advocated. The similarity between the Flemish movement and the program of the political Huguenots in France is very close. With the design of suppressing heresy in its two most active centers, Granvella proposed to imitate the method used at Paris, of exacting a profession of faith together with a pledge to observe the laws of all citizens who wished to stay in the city. Recalcitrants were to be disarmed, compelled to sell their property, 1/3 of the proceeds of which was to be confiscated for the support of the soldiers and municipal expenses, and the culprits were then to be banished from the country. This drastic policy called forth a mingled protest and threat from the Prince of Orange, whose wealth and German connections, aside from other qualities he possessed, gave him great influence. The government begged for money and troops. Como la Liga va creciendo. Orange's tactics were to persuade the provincial estates to refuse to vote subsidies or to throw the weight of the finances upon the church, much after the manner of things done at Pontoise. This he began to do in Brabant, where the indefinite postponement of a grant of money provoked mutiny among the soldiers. In September, de Bourges went out from office, having distinguished himself by not putting a single heretic to death. The change was immediately followed by the burning alive of a Protestant preacher and the protestations of the quartet. Orange, Horn, Egmont, and Montigny became bolder. Finally, the nobles of Flanders resolved to protest to the King of Spain. Philip Roman II, always hesitating and undecided, did not respond. To a petition which was sent him demanding the recall of the cardinal, he replied by a flat refusal. The nobles showed their offense by absenting themselves from the Council of State and used their influence to detach the regent from Granvella. At last, after months of negotiation, Philip Roman II yielded. Granvella retired to his splendid palace at Besançon in Franche-Comté, and the nobles resumed their seats in the council. But the four were irritated at Philip's delay in responding to their demands for reform. It was evident, moreover, by November 1563, that something like a common purpose actuated the chief provinces: Flanders, Artois, Holland, Zeeland, and Utrecht. The Calvinists were especially numerous in the Walloon provinces, and preachers from Geneva and England were active among them. The government undertook to restrain their assemblies, and the conflict broke out. This conflict, it is important to remark, did not turn upon the question of religion in and of itself, but upon the manner of treating the heretics. Philip wanted to apply the edicts of his father, which required the death penalty for heresy. But the government and Spanish officials in the Low Countries, Catholics though they were opposed to so severe a penalty and would rather have treated those offending as criminals than as heretics. But with Philip, the extirpation of heresy was a question of conscience. Valenciennes still remained the most prominent place of disaffection, but Brussels was much infected. But more formidable than local spirit was the marked tendency toward a union of the provinces and the growing interest of the Huguenots in the Dutch and Flemish cause, so much so that Cardinal Granvella strongly hinted at Spanish pressure being forcibly exerted upon France for the reduction of the Huguenots. The cardinal hoped to see Charles Roman IX and his mother more docile in receiving the advice of Spain since the withdrawal of Chantenay, who was made Philip's ambassador at Vienna. But the theft of Alava's cipher by the Huguenots threw him into despair. The reciprocal connection between politics and religion in France and the Low Countries made the Spanish government watch the movement of events in France with vigilance. So acute was the situation owing to Huguenot sympathy with the cause of insurrection across the border, that although Granvella ridiculed the wild rumor that Montgomery was coming to Flanders, he nevertheless apprehended the possibility of a rupture with France and was relieved to know that precautions had been taken against any chance enterprise of the Huguenots along the edge of Artois and Hainault. Margaret of Parma and the nobles sent ambassadors to Spain to ask concession on 2 points. 1, that the provinces be governed by native officials. 2, that the punishment of heresy be moderated. The king hesitated long. It was not until October 17, 1565, that he gave decisive pronouncement in dispatches issued from Segovia. In them, he ordered the maintenance of the Inquisition, the enforcement of the edicts, and the impoverishment of those who resisted. In a word, Philip Roman II would not yield. The discontent against the administration of the King of Spain now turned against the king himself. William of Orange used the notable words, "We are witnessing the beginning of a great tragedy." In the face of the growing resistance, the Duke of Alva strongly advised Philip Roman II to convert the towns into fortresses. For the Flemish cities were, as yet, commercial groups, not fortified burghs. With the possible exception of Gravelines, no one of them was capable of making a sustained defense. This suggestion happened to coincide with the English occupation of Havre de Grace and the possible return of Calais to England in return therefor. Such a contingency could but be viewed with anxiety by Spain, and this fact, coupled with the uncertainty of developments in France, induced Philip to follow out Alva's suggestion by strengthening Gravelines. France at once became alarmed over Calais and protested in the same breath against the building of fortifications at Gravelines and the duty upon her wines. In retaliation, the French government also strengthened the garrisons on the edge of Picardy, under the direction of the Prince of Condé, who was governor of the province, to the immense indignation of Spain. The Spanish erections around Gravelines reacted also upon the state of things in Flanders. For new and heavier taxation was the indispensable point of departure for carrying out such measures, unless one were willing to see everything said upon the subject vanish in smoke. The sole effective remedy for the state of things prevailing in the Flemish provinces was, of course, to reorganize the finances and the administration of justice in accordance with the demands made by the nobles. But instead of attempting to do this, the government aimed to weaken the opposition by dividing the leaders, and the long silence of Philip Roman II covered an attempt to draw away Egmont, who was regarded as the ringleader of the Flemish nobles at this time. The Spanish government dreaded to summon the Estates, as Orange insisted should be done, for fear of things in Brabant and the other provinces going the road of things in France under like conditions. In order, therefore, to provide for funds without asking the Estates to vote subsidies, over which there was sure to be a conflict, the Spanish government in the Netherlands undertook to raise the needed money by tariffs. The cloth trade of England and the wine trade of France were the two commodities so taxed. In 1563, a duty was laid on French wine. In the case of England, the excuse given for the high duty placed on imported cloth was precaution against the plague. France at once protested against the tariff and threatened to retaliate by taxing the herring and cod trade, though the Spanish ambassador at Paris represented that such action would entirely destroy the wine trade and would compel reprisal. Flemish merchants were doubly alarmed at the state of things, for England, too, threatened reprisal by removing the cloth market from Antwerp to Emden and imposing tonnage duties on merchant ships of Flanders driven by stress of weather into English ports for safety during storm. But the government in Flanders was obdurate. Granvella declared England's threat to remove the staple to Emden to be puerile rhodomontade. He believed that not only would the prohibition against the import of English cloth compel Elizabeth to redress the grievances of Spanish subjects against England, but that it might even make the English government more lenient toward the Catholic religion. Furthermore, he argued, the tax would operate like a protective tariff to stimulate the manufacture of cloth in the Low Countries. If not a single bolt of English cloth ever comes into Flanders again, he wrote, it will be to the permanent profit of the Pays-Bas. We saw this clearly last year during the plague, when the prohibition having temporarily suspended the importation of this kind of goods, there was manufactured in the single county of Flanders 60,000 pieces of cloth, or more than the sum total of the 3 preceding years. In the case of French wines, the Flemish government even established a maximum law for their sale, which cut the throat of French merchants worse than ever. The French government carried the action of the Flemish government up to Madrid, where for months the duty on wine and the buttresses of Gravelines were matters of repeated interviews between Saint Sulpice and the king, and were still unsettled questions at the time of the conference at Bayonne. Meanwhile, the conflict of the Flemish Reform Party became more acute because it became complicated with the question of religion. In the light of all these circumstances, it is no wonder that Philip Roman II hesitated long before giving his consent to an interview with Catherine de' Medici. Even then, he imposed a number of conditions and regulations. He would not go in person to Bayonne, the place appointed. His wife was to be accompanied by the Duke of Alva. Display was to be avoided by either side, both for motives of economy and to prevent having undue political significance attached to an interview which was to be understood to be purely personal. Philip II's most striking regulations, however, were those which had to do with the French entourage. No one in the least tainted with heresy was to accompany the court. The Queen of Navarre, whom the Spanish king carefully alluded to as Madame de Vendôme, the Prince of Condé, the Admiral, and the Cardinal Chatelain were specifically named with abhorrence. The Queen Mother acquiesced in this prohibition, save in the case of the Prince of Condé, protesting that, on account of his rank, it would give great offense to forbid his presence, as well as create belief among the Huguenots that the meeting contemplated something disadvantageous to them. History has shown that Catherine's instincts were perfectly right in this particular. Since after the massacre of St. Bartholomew, the Huguenots, indeed almost the whole Protestant world, jumped to the conclusion that that disaster was preconcerted at Bayonne. In vain, Saint Sulpice argued political expediency, saying France and Spain must not be judged alike, and that experience had proved that the way of arms had resulted in more dangers than profit to France. Philip II's answer was metallically hard. He would not consent to the presence either of Jean d'Albret or the Prince of Condé at Bayonne, because it would be a reproach to him, and to Spain for his wife to have had converse with a heretic. The last stage of Charles IX's long tour of the provinces was from Bordeaux to Bayonne, where the French court arrived on May 22, 1565. But that indolence of spirit which is so much associated with Spanish character seems as early as the 16th century to have become habitual, so that the Spanish queen was forced to travel in the heat. 6 soldiers of Strozzi's band died with their armor on from heat prostration, which aggravated the plague prevailing in certain parts. In conferences of state, especially international conferences, things of importance are confined within 4 walls. The 16th century was par excellence the age of closet politics. The world upon the outside saw only the fêtes that marked the interview at Bayonne, but these festivities were no more than the flecks or wreaths of glittering foam that float upon the bosom of the water for an instant and then are gone. The real business at Bayonne was politics. But the great importance for 300 years attributed to this famous interview is today proved to have had slight foundation in fact. The light of recent research has dissipated the traditional belief that Philip Roman II and Catherine de' Medici planned the massacre of the French Protestants at Bayonne and finally consummated it on St. Bartholomew's Day. The truth is that not what was contemplated, but what was imagined was contemplated at Bayonne became the important historical influence of the future. An assumed fact came to have all the force of reality. The principles in this unfortunate conference, in point of truth, were far apart from one another. Philip II's interests were wholly political, and personalities were merely incidental to his main purpose. On the other hand, the Queen Mother's interests were chiefly personal, being centered in plans to achieve brilliant marriage alliances for her children, for whose sake she ruinously compromised herself and France. If Catherine had been less vain and less foolishly affectionate, she would have striven harder for the solution of things more vital to France. It is true she was far from ignoring these issues entirely, but she weakened the cause of France in respect to them by subordinating these to her main purpose, so that she awakened the greater suspicion of Spain by her attempts to avoid answering in those matters of most concern to Philip Roman II, and by her continual harping upon the things that were nearest to her heart, but not of most moment either to France or to Spain. When the Duke of Alva drove her into a corner and compelled her to answer the questions he put to her concerning greater politics, Catherine's replies were fatal to her aspirations. What were these matters? Alva's instructions were strict. He was to demand the expulsion of the Huguenot ministers from France within 30 days, the interdiction of Protestant worship, acceptance of the decrees of the Council of Trent, profession of the Catholic religion by all office holders. This policy of suppression and compulsion outlined by his sovereign was wholly in keeping with his, the Duke's, own judgment. But with greater penetration and less hesitation than Philip Roman II, Alva recognized clearly the intimate connection between the politics of Flanders and the politics of France, and favored the adoption of a parallel line of conduct at once in the Low Countries. He was convinced that France was incapable of managing her own affairs and was a menace to other states, politically and religiously. The means of repression which Spain had often urged had not produced the results desired, they had only delayed the total ruin of the nation. Suggestion and insinuation must be replaced by a more drastic policy. Assassination was a recognized, perhaps a quasi-legitimate political recourse in the eyes of the men of the 16th century. The old generation of French Catholics upon whom Spain could rely, the Cardinal de Tournon, the Duke of Guise, the Marshal Saint-André, had passed away, one of them assassinated at the hands of a Huguenot. Tavannes and Vieilleville were reluctant to sacrifice country to religion, especially when a rival nation would profit thereby. The constable was the only old-time figure of prominence remaining, and he could not be relied on since the conflict between the Marshal Montmorency and the Cardinal of Lorraine, for he favored the side of his nephews, and so was believed to be not far distant from the party of the admiral. Power had fallen into the hands of the Huguenots, whose leaders now excelled in personal force. The shortest, the most expeditious way is to behead Condé, the admiral, Dandelot, La Rochefoucauld, and Gramont. Alva told the Duke of Montpensier and Montluc, the two most earnest French converts to this policy. But it was yet a far cry from this cool advocacy of assassination of the Protestant leaders to the wholesale slaughter of August 24, 1572. There is really no positive connection between the Conference of Bayonne and the massacre of Saint Bartholomew. The slaughter of the French Protestants as a sect was never advocated by any prince in Europe, not even Philip Roman II. There is no evidence at the Vatican of any Catholic or papal league for the extirpation of the Protestants. Such a solution of the religious problem was not contemplated, save by one person in Europe at this time, Pope Pius V. It is this pontiff who has the sinister distinction of having advocated general destruction of the Protestants, rather than a discriminating assassination of the Huguenot leaders. The most radical action touching the Huguenots at large, it may safely be said, that was regarded practicable in 1564-65 was to forbid and prevent future conversion, or else the wholesale exile of the Huguenots from the realm. The alternative of total destruction was not contemplated anywhere in Europe or at any time, except in the single case mentioned. No such crime as the massacre of the Huguenots was planned at Bayonne, nor perpetrated as the result of that conference. The principles in the case were too far apart in intention and conviction for so gigantic a program. The paramount purpose of the Queen Mother was to marry Charles Roman IX to the elder daughter of the Emperor, Margaret of Valois to Don Carlos, and the Duke of Orleans, the future Henry Roman III, to Donna Juana, Philip I's sister. But Alva was crafty. By a series of adroit questions which tantalized her hopes and preyed upon her fears, he compelled Catherine de' Medici to commit herself upon the very political issues which she wished to avoid discussing, until she was hopelessly compromised. In vain, she doubled like a fox pursued by the hounds and tried to throw the Duke off upon a false scent. France must be cleared of this vicious sect, said Alva. In order to avoid replying, Catherine attempted, by a question, to turn the conversation to the subject of a universal league, whether it should be against the Turk or against the heretic. Alva was not thrown off. The Queen resorted to sarcasm. "Since you understand the evil from which France is suffering so well," she said, "tell me the remedy." Alva sidestepped the direct shot by suavely rejoining, "Madame, who knows better than yourself?" "The king, your master," said Catherine ironically, "knows better than I everything that passes in France. What means would he employ to overcome the rebellious Protestants?" Alva resorted to the Socratic method, hoping to involve the Queen in the toils of argument. "Has the religion gained or lost since the Peace of Ambus?" he inquired insidiously. "It has gained," replied she. The answer, in Spain's eyes, was a condemnation of the policy of France. It was a thorn in the road of the Queen's ambitious hopes of marriage alliance. In her exasperation, Catherine upbraided her daughter for out-Spaniarding the Spaniard. "I am a Spaniard, I admit," said Elizabeth. "It is my duty." Catherine broached anew the possibility of Philip Roman II consenting to have his sister marry her Benjamin, Henry Duke of Orleans, and conferring Artois as dowry upon the pair. The king would never consent to sacrifice one of his provinces, said Alva brusquely. But to give a Spanish province to the Duke of Orleans, argued the Queen Mother, blinded by maternal affection, would be the same then as giving it to his own brother. Alva taxed the Queen with maintaining a heretic, El Hospital, in the chancellorship and of opposing the Tridentine decrees. Catherine emphatically denied the first charge, although her daughter again supported Alva's indictment by declaring that even during the life of her father, El Hospital had passed for a Huguenot. As to the second, she said the Crown of France objected to the political application of certain findings of the Council of Trent, which she hoped to have adjusted. Alva saw the vulnerable point in her reply and inquired if she aimed to call another assembly like the Colloquy of Poissy. "I recognize the danger of such assemblies," said Catherine, "but the king, my son, is strong enough to compel discussion only of those subjects which he may designate." "Was it so at Poissy?" sneered Alva. The queen's reply was a tirade against the Cardinal of Lorraine, whom she blamed for the failure of the colloquy. In the end, there was a promise given by the Queen Mother at Bayonne, but it was verbal, not written, and so governed by circumstances that the edge of Spain's intentions was dulled. Compromising the agreement certainly was, convicting it is not, for, aside from the fact that its fulfillment was dependent upon an impossible condition of things, Catherine never permitted herself to express in writing what the terms of this promise were. Our knowledge of it is dependent upon Alva's letters of June 15 and July 4. Upon Philip II's construction of it in a letter addressed by him to the Cardinal Pacheco on August 24, 1565, and the dispatch of the Venetian ambassador Suriano, who was with the French queen, to the Senate on July 22, supplemented by what information Saint Sulpice picked up during the last days of his mission in Spain. It is evident from the careful reading of these documents that the real triumph at Bayonne was scored by the papacy, that Spain won a sterile victory, and France met an indecisive defeat. Spain and France, being unable to carry their own purpose through as each desired, compromised on a course which was an intermediate plane of agreement to them, but which, according to the letter, was a supreme triumph for Rome, and would have been a complete victory for Rome if the terms had ever been executed. The man of the hour was the Cardinal Santa Croce, nuncio in France. His services are thus reported by the Venetian ambassador in France on July 2. On the eve of departure, the Queen, perceiving the discontent of the Duke of Alva, summoned the nuncio, who was not far away, to Bayonne in order to have him at hand. "It is he who has found a solution. He has satisfied both parties. I shall be able to inform you shortly as to the nature of his solution." 3 weeks later, July 22, the promised word was sent to Venice in the form of a cipher dispatch, the information in which had been communicated to him in strictest secrecy. This intensely important document reads as follows: "Now that I have received positive information, I shall tell everything to your Signory that has happened. Since his arrival, the Duke of Alva has not ceased to urge the Queen to give his master a manifestation of her good will toward the cause of religion by some manifest act, and he had urged her to cause the decisions of the Council of Trent to be observed throughout the whole realm of France, for which his Catholic Majesty would show his satisfaction." The Queen had yielded readily to this proposition, and had told him that she was very inclined to convene an assembly of prelates, of theologians, and savants, to examine the decisions made at Trent, without occupying themselves with doctrine, but confining themselves to the reform of abuses. The Duke had found this offer strange, and had not concealed his discontent over it. According to him, this was to oppose a council to a council, which would be the worst of results, and mightily displease the king his master. Since he urged the necessity of this measure, before passing to any other consideration, and was so obdurate, the Queen, being very pained to see him depart so unsatisfied, and things being so desperate, notified the nuncio, who was not lodged at Bayonne like all the ambassadors, and ordered the Marshal de Loges of the palace to prepare accommodation for him and to have him come immediately. He came at once, and being informed by the Queen, went to find the Duke, but was very badly received by him. The Duke blamed and reproached him for not remaining firm in his opinion. The Queen holding to the idea of this assembly of prelates and theologians, and the Duke opposing it, the nuncio found another expedient which seemed to give satisfaction to all. he broached it to the queen, and with her consent communicated it to the duke. This remedy, at the 12th hour, was very opportune. It is this assembly shall be held, but under certain conditions. The first is that the persons chosen to participate in it shall be of such influence as to be able to demand that no Huguenot shall sit in it. Secondly, the assembly must conform to that which the queen had at first proposed. That is to say, all disputes over dogma and doctrine shall be forbidden. The queen, having accepted this, authorized the nuncio to communicate her consent to the duke, who showed himself satisfied. Both of them then came together to find the queen again, and on the next day, in the presence of the Queen of Spain, the Cardinal Bourbon, the Marshal Berthelin, and the leading nobles, the whole was confirmed. Great benefit can come from this. By eliminating everything that pertains to dogma and avoiding doctrinal difficulties, all the other resolutions which are of less importance will be strengthened, especially as the Huguenots, the only ones who can give trouble, will be excluded. There is no doubt about both the king and the queen being disposed to the Catholic religion, since they have given proofs of it. I am, moreover, assured by what the queen has said, that there is no intention to touch any of the privileges of the Holy See, nor, per contra, any of the concessions made by the popes to the kings who were predecessors of the king now reigning. The execution of this convention thus arranged is not to take place until the return of the king to Paris. The King of Spain, in the letter cited to Cardinal Pacheco, expressed his contentment with this agreement, not perceiving that the application of it was capable of a great amount of flexibility. In his blindness, he thought that the nuncio had broken the loaf so as to give the greater portion to Spain, while in reality the greater part was in the hands of the Pope, Philip Roman II having actually but the difference between a fragment and no bread. In fine, no plot was entered into at Bayonne. No crime was ever committed in pursuance of an agreement arranged there. The plot, agreed upon at Bayonne, between Catherine de' Medici and Philip, Roman II of Spain, consisted of an ambiguous promise, the fulfillment of which was dependent upon an impossible condition of things. The affair of Bayonne was not a crime, it was a colossal blunder. The destruction of the ambitious marriage expectations of the Valois was the least loss. The irreparable thing was that France forfeited the confidence of her Protestant subjects. The secrecy that enveloped the conference made the Huguenots apprehensive of the worst. They believed that a Franco-Spanish alliance was made at Bayonne for their overwhelming, and the Second Civil War was the outcome of their misgivings. And when finally, for other reasons, the massacre of St. Bartholomew befell them, not merely Protestant France but Protestant Europe was convinced that the false hypothesis had been demonstrated. The Count Hector La Ferrière admirably summarizes the situation. To maintain and loyally to adhere to the Edict of Pacification, to open to the daring sailors of France the Indies and America, which Spain and Portugal were endeavoring to close to them, and finally to rally Catholics and Protestants under the same banner against the foreigner. This was the only true French policy. The Spaniard at this time was the enemy of France. She encountered him everywhere in her path. At Rome, at Vienna, at the Council of Trent, he disputed her precedence. In Switzerland, by gold and by the menaces of his agents, he interfered with the renewals of the French treaties with the Catholic cantons. At the very time when Catherine and Elizabeth of Valois were exchanging false promises of alliance and friendship, Menendez was sailing for Florida, bearing orders for the massacre of all the French found there. Chapter 11. The tour of the provinces continued. The influence of the revolt of the Netherlands upon France, the affair of Meaux. From the field of Philip II's empty victory, the court resumed its pilgrimage, crossing the Loire and traversing Guyenne, which was in good repose, visiting Angoulême, Cognac, Saints, La Rochelle, and Niort en route to Nantes. The country was the veritable dominion of Calvinism in France, but as yet the Huguenots let their hopes belie their fears. The progress through the western provinces was purposely slow, for Catherine still hoped against hope that Forquevaux, who had succeeded Saint Sulpice at the Spanish court, might persuade Philip Roman II to think more favorably of her matrimonial schemes, until finally, late in December, the bitter truth came out. Only the younger daughter of the Habsburgs might marry a Valois, even though he was king of France. The Queen Mother had been weighed in the balance by Catholic Habsburg Europe and had been found wanting. Then it was that Catherine turned her eyes toward Eastern Europe in the hope of finding in Poland a recompense for the fondled and despicable Henry of Valois. Strange are the vicissitudes of history. The effect of Philip II's resolution was to put a mountebank on the throne of Poland and cast Marguerite of Valois into the arms of the son of Jean d'Albret. Long before this time, however, Spain had begun to be impatient for the fulfillment of the Compact of Bayonne. But procrastination was Catherine's trump suit. She averred that the plague was too prevalent to make it safe for the court to return to Paris until winter, and when the cold weather diminished the danger from that source, pleaded the poverty and famine of the realm as an excuse. It was an excuse the validity of which was everywhere manifest. France truly had been in the dire pangs of hunger and intense cold during the celebrated winter of 1564-65. Claude Hatton, the priest-historian of Provence, who was a close observer of meteorological phenomena, has given a graphic description of this season. The winter at its commencement in November was very mild, and was so until December 20, the vigil of St. Thomas the Apostle, without either cold or frost in the mornings. The rain was so warm that it was thought that the winter would be mild and open, but on the vigil of St. Thomas there came a great cold, accompanied in the morning by a cold rain, which by midday turned into snow, and which fell all the rest of the day in so great abundance that the earth, which was very wet, was covered on the morrow to the depth of a foot, king's measure, and more, with snow. With this snow came a northeast wind, which froze everything under a coating of thick ice. This cold continued down to the last day of December. The ice was so thick that a man could cross the river without breaking through. The snow lay so heavy upon the fields that in the open places the drifts were as high as a man. After the snowstorm had passed, the cold redoubled, so that even the best clad suffered whenever they went outdoors. There was not a house in the village where the water did not freeze, if it was not set close by the fire. And I do not exaggerate when I say that in many good and well-built houses wine froze before the great chimney, though the latter was heaped up with wood. I saw in many houses iron pots suspended above the fire with icicles hanging over the edge. Every night and morning when the people got up, there was frost upon the coverlet, from the evaporation of the bodies of the sleepers. There was not a wine cellar where the wine did not freeze in the casks, unless care was taken to keep charcoal fires burning there. In some wine cellars, it was necessary to close every aperture in order to prevent the wine from freezing. It frequently froze so hard that it was necessary to pierce the bunghole with a red-hot poker in order to draw it out. On the night of the 23-24 December, as also on Christmas night, the ice was so heavy upon the trees that the boughs were broken. These things had not been seen in France since the year 1480. The greatest cold was on the day of the Feast of the Innocents, December 28. Many men who were exposed died in the roads. The crests of cocks and poultry were frozen and fell off some days afterwards, and many were found dead under their roosts. The sheep also died. Early in January, the ice began to melt. It grew uncommonly warm for the season, so that fire became unnecessary. On the day following the edict of the king, about noon, a soft, warm rain began to fall, which caused the snow to vanish rapidly. This lasted for 5 days, so that the earth was covered with water. And then came a second cold for 3 entire weeks, until the 28th of the month, and snow with a high wind came, which drove the snow everywhere and piled it in great drifts. The winter grain was frozen in the furrows. God knows how much the poor people who had no wood suffered. Most of them stayed in bed night and day without getting up except to eat once in 24 hours. The poor of Paris and others who had no means were compelled to burn their furniture. Those who had made no provision for the winter, chiefly of wood, were compelled to purchase at high prices, for it was not possible to do carting because of the condition of the roads. In many cases, moreover, the bridges were destroyed. When the thaw came, the high waters penetrated houses and churches in Provence to the depth of 3, 4, and even 5 feet, washing out the very dead in the cemetery. At Paris, the flood damaged the Ponto change and caused many houses to topple. Vine growers found themselves in great difficulty. Those who were wise cut their vines back to the root in order that they might sprout better again, and were repaid for so doing, for they were the only ones that bore. The spring was fair and mild, so that barley and oats were sown. Yet much ground lay bare because in the fields sown with winter wheat the roots were all killed, so that no grain grew. The The walnut trees seemed to be dead through all the month of April and half of May, for they did not put forth their buds. Pear and apple trees bore a few blossoms. In some places there were plums and cherries, but not everywhere. The winter was just as bad in Gascony, Provence, and Languedoc. On the day of the feast of St. John the Baptist, June 24, it snowed. Even the poor people were compelled to build fires, though they could not afford the fuel. The vines throughout central France were so badly injured that not a third part of the crop remained. The grain likewise was destroyed. Water courses were swollen and overflowed their banks, and in the meadows of the Seine people had to take care lest they be drowned. As a result of the cold spring, the harvest of 1565 failed over almost all the realm to such an extent that it was necessary to abolish the tolls between provinces and to permit free trade in grain. Paris imported wheat from Champagne, Picardy, Anjou, Lower Brittany, Burgundy, and Auvergne, the least stricken of the provinces. The Parliament of Paris passed an ordinance forbidding speculation in foodstuffs and compelled those possessed of a surplus of grain to throw what was not needed for their own necessity upon the market. A measure boisseau of wheat, from January to April cost from 12-15 sous, equals 1/2 pecks at from 36 to 45 cents. And after April the price rose every week until harvest time to the sum of 25 sous tournois, approximately 75 cents. Wheat was very dear in Paris and throughout all Brie, the Ile-de-France, Valois, Soissonnais, and Picardy, less so in Champagne, Burgundy, and Lorraine, where there was rye and barley enough for the people. The stock starved because the grain was consumed by the people. Many people went over into Champagne in order to purchase rye and barley to make bread with until the harvest came. Fortunately, grain was plentiful in Champagne, and wheat fell to 7 and 6 sous per measure, from 19 to 22 cents, and corn in like proportion after the harvest. Because of the hard times which they had experienced, many accumulated great stores in the expectation that in a short time there would again be a dearth. Wine was very dear until the vintage. In the months of August and September, before the grapes were gathered, it was not possible to purchase wine by the cup at taverns, even for silver. It was with great difficulty that sufficient wine was procurable for church service. But after the vintage, the price dropped to 14 livres tournois, $8.70, la queue du cru, whereas it had been as high as 80 before, $49.60. As so often appears elsewhere in history, the economic distress and strain of poverty was followed by psychological manifestations of a religio-sociological sort among the lower and poor classes. In 1565, in the villages of Champagne and Brie, and especially in the bailiwicks of Sens, Melun, Montereau, Nogent, Troyes, Chalons, Reims, Epernay, Châteaudière, Meaux, and Provence, the belief spread among the peasantry that in honor of the Virgin they ought to refrain from working in the fields on Saturday after midday, and that this Saturday rest had been formally ordered by the Virgin in revelations and apparitions. A young girl of Charlie-sur-Marne, near Epernay, boasted of having received these confidences and showed miraculous signs of her mission. But the Cardinal of Lorraine caused her to be arrested and questioned, and she was burned alive as a witch. Instead of going to Paris, the court passed the winter at Moulins in Bourbonnais, where the famine was most slightly felt. By this time, the expectations of the Catholics and the fears of the Huguenots were beginning to bear their bitter fruit, and in the state of public tension, every incident was magnified. At Angers in November, the Rohans, having forbidden Catholic worship upon their domains, the king had to compel them to reinstate it by threatening to dispossess them of their chautauques. At Blois, the Cardinal Bourbon reproached the Queen Mother for suffering the edict to be violated by permitting the Queen of Navarre and the Prince of Condé to maintain court preachers in their entourage. The Catholics of Dijon demanded that in future Calvinist ministers be forbidden to attend the last hours of the dying, a petition which the Cardinal of Lorraine supported in order to make the Chancellor El Hospital commit himself. The answer of the latter sustained the edict's grant of the right of selection in the matter of religion. Of greater anxiety still was the influx of Huguenots into the town of Moulins, Montgomery among the rest, who for the first time since the fatal tournament of June 30, 1559, looked upon the court. The memory of the conspiracy of Amboise haunted the queen like a spectre, and was the more vivid because of the rapprochement between the leaders of the Huguenots and the Montmorencys, who had met together at Paris in November at the marriage of the amorous Prince of Condé to Emile de Longueville. The incident was sharp enough to strike fire between the Catholic Guisard and the Huguenot Montmorency party. For when the papal nuncio indignantly demanded the Cardinal of Beauvais' renunciation of the purple, the constable bluffly said, "I am a papist, but if the Pope and his agents still seek to trouble the kingdom, my sword will be Huguenot. My nephew will never renounce his dignity. The edict gives him the right to it." It is no wonder Catherine de Medici was anxious to hear of the report of these words at Madrid and what Philip Roman II would say. The interdiction of the Protestant worship at Moulins on January 9, 1566, on the very day that Coligny returned from the wedding festivities, was her own reply. The very next day she guarded against new fire being struck between the factions by compelling at least outward reconciliation between the Admiral and the Cardinal of Lorraine. On January 10, 1566, in the presence of the court, she addressed the cardinal, saying that the repose of the kingdom was destroyed by private quarrels, and especially by two of his, the one with the Marshal Montmorency, the other with the admiral for the murder of the Duke of Guise. At the same time, the Queen Mother, in order to preserve peace between the rivals, hit upon the novel scheme of lodging the cardinal and the admiral in the same house, so that each had to use the same stairway in order to reach his apartments, telling both that each was keeper of the other, and that if either of them experienced any injury, it would be imputed to the other. The Cardinal of Lorraine, for fear of losing all his influence, accepted the situation. He did not stir from the side of the Queen, and was compelled to abide by the situation tel quel, as Sir Thomas Smith wrote to Cecil. But nothing could mollify the anger of the constable against the Guises, and when the Duke of Guise at length came to court in February, Montmorency left it forthwith. While the factional feeling thus grew more embittered, serious and noble effort was yet made to carry out the demands of the States General of Orleans and Pontoise, demands which were principles of the political Huguenots. This program was supported by the Queen Mother, who seems in this way to have sought to placate the fears of the Huguenots for their faith. The year 1566 is notable for the fact that greater recognition was then accorded the political demands of the Huguenots than at any time hitherto, so that large progress was made in the betterment of the administrative system of France. The king, in his address to the council, said that at his accession he had wanted to travel through all the provinces desolated by the late civil wars, in order to hear the complaints of his subjects and to remedy conditions in the best manner possible. That it was for this cause that he had convoked the assembly, and so enjoined them, in virtue of the royal authority, to apply themselves diligently to affairs. Then the chancellor spoke. After dwelling upon the general evils of the state, he asserted that the root of all the evils was the bad administration of justice, that the king had become convinced of this in the course of the tour of the provinces, that for himself he could not refrain from calling things by their right name and from speaking as he thought, that those who were appointed to administer justice were guilty of great excesses, that these evils had increased owing to the impunity and the license which obtained. I do not deny that there are too many laws and ordinances in France, and that the multitude of the laws and the number of the judges is the cause of much unnecessary and tyrannical litigation. But it is no less true that when new evils arise there is a necessity of new remedies, and that when the ancient laws have been abrogated either by inobservance or by license, it is necessary to make new ones in order to cure current evils and to arrest the course of public calamity. The public welfare requires new legislation. If the new laws are not observed, on account of the venality and avarice of the ministers of justice, they must be punished severely, and these public pests who fatten upon the blood of a miserable people must be driven from office. Superfluous offices, moreover, must be abolished and the ruinous multiplication of legal causes stopped. The justice of the last charge was particularly manifest. Since the time of Francis I, it had been the practice of the crown to sell offices and even to create them for purposes of revenue only. The chancellor further asserted that the king could not suffer those who had not the right to make laws to attribute to themselves the power to interpret them. He proposed to diminish the excessive number of the courts, and raised the question whether the demands of justice would not be better met if the Parliament ceased to be so sedentary and became ambulatory instead. A suggestion which, it is interesting to observe, found a partial realization in the 17th century in the establishment of the Grands Jours d'Auvergne. He insinuated that it was advisable to subject the judges to censure and to compel them to render account of the manner in which they exercised their office, and that it might be better to establish judges for 2 or 3 years than to permit the holding of office in perpetuity. After longer deliberation, in February 1566, the famous Ordinance of Moulins was framed. It contained 86 articles and dealt radically with the evils of the time and imposed drastic reform, especially in the administration of justice. This act declared the royal domain inalienable, limited and regulated the right of remonstrances of Parliament, organized circuits of inspection by magistrates especially appointed to go throughout the realm, instituted certain changes in the judicial administration, and pledged the word of the Crown to appoint capable and honest magistrates. It profoundly modified both the public and private law of France. In the former sphere, the ordinance strengthened the legislative power of the Crown by laying down the principle that the King's ordinances must be observed in spite of remonstrances on the part of the parliaments, and even if the latter refused to register them. The maîtres des requêtes were enjoined to punish severely any infraction or failure to observe the ordinances. The powers of the governors in the provinces were much reduced. They were forbidden to exercise the right of pardon, to levy taxes, or to institute fairs and markets. The judicial power of the great villes was almost entirely suppressed. The communal judges were deprived of all civil jurisdiction and retained cognizance only of petty offenses. At the same time, the attempt was made to restrain seigneurial jurisdiction. The right of written proof was recognized in cases involving 100 livres or more. No less than 500 superfluous offices, treasurerships, secretaryships, etc. were abolished. In the matter of religion, some of the articles were a confirmation of the Edict of 1563. Another article abolished entirely all confraternities and prohibited the formation of all leagues. The financial administration came in for a most searching investigation. The flaunting arrogance of some of the king's treasurers is remarkable. Numbers of them had houses, and even chateaux which rivaled the king's own in elegance, the means to purchase and furnish which they had secured by plundering the people and robbing the government. One treasurer, among 4 who were hanged at Montfaucon, was found to owe the crown over 3 million livres. The young Duke of Guise, who had refused to be a party to the farcical reconciliation between his house and the chatelains, soon found means to leave the court. In May, the Duke of Nemours and the Duchess of Guise were married at St. Maur-des-Fosses. It was a match which sowed dragon's teeth once more. For Nemours forsook his wife, who was a Rohan, having induced the Pope to nullify the marriage. The Huguenots murmured indignantly against the insult. Dun the Rohan clan, whose powerful family influence was now joined with the Chatelains and Montmorencys. Catherine de' Medici was not the ruler to govern France with a firm yet facile hand under the circumstances that existed in 1566. Irrespective of foreign influences, which we shall presently come to, the economic distress of the country, the rivalry of the great houses, and the religious acrimony prevailing made a combination of forces that needed another sort of ruler to reconcile them. A ruler such as Henry of Navarre was to be. The Queen Mother, while a woman of force, was so deficient in sincerity that no one could have confidence in her, so jealous of power that she would brook no other control of the king, whose sovereignty she confounded with her maternal oversight of him, making no distinction between Charles Roman IX the ruler and Charles Roman IX the son. Catherine time and again marred or ruined the progress she had made with the aid of one party's support by her own envious fear of that party's predominance. Her bridge policy, instead of uniting France, kept it divided. To maintain the balance of power and immemorial Italian policy, her Italian nature resorted to duplicity and deception continually. Accordingly, suspicion prevailed at court and suspicion prevailed in the provinces, the more so in the latter because of the Huguenots, uncertainty about what was done at Bayonne, and doubt as to Philip's course. Men were doubtful of their neighbors, towns were fearful of other nearby towns. All the way of my coming hither, reported Sir Thomas Hoby, the new English ambassador to France, "I found the strong towns marvelously jealous of strangers, insomuch that only by the sound of a bell they discovered a number of horsemen or footmen before they come. But also, after they are entered, they have an eye to them." When the court finally moved to Paris, the great nobles came thither with such numerous trains that the queen sent 4 companies of the king's guard ahead of his coming, and ordered the Marshal Montmorency to require the retirement from the city of all those who were not of the ordinary household of each nobleman and gentleman. In vain, the Marshal, anxious to protect his party against the Guisards, resisted the order, and complained that the queen was interfering with his authority. The king ordered Lansac and de la Garde to accomplish what Montmorency was unwilling to do. If choice must be made as to who were the worst offenders in this respect, the greater blame lies with the Protestants. It was not only impolitic, it was insolent on their part to permit Montgomery to swagger around Paris as he did, booted and spurred with all his men. Apparently the queen had not the daring to compel his withdrawal, as she did that of the Guises, recruiting Sergeant Roggendorf. Her policy for the time being was to favor the Chatelain-Montmorency faction. Backed by the joint support of the admiral and the constable, the queen accordingly undertook to bring certain unsettled or indefinite matters of religion and the church to a conclusion. On May 31, 1566, Charles Roman IX sent a series of articles to the Cardinal Bourbon for consideration by the clergy of Paris, then sitting at Saint-Germain-des-Prés. 2 of these had to do with the baptism of infants, where one of the parents was a Catholic, and the maintenance of Protestant schools. 3 concerned church temporalities, namely, the redemption of the 4th part of the temporals of the church, given to the king during the late Civil War, the subsidy which was to expire in 18 months, and the preparation of an edict defining the privileges and jurisdiction of the church. The residue of the articles dealt with infractions of the Edict of Amboise, such as restraint of preaching according to the edict, and the molestation of former Protestants who had returned to the Church of Rome by the Huguenots. By an awkward coincidence, the sending of these articles exactly coincided with the arrival of the papal legate in Paris, who came to request the promulgation of the Decrees of Trent in conformity with the agreement made with the Cardinal de Santa Croce at Bayonne. Catherine de Medici's policy at this time was that of the political Huguenots. She hoped that the question of religion would settle itself with time, and to divert attention from that issue, and also because there was great need of it, she energetically continued the administrative and economic reforms begun at Moulins. El Hospital began so searching an investigation of the conduct of the king's treasurers that some of them were hanged and others banished. The constable was of service here, although his notorious avarice tarnished the honesty of his work. Yet there was peril even in a policy so just and so much needed by France. Sooner or later, such a course would unearth the dishonesty of bigger thieves than the small collectors of the revenue who, in many cases, undoubtedly suffered for the peculation of their superiors. The administration was full of grafters, such as Saint André had been, who would not scruple to conceal their thievery behind the smoke of another civil war. The Queen Mother knew this only too well from former experience, not being unaware of the fact that one of the causes of the late unpleasantness was the demand of the estates that the Guises should make an accounting and be forced to disgorge their ill-gotten gains. The government resorted to various devices to raise money, and an imposition was laid upon innkeepers. The most singular expedient, though, was the offer of a Genoese syndicate to pay the king a lump sum for the privilege of taxing dowry gifts, and for a license to endure 8 years to levy a crown on every firstborn infant, and after, for every boy born into a family 5 sous, and for every girl babe 3 sous. This preposterous measure actually passed the council, and was only prevented from becoming law by the good sense of the Parliament. But the events happening in the Netherlands were of greater importance to France at this time than anything within her borders. From the beginning of the insurrection, the Huguenots had recognized the important bearing of that struggle upon their own movement, and as the shadow of Philip Roman II fell in greater length each year across France, the interest of the French Protestants in the rebellion of the Low Countries increased. As Huguenot preachers in Flanders sowed the double seed of Calvinism and revolt, so Protestant preachers exiled from the Low Countries sought refuge in France. This intercourse became a formidable historical issue, by 1566. The issue was understood from the beginning by all parties concerned, and Philip Roman II and his ministers were determined to profit by the lesson of France and to prevent similar trouble by crushing all opposition in the bud. The Turkish attack upon Malta had been very favorable to the Protestant cause, and the raising of the siege in September 1565 probably influenced the King of Spain in his resolution to extirpate heresy in the Low Countries. The Flemish government suspected William of Orange, who by July was openly allied with the Guises and his brother, Louis of Nassau, of direct intercourse with Condé and Coligny, and sent Montigny, the faithless member of the patriotic quartet composed of Orange, Egmont, Horn, and himself, to Paris in the spring to pick up information. The fear lest Montgomery might come to Flanders, which Granvella had once laughed at, by the summer of 1566 had some basis of reality, although the braggadocio character of this adventurer discounted alarm. Knowledge of the solidarity existing between his revolted subjects in Flanders and the Huguenots, which Montluc had warned Philip of even 2 years before, coupled with information concerning the dealings of Louis of Nassau with Protestant Germany and France, stirred the Spanish king's habitual indecision into action. He sounded Charles Roman IX as to the possibility of sending Spanish troops directly across France to the Low Countries and asked him to restrain his subjects from coming thither with arms, crowds of whom went to Flanders disguised as merchants. Simultaneously, Margaret of Parma begged the emperor to take the same course. But the government of France could not have honored Philip I's request, even if it had been so minded, without risking an immediate rising of the Huguenots. As a matter of fact, it had no desire to do so. The resentment felt by France towards Spain on account of past scores at Trent, Rome, and in Switzerland was now all eclipsed in her rancor because of the massacre by the Spaniards of her ill-fated colony in Florida in September 1565. Alexander Weisbull had divided the Western Hemisphere between the Spanish and the Portuguese. Florida belonged to Spain. France had built Fort Caroline on Spanish territory. As peace existed in 1565, France argued that the massacre by Menendez was a violation of international law. To this Spain replied that Florida belonged to her by discovery, and as all treaties between Spain and France were silent as to any change of ownership, there really had been no such change in law. Consequently, the French settlers were intruders and heretics to boot. The answer was crushing. Fourquevaux was heavily handicapped, for he could not openly espouse the cause of Frenchmen who were heretics. Before news of the massacre reached France, Philip Roman II, knowing the facts, inquired if the French expedition had been commanded or sanctioned by the French king. The only answer possible was a negative. An affirmative answer would have been tantamount to a declaration of war. "Then the incident is closed," was the Spanish reply. This was followed by a demand that Coligny, under whose sanction the expedition had sailed, should be punished. France was likewise at odds with the emperor. The reason for this is to be found in the strong attitude the empire had lately taken on the question of Metz. Understanding of this question entails a glance backward. In 1564, the Baron Ballwiller, a native of Upper Alsace, but at that time bailiff of the emperor in the Grand Bailiwick of Haguenot, revived the plan he had conceived in 1558 of recovering Metz by a surprise. Ballwiller represented that no time was to be lost if France was to be prevented from fixing her hold upon the 3 bishoprics forever. Philip Roman II favored the enterprise and offered 20,000 sous cash and the assignment of 8,000 écus annual revenue of the territory. Pour cela aux sioux quills, lie rendriant la ville du dict Metz. For with Metz in the hands of the Habsburgs once more, the chain of provinces connecting the Netherlands with Spain through mid-Europe would have been practically complete, lying as Metz Towel and Verdun did, between Franche-Comté and Luxembourg. This was at the time when Condé was recreant to his people and was dallying with the widow of the Marshal Saint-André, and the idea was conceived and abandoned of buying the prince over and bribing him to betray Metz to Spain. Spain, however, in order to avoid a rupture with France, wished to conceal her own participation in the plot to recover Metz, and urged the Emperor Maximilian to undertake the venture. The plot was to tempt Metz to revolt against France by offering to convert it into a free imperial city, it being expected that the Lutherans in the city would support the movement. The alertness of the French government, however, foiled the projects being undertaken in April. In August, Ballwiller renewed his plan, alleging to Chantenay that the people of Metz were ready to provide 20,000 écus, and that there were arms in plenty stored in secret. He urged prompt action now, for the French government had begun the erection of a citadel in the city. By this time, Philip Roman II was so anxious to see France despoiled of Metz, and so impatient at Maximilian's delay, that it was even considered advisable by some to take advantage of the check given the Turks at Malta, and have the emperor make peace with them in order to have his hands free in the three bishoprics. As for himself, Philip Roman II dared not make an overt move against France, lest in the event of war with Spain, Charles Roman IX appeal to the Huguenots, with the result that Protestantism would profit by the diversion. But meanwhile things in Metz had got beyond control of either Spain or the Empire. The Calvinists in both France and the Netherlands had been quick to see the advantage afforded, for the former, by gaining possession of the territory, could connect France and the Palatinate, thus aiding themselves and their coreligionists at one and the same time, since by so doing the land route of Spain through Central Europe, via Milan, Besançon, and Luxembourg, would be cut in half. Matters came to a head in May and June 1565 in what is known as the Cardinals' War. On May 5, the Emperor Maximilian had issued a decree affirming his suzerainty over Metz, Toul, and Verdun. The Cardinal of Lorraine at once recognized the validity of this decree, which was equivalent to treason to France. Thereupon, in the name of Charles Roman IX, Salcedo, an ex-Spaniard and leader of the French party in Metz, assumed the title of governor of Metz and appealed to the French king for support against the cardinal. The issue was really one between France and Spain. The Guises naturally supported the cardinal. The war which followed was not formidable, although the issue at stake was of great importance. But the cardinal soon discovered that discretion was the better part of valor and yielded to the king, more especially as neither Philip Roman II nor Maximilian raised a hand for fear of betraying themselves, for the cardinal feared that if he resisted longer, Charles Roman IX would refuse to pardon his treasonable conduct. He was not unaware of the fact, he did not even deny it, that it was known that he had been in treasonable communication with Ballwiller and the Archbishop of Treves. If Charles Roman IX and the Queen Mother had known the full extent of the Cardinal of Lorraine's treasonable conduct at this time, they might not have been so lenient toward him. For he was guilty not only of treasonable intercourse with the Empire, but directly with Spain also. The one supremely important result of this petty war over Metz is that at this time the Cardinal, and with him the whole Guise house, began those secret negotiations with Philip of Spain which culminated in the establishment of the Holy League. Shortly after the end of his ignominious war around Metz, burning with anger and shame, the cardinal sent a secret agent to Franche-Comté, who found Granvella at Boudancourt in July 1565, to whom he recited the cardinal's grievances, saying that owing to the death of his brother the Duke of Guise and the insolence of the Marshal Montmorency, he had no hope in the justice of Charles Roman IX. The agent then went on to point out the great danger threatening Catholic Europe by reason of what had recently happened at Metz, and speaking for the Cardinal of Lorraine, expressed the wish that Philip Roman II would enter into a league with the House of Guise, the Duke of Montpensier, Alva's convert at Bayonne, and certain others for the protection of the Catholic faith in France and the overthrow of the Chatelains, the Prince of Condé, Madame de Vendôme, and other Huguenots. This formidable overture was made under the seal of secrecy. The cautious Granvella listened, but refrained from committing his master to the proposition. Again, Philip Roman II hesitated to implicate himself so directly in French affairs, as the Cardinal of Lorraine urged, just as he had hesitated the year before with Montluc, and while he waited, events in the Low Countries went from bad to worse. In August 1566, a furious outburst of iconoclasm swept through the churches of Flanders. Commencing at St. Omer, the contagion rapidly spread, and in a fortnight 400 churches were sacked in Flanders alone, while in Antwerp the cathedral was stripped of all its treasures. Images, relics, shrines, paintings, manuscripts, and books shared a common fate. The event stirred Philip to action. He determined to send the Duke of Alva to Flanders to repress things with an iron hand. On November 18, 1566, the Duke of Alva formally requested the French ambassador at Madrid to secure Charles Ix's permission for a Spanish army to cross France. The remedy has become little by little so difficult that deeds, not words and remonstrances, are now necessary. Having exhausted all good and gracious means to reduce things in the Low Countries, the king is constrained, to his great regret, to have recourse to force. Public assemblies, preaching, the bearing of arms, and violence prevail in the land, and the king's ministers amount to nothing. The Duke then outlined the plan. 10,000 new Spanish recruits under 3 ensigns were to be sent to Luxembourg, Naples, Sardinia, and Sicily to take the places of as many veteran troops there, for the king was unwilling to use Italian infantry. 1,000 heavy-armed footmen and 300 or 400 mounted arquebusiers, all Spanish, were to be drawn from Milan, the most loyal of Spain's Italian dependencies. An indefinite number of reiters and other mercenaries could be had for the asking. These troops would proceed to the Netherlands through Savoy by way of Val d'Aoste or Mt. Cenis, Montmalion, Chambéry, and La Bresse, into Franche-Comté and Lorraine, unless, and this was the crux of Alva's interview with Forquevaux, the winter season made it impossible to traverse the mountain passes, in which case His Catholic Majesty desired leave of France to take them by sea to Marseille or Toulon, and thence to march them northward up the Rhône to La Bresse, and so reach Franche-Comté. No one knew better than Alva the formidable nature of this proposition to France, and he used all his artifice to conceal its danger, dwelling on the mutual connection between the Huguenot and the Flemish movement, and the benefit that France would derive from the crushing of the rebellion in the Low Countries. Forquevaux, in reply, declared that the Huguenots would fly to arms again if a Spanish army should enter France, to which the Duke rejoined that the presence of a Spanish army would so overawe them that they would not dare to do so. The ambassador then inquired whether the emperor could support Philip, seeing that he was engaged in a war with the Turks and was incapable of raising funds in his behalf. Alva told him that the German princes would perceive that the Flemings were merely rebels, and that no prince or soldier in Germany, even were he a Lutheran, would refuse to take the pay of Spain. But Forquevaux refused to be convinced by Alva's smooth words. He had information that Spain was borrowing ships from Malta, Genoa, and the Papacy and Savoy, and warned Charles Roman IX to strengthen the garrisons in Languedoc and Provence. This information threw the court of France into great excitement. Catherine de' Medici declared that the heretics would take up arms immediately under such circumstances. The king wrote to Forquevaux on December 24 not to spare any efforts to penetrate the designs of Spain. 16,000 troops were sent into the Lyonnais at once. The Marshal Vieilleville returned to Metz. The government began the erection of a great citadel in Verdun and to fortify the frontier against Luxembourg. Dandelot was sent to Switzerland to make new enrollments. An agent was sent into Normandy with instructions to pass along the coast and take the names of master mariners and sailors. The Queen of Navarre began to mobilize forces in Béarn. All this time, the Duke of Alva kept endeavoring to quiet French alarm by reiterating that he would use all means in his power to avoid troubling France, and that the army destined for Flanders, now increased by 1,500 light horse composed of Spaniards, Italians, and Albanians, would go by the valley of the Rhône only as a last recourse. Finally, in the middle of February, the Duke of Alva's preparations were made. Don Juan de Acuna, who had been sent to Savoy to make arrangements with the Duke for the transit of the Spanish army, returned after having made a satisfactory settlement. The army was to go through Savoy, via the Mt. Cenis and Chambéry, cross the Rhône at Yenne, and so proceed to Besançon in Franche-Comté, where it was to be joined by German contingents. This averted the danger threatening Languedoc and Dauphiné, but threw it upon French Burgundy and Champagne. It was a roundabout route for the Spanish troops in the Milanese, but it was impossible to send them directly through Switzerland by way of the Grisons, Constance, Basel, and Strasbourg without inflaming these localities. Above all, Geneva would thereby have been menaced, and any movement imperiling that city would have fired the entire Calvinist world. Illustration: March of the Duke of Alva. Through Savoy, Franche-Comté, and Lorraine. A conjectured route. In the face of common peril, Bern, Freiburg, and Valais concluded a defensive league on February 20, while Basel and Zurich took up arms with French approval. Fear of a joint attack of Spain and Savoy upon Geneva prevailed throughout Switzerland, which was divided into two camps, the 5 cantons of the center favoring designs upon Geneva and the Vaud. Spain aimed to profit by the impression produced by the passage of her troops close to the Swiss frontier to force certain military advantages and dispossess France from the exceptional situation she had lately secured in the Alps. The western cantons were offered cheap salt from Franche-Comté, and those of the center grain from the Milanese. The Duke of Lorraine also offered salt at a low price from his duchy. As a result, Bern found herself deserted by western Switzerland and apparently single-handed about to be called upon to protect Geneva from Spanish attack. Perhaps if Spain had been certain of the support of Savoy at this juncture, this might have happened, but the Duke of Savoy was content to profit by the fear of the Bernois to compel them to restore the 3 bailiwicks which they had formerly agreed to do in the Treaty of Lausanne, October 30, 1564, but had delayed to fulfill. Charles Roman IX himself advised Bern to yield in this particular, and in August, the settlement with the Duke of Savoy was made. All that Philip now requested of France was leave for French subjects to provide the army with supplies in its course. Again, Fourquevaux urged his sovereign to be cautious. The fact that France was just recovering from a year of famine and could ill spare sustenance for others was not so important as the necessity of avoiding every occasion of civil war. On May 10, 1567, the Duke of Alva sailed from Cartagena and arrived at Genoa on May 27. St. Ambroise at the foot of the Alps was the point where his munitions and provisions were concentrated. Here on June 2, the Duke had a grand review of his troops. There were 19 ensigns, 3,230 men, from Naples, under the command of Alonso de Ulloa, 10 ensigns from Sicily, 1,620 men, under command of Julian Romero, 10 ensigns of Lombard troops, 2,200 men, under command of Don Sancho de Londono, 10 Sardinian ensigns with 4 companies of recruits in addition, 1,728 men, under command of Don Gonzalo de Bracamonte, making a total of 49 ensigns of Spanish infantry, 8,778 men. The Duke's cavalry was composed of 5 companies of Spanish light horse, and 3 Italian, and 2 Albanian companies, and 2 companies of Spanish arquebusiers on horseback, in all 1,200 horses. On the march, a company of 15 musketeers was placed between each ensign. This was the first instance in modern warfare when muskets were used in the field. Hitherto this weapon had been so enormously heavy that it was used in siege work only, balanced upon a triangle of wood or iron. The route lay via Alessandria de la Pale, St. Ambroise, Aos de Turin, the Mont Cenis, St. Jean de Maurienne, and the valley of the Arve through Savoy. In spite of his small array, it was necessary to divide the army into 3 parts: the advance guard, the battle, and the rear guard. The battle each day occupied the place abandoned by the advance guard and was itself in turn replaced by the rear guard, the 3 divisions of the army marching 1 day apart. The Duke of Alva commanded the advance guard, his son Don Ferdinand Alvarez de Toledo the battle, while the rear guard was under the command of the Italian, Sciopin Vitelli, Marquis of Cetna formerly, in the service of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. The army thus divided occupied 14 days in traversing Savoy. It was a long and toilsome journey through a wild and mountainous country, where the difficulties of the march were increased by constant dread of famine. In many places, the country was completely sterile. In Burgundy, the march was easier, and 12 days brought the army via Dole and Gray to Fontaine near Toul, whence 12 days more brought Alva by Thionville to Luxembourg, July 29, where he was joined by new forces. In spite of the length of the march and the hardships of it, the Duke retained his traditional iron discipline, and the soldiers were not allowed to forage upon the country or to break ranks. On August 12, 1567, the Duke of Alva entered Brussels. General terror prevailed in the Low Countries upon his arrival. The Prince of Orange left the land. Count Egmont, naively declaring that he had done nothing wrong, remained. His friend Horn imitated his example. Alva at once sent away all the Flemish soldiers and quartered the city with the new troops. In order to facilitate his policy, the Duke created a special tribunal, not composed of lawyers, because they would not condemn without proofs. This was the famous Council of Troubles, which the people called the Council of Blood. The members of it held no commissions from the king, but were the simple agents of the Duke of Alva. The most celebrated of them was a certain Vargas, a criminal himself, against whom action had been suspended in return for his infamous services. If the policy of the Spanish government in Flanders took a new and different form with the coming of Alva, the revolution there was no less changed. The Cardinal Granvella some months before this time had written to Philip Roman II. It is a general rule, in matters of state, that popular enterprises, if they do not terminate in the first outburst, generally vanish in smoke if the remedy for them be applied before they have time to follow up the movement. He added that contemporary history afforded some striking examples of the truth of this observation. But the provinces he had lately governed were not of this category, for it is clear that a change had taken place in the nature of the Flemish revolt in the years 1565–67. The revolution by this time had passed through the earlier stages of defiance and rebellion and developed an organization with a definite, set purpose before it. The formation of the Guises was the clearest manifestation of this change. In its inception, this famous group was an aristocratic body, composed solely of nobles, and the Spanish government had little fear then of its becoming a popular association. Granvella saw the similarity of the Guises to the Huguenot association formed at Orleans in 1562, but he did not anticipate the popular nature it was soon to develop. He was soon disillusioned. What was believed by the Spanish government to be a somewhat close political and aristocratic combination of nobles before long became a popular confederation of congregations having a religious propaganda, as well as a political purpose. Despite this change, however, Philip's minister did not yet believe the Guises to be formidable. As Alva had declared at Bayonne that all that was necessary to destroy the Huguenot party in France was to kill the big fish. So he now believed that if the leaders of the Guises were cut off, their movement would die too. But Alva soon discovered that the Guises were hardly ever weakened by the detachment of certain of the nobles, either by bribery or intimidation. By the time of his arrival, under Brederode's able leadership, the Calvinists of the Flemish provinces had worked out a scheme of union in which every congregation was at once a parish, a raiding precinct, a military hundred, and a political unit. Antwerp, whose population was so large and so cosmopolitan that police scrutiny could be easily evaded, and from which it was easy to make one's escape, was the capital of the association, as Orleans first, and later La Rochelle, was for the Huguenots. The Flemish government was soon alive to the necessity of breaking the power of this confederation. Membership in the confederation, if proved, was heavily punished. The retirement of the Prince of Orange from the land was believed by the government to be due to a prudent effort to avoid being so compromised. It was certainly true of Brederode, but Egmont and Horn remained, declaring they had done nothing, and renewed their oath of allegiance to the king. Nevertheless, Granvella sarcastically quoted Lycurgus that neutrals were more odious than enemies. After the towns have been cleared out, wrote the Provost Morlin, it will be time to attack the garden in order to destroy the weeds and roots there, and Spain's agent at Amsterdam at the same time wrote, God may pardon those who are the cause of one and the other league, but I assure you, unless I am much mistaken, that those who have made others to dance have some other purpose than we know. Time will discover it. Illustration: execution of Egmont and Horn in the market square at Brussels. Original copper, plate by Franz Hogenberg. This somewhat long dissertation upon the nature and development of the Confederation formed by Philip's Roman II revolted subjects in Flanders is not a digression beside the mark. The number of Huguenots to be found in the Low Countries in 1566–67, intriguing with their coreligionists against Spain, was very great. The Duke of Bouillon and the Prince of Porcian were the most prominent of these. In the aggregate, the number was so great, and their participation so serious a matter for the government, that the maintenance of the frontier against the French was urged upon Alva as the first necessity, immediately after his arrival at Brussels. France, for her own part, began to erect a citadel at Verdun and to strengthen the Picard frontier, whose towns received new troops in June, and when word came that there were German troops in Luxembourg awaiting Alva's arrival, Dandelot was sent to the frontier of Champagne with 6,000 Swiss, which the government had levied. This action ruffled Philip II's temper. For to him, it was flaunting his failure to break the alliance of the Swiss with France in his very face. His ambassador in France protested energetically and charged the queen with duplicity. At Madrid, the nuncio inquired with curiosity of Forquevaux, in what spirit Philip Roman II, who had had an audience with the ambassador the day before, received the news of France's activities in Switzerland. "I told him," wrote the ambassador to Charles Roman IX, "that it was the usage and custom of great kings and princes whenever they saw their neighbors arming, to assure themselves also of their realms and states." Calais was a double source of anxiety, first because Spain, in pursuance of Alva's recommendation, had not been content with fortifying Gravelines, but had actually built a fort of earth only 5 paces from the turnpike, which marked the French limit. Secondly, because at this embarrassing time, Elizabeth of England had conceived the thought of reviving the English claim to Calais. With the purpose of fathoming her son-in-law's designs, Catherine sent the younger L'Aubespine to Madrid. War with Spain was already on the lips of some in France. In spite of the wisdom of these military precautions on the part of the French crown, the Huguenots grew alarmed lest there was a movement on foot to repress the edict. There was designed intention in the unadmirable conduct of the Prince of Condé, and perhaps some in that of Coligny too. The prince craved chief command of the army, and a war with Spain was in a direct line with his aspirations. He had been well treated since the Peace of Amboise, having been given the government of Picardy and the county of Rotrou, which was erected into a duchy under the name of Enghien-le-François. But his appetite for power was insatiable. In July, after angry speech with the king, Condé had retired from court and was followed by the admiral, who gave out that he had discovered some practice that wholly tended to his confusion. It was small politics. In this time of external danger from the furtive designs of Philip Roman II and the blustering enmity of England, the honorable course of every subject of France was to stand by the king and the nation. The Huguenot leaders compromised the cause at large by indulging their personal vanity, their petty spite, their pique at such an hour. Friction there was, disagreement there was over the interpretation and the working of certain parts of the Edict of Amboise. The Catholics, for example, complained that the intention of the edict was evaded by the Huguenots, asserting that in cases where the right of preaching was permitted to all barons and high justiciars only for themselves and their tenants, and for others of lower degree for their household only, congregational worship was held under cover thereof. The bigotry of Paris and its vicinity, though, was the worst source of disaffection. In the city district, captains were chosen by the populace to watch against Protestant activity, the nucleus of the famous 16 Sees of Paris in 1589-94. It would have been the height of political inexpediency, under such circumstances, to have tried to enforce the letter of the edict in the Ile-de-France. The July Amendment of the Edict of Amboise prohibiting exercise of Protestant worship throughout the Ile-de-France, except in such places as should be licensed by the king, and the further one prohibiting Protestants from filling public offices in the cities, I believe was framed for the purpose of avoiding conflict, and not with any reactionary purpose. It is certainly of significance that the liberal Chancellor El Hospital favored them. Patience and experience would have worked out the solution of such difficulties as these. It was criminal in the Prince of Condé to fan the ashes of the late civil war into flame once more. For in this tense state the prince deliberately exaggerated and misrepresented things for his own purpose, and a spark from Flanders, Alva's arrest of the Counts Egmont and Horn on September 9, kindled France into flame again. The arrival of the news in France unfortunately coincided with the session of 2 synods of the Huguenots, one at Châtellon-sur-Loing, the other at Valery. Dismay prevailed in them. The preachers cried out that the arrest of Egmont and Horn was the proof of a secret alliance between Spain and France for the overthrow of Calvinism. The truth of Bayonne was out at last. Coligny's iron will might still have kept them in order, however, if in the midst of this excitement word had not also come that 6,000 Swiss, whom Charles Roman IX had enrolled to cover the French frontier against the Duke of Alva, had entered France. The double news was too much for the excited minds of the Huguenots. The admiral and the prince who had failed to perceive the true policy of France in Switzerland, in desperation turned to the constable for a word of truth and comfort. But the old Montmorency, who desired to have his son, the Marshal Montmorency, succeed him in the office of constable, which the Prince of Condé coveted for himself, roughly rejoined, "The Swiss have their pay, don't you expect them to be used?" The words were brutally and thoughtlessly said, they merely imported anger. The Huguenots interpreted them to mean that they were to be overcome by military force and Protestantism coerced, if not extinguished. The Synod of the Huguenots at Valery resolved upon war. The conference was held in the Admiral's Chateau at Chatelain under the outward guise of a banquet. There were present the Prince of Condé, La Rochefoucauld, the Cardinal of Chatelain, Dandelot, Briquemalt, Teligny, Maui, Montgomery, and other nobles of mark, besides some Huguenot ministers. The conference lasted the entire week, at the end of which it was resolved that all the Huguenots in France should be notified in every bailliage and sénéchaussée, by the deacons and other officers of their congregation, that they should be called upon to furnish money, according to the means which they had, for the payment of reiters from Germany, which the Count Palatine of the Rhine was to levy, and that all the young men of the religion capable of bearing arms were to be enrolled for military service. The plan was as bold as it was simple. It was to gain possession of the king's person by a sudden coup de main, for which purpose a force of 1,500 horse was to be brought secretly to Valery. The court at this time was residing at the Château de Monceau near Meaux, and was without more than nominal military protection. On the evening of September 24, the Queen learned of the rendezvous at Rossienbry. A midnight council was called. The Swiss, who had reached Château Thierry, were hastily summoned. The Lorraine party and the Duke of Nemours advised immediate return to Paris. The Chancellor and Montmorency endeavored to persuade the king against so doing. The former pointed out that to go to Paris would be for the king to commit himself to the most bigoted of his subjects and destroy the possibility of an amicable settlement, while the constable argued that Meaux was a fortified city capable of withstanding a siege, and that to leave it might be to court defeat in the open country. In the dilemma, the Swiss Colonel Pfiffer cast the die. "May it please your Majesty," cried he, "to entrust your person and that of the Queen Mother to the valor and fidelity of the Swiss. We are 6,000 men, and with the points of our pikes we will open a path wide enough for you to pass through the army of your enemies." "Enough," Charles rejoined. "I would rather die free with you than live a captive among rebels." The return to Paris began at 4 o'clock in the morning. When the Swiss arrived at Meaux, wrote Carrero, "I vow they were the most villainous-looking gang I have ever seen, yet in battle array they were admirable. 3 times they turned upon the enemy, and lowering their pikes charged upon them like savage dogs in serried ranks and in good order, without one being a pace in advance of another. Thus the king was able with his suite to get to Paris. He reached the Louvre that night, travel-worn, hot, famished, and so angry that his fierce disposition never lost the memory of that humiliation. The affair of Meaux came like a thunderclap to most of France. The suddenness of the Huguenot action and the all but complete success of it astonished men. "This movement," wrote the Venetian ambassador, "of which several thousand men had knowledge, was conducted with such precaution that nothing leaked out until it was all but an accomplished fact. This could not possibly have been done without the perfect intelligence that exists among the Huguenots, and is a striking manifestation of their organization throughout the realm. In the light of this judgment, it remains to describe the Huguenot form of government. The ecclesiastical and political unit of French Calvinism was the congregation. Congregations were grouped, according to number and convenience, into colloquies or classes which met from 2 to 4 times each year, the division being made by the authority of the provincial synod. In church matters, no church had any primacy or jurisdiction over another, nor one province over another. Ministers brought with them to local classes or provincial synods 1 or 2 elders chosen out of their consistories. Elders who were deputies of churches had an equal power of voting with the pastors. The authority of a provincial synod was subordinate to that of the national synod, and whatever had been decreed by provincial synods for the government of the churches in their province had to be brought before the national synod. The grand lines of division followed the historic provincial divisions of France, but smaller provinces and parts of the larger ones, as Guyenne and Languedoc, were associated together. The National Synod of 1559 divided France into 16 Protestant provinces, as follows: 1. The Isle de France, Chartrain, Picardy, Champagne, and Brie; 2. Normandy; 3 Brittany, 4 Orleans, Blessois, Dunois, Nivernais, Berry, Bourbonnais, and La Marque, 5 Touraine, Anjou, Laudgenois, Maine, Vendôme, and Perche, 6 Upper and Lower Poitou, 7 Saintonge, Aunis, La Rochelle, and Angoumois, 8 Lower Guyenne, Périgord, Gascony, and Limousin, 9 Upper and Lower Vivarais together with Velay and Lafayette, 10 Lower Languedoc including Nimes, Montpellier, and Béziers, 11 Upper Languedoc, Upper Guyenne, Toulouse, Carcassonne, Quercy, Rouergue, Armagnac, and Upper Auvergne, 12 Burgundy, Lyonnais, Beaujolais, Bresse, Lower Auvergne, and Gex, 13 Provence, 14 Dauphiné and Orange, 15 Béarn, 16 the Cévennes and Gévaudan. This administrative partition, however, did not remain fixed. Some provinces, like Brittany, had so few Protestants in them that the Huguenots therein could not stand alone, and the First Civil War brought out the weakness of this system. Accordingly, in 1563, the map of France was partitioned anew, and the former 16 provinces were reduced to 9. Some of the changes made are interesting. For example, the Chartrain was cut off from the Ile-de-France and attached to the province of Orleans, manifestly in the endeavor to keep a connecting link between Normandy and the Loire country. Brittany was strengthened by the annexation of Anjou, Maine, and Touraine, which formerly constituted an independent province, which obviously drew it into closer connection with the stronger Calvinistic provinces. The province of Upper and Lower Poitou was combined with Saintonge, Aunis, and Angoumois, thus knitting together all the country watered by the Charente, the Claine, and lesser streams. Burgundy, Lyonnais, Beaujolais, Bresse, Lower Auvergne, and Gex absorbed the small Huguenot province composed of Vivarais, Velay, and Lafayette. But the most interesting consolidation was in the south of France. Formerly Upper Languedoc, in which were Nimes, Montpellier, and Béziers, Lower Languedoc, comprising Upper Guyenne, Toulouse, Carcassonne, Quercy, Rouergue, Armagnac, and Upper Auvergne, Provence, Dauphiné, and Cévennes-Gévaudan had each formed separate provinces. But in 1563, this immense territory was all united to form the great Huguenot province of Languedoc. The only ancient provinces which remained unchanged in 1563 were Normandy, Béarn, and Lower Guyenne, with Périgord and Limousin. The Huguenot ecclesiastical organization and its political organization were one and the same. The congregations, the colloquia, the synods, constituted both taxation units and military cadres. The strength of the Huguenot organization, however, before the massacre of St. Bartholomew, I believe has been exaggerated, except in Guyenne where, in the vicinity of Nérac especially, Montluc early came in contact with a powerful combination of the Huguenots. The strong elements in the Protestant organization were its simplicity and the vigilance of all, from provincial chiefs to simple pastors, who made up for scarcity of numbers by the most zealous activity. If our priests, wrote the Venetian Correro in 1569, were half so energetic, of a certainty Christianity would not be in danger in this country. It was not until after 1572 that the Huguenot organization reached a high point of military and political development, when a solid federation of the Reformed churches was formed at Milhaud in 1574, with raiding precincts, military hundreds, and civil jurisdictions. Exactly as the early organization of the Huguenots has been overemphasized, so has the republican nature of the early Huguenot movement been exaggerated. Apart from whatever religious motives may have actuated them, the Protestant nobles were influenced by political ambition, the bourgeoisie by the hope of administrative and economic reform, the masses by the general spirit of discontent. The Huguenots did not present a united front until after St. Bartholomew, when the fusion of the political Huguenots with the politiques reduced the religious Huguenots to a left-wing minority. Before 1572, the political ideas of the Reformed, if not still inchoate, were not harmonized into one homogeneous cause, backed up by a compact and highly organized political system. Individual political theorists or fanatic devotees, of course, were to be found in the Huguenot ranks, but there was no systematic political philosophy to guide their conduct before the massacre of St. Bartholomew. It was this catastrophe that crystallized Huguenot opinion and organized combination on a large scale. In Guyenne, alone, where, as has been said, the Huguenot organization was most completely developed at an early date, does any clear republican idea seem to have early obtained.